Graphic Audio presents Lou Prophet, Bounty Hunter, 10, The Devil's Laughter, by Peter Brandvold. Narrated by Bradley Smith. Performed by James Konachek, Marnie Penning, Laura C. Harris, Michael Glenn, Terrence Aselford, Zeke Alton, James Lewis, Patrick Bussing, Shayna Small, Richard Rowan, Matthew Pauley, Bradley Smith, Scott McCormick, Alejandro Ruiz, Mort Shelby, Rose Elizabeth Supan, Eric Messner, Ren Casey, Christopher Graybill, Ken Jackson, and Michael John Casey. The Devil's Laughter. The Mexican gods had their necks in a hump. Rain slashed nearly straight down from the night-black sky. The wind knocked branches off the nut trees and mesquites off this broad, ridge-sheathed canyon and sent them careening toward the soaked, sandy earth. A couple bounced off the big bounty hunter's shoulders, nearly knocking off his hat, as if the gods of Mexico didn't want him here, as if they didn't want anybody here, but wanted only to scour the earth, once and for all, of all humanity. The big Dun, aptly named Mean and Ugly, didn't like the weather a bit and didn't hesitate to let his rider know he'd rather be in a warm barn with plenty of oats and a mare or two to brush noses with.
Me too, feller. Me too.
Lou Prophet put Mean and Ugly up a low hill amongst thrashing, dripping walnut trees, the rain sluicing off his funnel-brimmed Stetson. Lightning flashed. Prophet jerked back on the horse's reins with one hand and lowered his Winchester with the other. For a wink of time during that last flash, he'd seen a silhouetted figure standing amongst the walnuts and mesquites just ahead and to his right. A big man in a low-crowned sombrero and an ankle-length coat buffeted by the wind. An orange flame licked at Prophet from the rainy darkness. He drew his Winchester's hammer back with his gloved thumb. He cocked the gun quickly, keeping the stock clamped against his right thigh. During another brief lightning flash, he glimpsed his assailant falling backward, tossing his own rifle away. He didn't see the man hit the ground before silver-stitched darkness closed down again. There might have been a scream, but the wailing storm drowned it the same way it seemed intent on drowning everything else on this harsh night, way too far south of the Mexican border. Holding Mean and Ugly's reins taut in one hand, racking a fresh cartridge in his rifle with the other, Prophet looked around, slitting his eyes against the rain reaching under his hat to pepper his eyes. When no more bullets screeched toward him, he stepped down from Mean's back and looped the reins over a low branch of a bending pecan tree. He grabbed his sawed-off double-barrel 10-gauge off his saddle horn and swung the leather lanyard over his neck and shoulder, letting the handy gut shredder, invaluable for close-up work, dangle down his back.
In Dixieland where I was born.
He sang softly to ease his nerves, drawn taut as coiled snakes between his broad shoulders, tramping over the wet ground to where the dead man lay, a black mound in the darkness.
Early on one frosty morning, look away.
He looked around carefully, then returned his slitted gaze to the dead man. Lightning flashed. It glittered along the dead man's black leather coat and breeches, and shone in his white teeth, revealed by stretched back, mustache-mantled lips.
Look away, Dixieland.
Prophet lifted his head to peer into the rain-slashed darkness before him, through the jostling trees. Weaving amongst the trees, he strode forward, thumbing fresh cartridges from his shell belt and sliding them through his Winchester's loading gate. He continued forward until he came to an arroyo through which muddy water eddied, running from his left to his right. Looking around for a way across the arroyo, he spied movement in the corner of his right eye and turned to see a man and horse lunge up out of the wash. Lightning flashed, showing the water glistening off the man's duster and dripping off the brim of his low-crowned straw sombrero. As the horse set its feet atop the bank and set itself to shake off the muddy water, the man swung his head toward Prophet. He was merely a silhouette now. ambient light winking off his horse's bit and his saddle trimmings, as well as the rifle in his hands. Prophet crouched and raised the Winchester. Lightning flashed. At the same time, Prophet triggered his rifle and saw the flash of the rider's own carbine. In the darkness, he saw the shadow of the man's big steel dust lunge toward him and then veer away, its saddle empty, stirrups flapping against its sides. Something moved in the flooded arroyo. Prophet stepped closer to see a large, oblong object, which another lightning flash revealed to be the man he'd just shot, floating on his back, arms and legs akimbo. Bobbing and turning, he was carried past Prophet and out of sight downstream. Prophet dropped to one knee and looked around.
Oh, Mrs. Married Will the Weaver. Will was a gay deceiver, look away.
Deciding no other threats were near, he rose and walked along the edge of the arroyo, finding a freshly downed tree sprawled across it.
Look away, Dixieland.
He tight-roped the tree and threw his arm out for balance so he wouldn't fall in the flashing stream. He strode through the rocky, wet desert, swinging his head from left to right and back again, holding his rifle up high across his chest in both hands. While the rain continued to slash at him, he climbed a low ridge and dropped to a knee, resting his rifle on his shoulder. On another, higher slope that climbed to a velvet black mountain wall, several vertical and horizontal rectangles of yellow light shone. A lightning flash revealed the dim image of a sprawling hacienda beneath a peaked roof tiled in red sandstone. The casa sat behind a pale adobe wall. Between the wall and the house was a gap of 50 or 60 yards in what appeared to be a veritable jungle of storm-lashed shrubs and trees. Large verandas with broad archways on both the first and second floors fronted the building. Beyond the casa, the ridge wall loomed tall and formidable, several hundred feet above the valley floor. The ridge and the stormy night fairly swallowed the structure, clinging to it like a small jewel hidden in the folds of a large black sofa. Cigarette smoke touched Prophet's nostrils. Instinctively, he pulled the rifle off his shoulder and crouched low, looking around. Below, on his left, about halfway down the other side of the low ridge he was on, stood a gnarled tree. A lean-to had been erected in front of the tree, slanting down slope from it. Lightning revealed the wind and rain buffeted tarpaulin lashed to the ground with ropes and wooden spikes. Beneath the tarpaulin, a man crouched, facing down slope and toward the casa sprawled on the next rise. In front of the crouched figure, a pinprick of orange light dully glowed, then faded. The man's right arm came down, and during another flash of lightning, Prophet saw the ghostly cloud of cigarette smoke blown out into the storm. Prophet began to lift his Winchester stock toward his shoulder, then checked the motion.
No point in wasting a bullet.
No telling how many he was gonna need here. Besides, the shot might be heard between thunderclaps up at the casa. He had to shoot sparingly, carefully from here on in. He moved down the slope a ways and leaned the rifle against a boulder. Inside the lean-to, the Mexican brought his cigarette to his lips once more.
Huh?
He froze with the end of the quirly barely touching his lower lip and frowned. Something hovered a couple feet in front of his face. He'd just recognized the large gloved hand and had opened his mouth to scream when the hand smashed over his nose and mouth, brutally drawing his head back and up, exposing his bearded neck above the knotted blue bandana. He kicked as he felt the cold slash of the big knife across his throat. He convulsed as the hot blood spurted from the severed arteries. Prophet held the man's head back taut until the blood gradually stopped geysering. Then he removed his hand, let the Mexican flop back against the gnarled tree, dead but still jerking, and tramped back to retrieve his rifle. He held the gun in one hand as he carefully made his way down the slope, weaving amongst the rocks and hunkering behind shrubs or boulders when lightning flashed, afraid he'd be silhouetted against the slope. He made his gradual way toward a black gap in the adobe wall over which vines grew like slithering black snakes. Tree branches hung low over the wall, some scraping against it. Nothing around had been taken care of in a while. Likely, the hacienda had been abandoned by its hacendado for whatever reason. Perhaps Mojaves had pushed him out and was now the regular hideout of the gang of thieves and cold-blooded killers led by Antonio Lazaro. All had been wanted for several years in nearly every western territory north of the border, and their hideout had been a well-kept secret. Until Prophet had uncovered its location by tracking the gang here after they'd robbed a bank in Nogales and hightailed it across the border like a pack of calf-killing wolves. He'd been summoned to Nogales from where he'd been holed up in San Antonio with a telegraph in the customarily cryptic language of his sometimes partner and lover, Luisa Bonaventure.
Be in Nogales by August 15th.
He'd ridden hard, but he'd reached Nogales a day late. The Lazaro gang had hit the bank the day before. Apparently, Luisa had infiltrated the gang, though Prophet hadn't known this beforehand. She could be damn secretive at times, Luisa could. She'd likely thought she could take them all down herself, but this bunch must have been too much for even the Vengeance Queen, as Luisa was known far and wide across the frontier. She hadn't been able to stop them from leaving 7 dead in the street outside the bank of Nogales, including 2 peasant boys who'd been playing around the bank with stick guns. That must have been damn hard on her, Prophet thought. Luisa could not abide the killing of innocents, especially innocent women and children. She must have realized too late that she'd had the tiger by the tail and she'd needed Prophet's help. He just hoped he'd gotten here in time. He'd lost the trail several days ago and had taken several more days in picking it up again. Now a wagon trail angled out from the rocky desert to curve through a gap in the adobe wall before him. Both ruts were virtual rain-pelted streams. The wings of a wooden gate were thrown back against the wall, both hanging from rotting posts. Prophet ran crouching across the trail and dropped to a knee about 2 feet from the wall on the left side of the gap. He was about to rise and bolt through the gap when he saw the silhouette of a man sitting against the inside of the wall on the gap's right side. The guard was hunkered beneath his sombrero, facing the casa. Obviously, the gang hadn't suspected that they'd been followed down from the border. They'd grown fat, lazy, and careless. Prophet grinned beneath his dripping hat brim. He raised his rifle, but before he could click the hammer back, something carved a hot line across the back of his neck before hammering the wall in front of him.
Prepare to shake hands with the devil, gringo!
Instead of swinging around toward the trail where the shot had come from, Prophet bolted off his heels and ran toward the gap, firing his Winchester. The guard who'd been hunkered down inside the wall on the gap's right side had been gaining his feet and bringing up a Spencer carbine when Prophet's rounds hammered through him. As he flew backward, triggering a shot in the air one-handed, Prophet dove forward to land in the spot where the guard had been slumped. The rifle behind him roared, slinging mud and gravel every which way. Prophet twisted around and saw the tall figure running across the trail toward him. The bounty hunter raised his Winchester to his shoulder. Through the wafting powder smoke and the slashing rain, he watched the running figure jerk and twist as he dove toward the wall. The man hit the ground at the base of the wall and lay still. Prophet glanced at the dark, slumped figure.
I believe you have me at a disadvantage, amigo.
He thumbed fresh shells through his Winchester's loading gate, hoping all the rain and mud didn't foul the action. All he needed was a jammed rifle. There was still plenty of thunder, but not enough, probably, to have covered the recent gunfire. He looked through the dripping, thrashing foliage toward the big house with its windows lit. That someone inside had heard the fusillade was confirmed when the big paneled door on the first story burst open, and a lean man with a long mustached face and wearing a short charro jacket and string tie burst out, holding a pistol in his right hand. Another bigger man emerged behind him, holding a sawed-off shotgun in both hands across his chest. Then 2 more came out behind the bigger man, and the smaller man, the man whom Prophet recognized as Hector Ferran, a former Federale captain from Sonora who'd been riding with the Lazaro bunch for several years, shouted orders while he waved his pistol around. Prophet, still on one knee, pressed his Winchester's stock against his shoulder, aimed carefully across the 50-foot distance between him and the casa. and fired once, twice, 3, then 4 times, watching the big man with a shotgun and 2 other men go down howling on the veranda's elevated floor. Hector Ferran leapt back, wide-eyed and rattled, then triggered his pistol twice into the darkness. Prophet triggered one more round, but the bullet merely plowed into the casa's front wall as Ferran bolted back into the house, leaving the stout oak doors standing wide behind him. Bringing his own sawed-off 10-gauge around to his front, Prophet ran forward and leapt onto the veranda and rushed between the open doors. He was in a bland, gray hall with a steel-banded oak barrel on his right. He heard gunfire from upstairs. Then he heard footsteps on the stairs before him and saw 2 hatless heads rising up out of the casa's bowels. Prophet raised his gut shredder. Both barrels were enough to send the outlaws tumbling and painting the stones around them dark red.
Look away, look away.
Prophet reloaded the shotgun and continued walking past the stairs, stepping over one of the dead men. He paused at an open doorway on his left.
Look away, Dixieland.
Inside, a lamp burned on a broad mahogany desk covered in cloth-bound ledgers and rolled maps. Prophet nudged the door open slowly with a shotgun stock. The widening doorway revealed a broad office with more heavy furniture and bookcases, most of them empty. A fire danced in a field-stone hearth under a gaudy painting of a naked, full-breasted brunette sprawled on a red velvet settee. There were maps of most of the American southwestern territories and the northern Mexican provinces on the walls, some with flags pinned to them, likely indicating targets the gang had yet to hone in on. Probably towns or ranch headquarters with blooded horses or well-stocked bank vaults. Prophet moved into the room.
Look away, Dixie.
The hard, cold barrel of a Colt .45 pressed behind his ear.
Drop the greener, mi amigo.
Prophet could smell the man's leather clothes and the sickly, sweet cologne, as well as the faint stench of tequila and cigar smoke. Prophet lifted the shotgun's lanyard from around his neck and dropped the gun on the floor a few feet in front of him.
Now the rifle, and your sidearm.
Prophet did as he was told. He glanced over his right shoulder to see Hector Ferran keeping his cocked Colt aimed at Prophet's head.
How many more of you are there, Senor Prophet?
There's gotta be several more upstairs.
A Yankee redhead whose freckled face he recognized as the American outlaw, Red Barker, moved slowly toward Prophet, along with a fat Mexican who'd also been in the room.
How many are there? Hell, you're surrounded.
Best to let them think they were badly outgunned. Nervous men were distracted men, and easier to kill.
Posse, rurales, cavalry.
He lunged for the gun in the fat man's hand. They hit the ground, and Prophet snaked the pistol up. He only managed to clip the ear of the man he'd been aiming at, Red Barker, who triggered his own pistol as he clamped a hand over his bloody ear. He recocked the pistol as he swung it toward Prophet.
Now you die.
Prophet tried to raise his own gun again, but the fat Mex grabbed Prophet's wrist. Prophet winced and cast his horrified gaze at Barker. The redhead's freckled, blue-eyed face acquired a confused expression. Pale, web-like fingers of smoke wafted in the doorway behind the now sagging Barker, gently waving this way and that.
Mierda!
Ferran leapt back, raising his own Colt toward the door in which a dusky figure now appeared, hazel eyes blazing. Barker was shot dead, as was the fat Mex struggling with Prophet. Ferran was thrown across a low table while triggering his pistol into the ceiling. The brains of the outfit hit the floor on the table's other side.
Mierda! Spare me! Por favor! Oh God, please spare me!
The dusky figure clad in deerskins and wearing a red sash around its trim waist stepped fluidly into the room, rocking the silver-chased Colt in and aiming again at Ferran, cowering against the back wall flanking the desk.
To give you the information you were seeking from my partner, in a none too polite way, I'll tell you that there is only one more assailant, Senor Ferran.
Prophet hauled himself to his feet and looked back at Ferran, who was clutching his right bloody shoulder and staring at the person who'd just entered the smoky, shadowy room. Ferran's pointed chin jutted as he dropped his lower jaw, his brown eyes white-ringed with befuddlement.
You, Señorita Batista?
The name's not Leona Batista, amigo. The name's Bonaventure.
She glanced at Prophet.
I ride with this big ugly lummox when I'm in the mood for suffering his poor hygiene and bad jokes.
Ferran looked from Prophet to the hazel-eyed blonde in the straw sombrero and deerskin charro outfit, complete with red bandana and red sash, and hardened his jaws.
Traidora!
See.
The 45 slug blew a quarter-sized hole in the middle of Ferran's forehead. Red Barker made a noise near Luisa's brown boots, and she casually angled her Colt toward the freckled outlaw's right eye, giving the pistolier a Luisa Bonaventure-style finishing touch. Luisa had barely even looked at the redhead before she'd shot him. That's how cool and confident she was with her own shooting prowess. It was maddening sometimes, Prophet thought, this need of hers to show off. Now she twirled her Colt on her finger with a characteristic flourish and dropped the piece in the holster thronged low on her right thigh. Another pearl-gripped Colt jutted from a second holster on her left thigh. 2 cartridge belts crisscrossed her slender waist beneath the sash. Her leggings were fringed, as were the sleeves of her short, hickory-tan charro jacket. Prophet studied the girl, who was all of 21, but whose clear, hard, hazel eyes were a good 50 years older.
Good Lord, girl. You look like Bill Cody.
That's how they dress down here, Lou. You'd want me to look like one of them, wouldn't you?
Prophet had to admit, Luisa wore the stylish Mexican garb right well. A faint flush rose in her cheeks, and she looked down at the outfit before raising her eyes to his once more. Her lips shaped a smile, and her eyes flashed alluringly as she strode over to him, stopped a foot away, and stared up at him.
You like, amigo?
Some women think my jokes are right funny.
Only the whores you pay to listen.
She rose up on the toes of her boots and pressed her lips to his. When she pulled away, he glanced at the dead men around him and then at the open door to the hallway, noting that the big house was silent now.
I do appreciate your coming. Finally.
You heard my arrival, I take it?
You can't go anywhere without causing a commotion, Lou.
Prophet glanced at the ceiling over her pretty head.
You sure they're all dead?
Oh, they're all dead. I surprised him right well. Don't think a one of them suspected me of being a traitor, as Senor Ferran so aptly put it.
Prophet frowned, vaguely surprised by the girl's droll tone. She almost sounded as though she partly regretted the ruse she'd pulled on Lazaro's bunch of cold-blooded killers.
What about the Nogales loot?
Luisa grimaced, then strode around behind the big desk and sagged back in the leather bullhorn chair. She crossed her fancily stitched cowhide boots on the edge of the desk.
We got a little problem.
Prophet kicked over the big, dead Mexican and glanced over his shoulder at Luisa.
I don't like problems, girl. You know that.
Well, you got one now. Or 4 of them, to be exact.
Prophet leaned down to scoop his peacemaker off the floor where the Mex had laid on it. Now he grabbed his Winchester and shotgun, lay both across the desk, then kicked a ladder-back chair over in front of the desk and slacked into it.
Tell me.
Lazaro and Red Snake Corbin lit out with the loot. Sometime this afternoon when the rest of the men and I were enjoying siesta. They and 2 others had a double cross on.
You mean we got more to go after? How'd that happen?
It happened because there were 20, nearly 30 men around here, and a woman. And I had one hell of a time keeping track of them all. And I reckon they hornswoggled me just like the others. I had no idea Lazaro and Sugar and 2 other men were going to pull foot.
Who's Sugar?
Sugar Delphi. She's blind.
Say that again?
She's blind, sure enough. And she's...
Luisa looked uncertain, a little perplexed.
She's Lazaro's woman. He's her eyes, I reckon.
She dropped her boots to the floor, leaned forward, and grabbed one of the 2 cut glass decanters off the table's left side.
She may be blind, but she's a tough nut. She drugged me. That's why I didn't know they were taking off with the loot until they'd gone. I reckon the others still didn't know about it. Lazaro, Sugar, Red Snake Corbin, and Roy Killjoy headed out while the others were asleep ahead of the storm.
Drugged you?
Left me asleep upstairs where we roomed together. We sort of looked out for each other, Sugar and me.
Louisa filled a goblet with what looked like brandy and slid it across the desk to Prophet. She filled the second goblet, and Prophet arched a brow at his partner, whom he'd known to drink nothing stronger than the occasional ginger beer or cherry sarsaparilla.
Hold on there. What are you doing?
Louisa lifted the goblet and tipped back a goodly portion. She swallowed and ran the back of her hand across her mouth.
A girl's got to do more than just dress the part to fit in around here. These fellas and Sugar drank damn near all day and all night. It would have looked a mite suspicious if I hadn't joined in on the fun.
You picked up a blue tongue, too.
Prophet stared at her, genuinely surprised by her transformation.
I'm gonna have to get you out of here before you try to cut in on my deal with the devil.
She sat back in her chair and arched a brow with her own brand of cool admonishment.
I'd never go that far, Lou.
Looks like you're halfway there.
Prophet threw back the entire shot of brandy, enjoying the warm flush throughout his soaked, chilled, bullet-burned, and head-bruised body, then refilled the glass.
You mean to tell me that Foran and the others weren't onto him?
Nope. Surprised even me. They were a tight bunch, or so I figured. They headed out early afternoon, siesta time. The days don't really start around here until after 9 o'clock at night. Then...
Louisa lifted her glass to her lips once more and tossed back the rest of the brandy.
The devil takes the hindmost.
Shit.
Prophet reached inside his rain slicker and pulled a soggy chamois sack from his shirt pocket.
God damn it.
He tossed the pouch onto the desk.
I need some dry tobacco.
Louisa opened and closed a few desk drawers before tossing 3 long cigars onto the desk in front of Prophet.
There you go. Have a cigar on Foran.
Don't mind if I do.
Prophet bit the end off one of the cigars and touched the end to the mantle of the lamp on the desk, puffing smoke as he rolled the cylinder between his lips.
Which way they head?
I scouted around a little before the rain came. Saw 4 sets of shod hoofprints heading southwest.
How'd they get past the scouts? I had a hell of a time.
Scouts don't get posted until dark. You must have done a good job of tracking us out from Nogales, Lou. Lazaro and Red Snake had no idea you were behind us.
She lifted her chin at him.
You're bleeding.
Prophet swiped his hand to his shoulder, felt the blood running down from the bullet burn across the back of his neck.
A little tattoo to commemorate the day. I don't recollect we ever took down this many all at once before.
The Becker twins up in Dakota. Remember? 2 years ago.
Louisa heaved herself out of her chair, leaned down to remove the silk neckerchief sticking up out of the breast pocket of Foran's short jacket, and walked around behind Prophet.
There were 30 of them.
Ah, yeah. But we used dynamite we stole from those drunken soldiers, remember?
We made a nice haul. I think you must have stomped with your tail up for 2 months after we collected those bounties.
Louisa dampened the silk hanky from the brandy bottle, lifted Prophet's neckerchief so she could get at the burn, then lightly ran the brandy-soaked cloth along the length of the graze. Prophet winced as the brandy hit the open cut, but let a devilish smile lift his mouth corners and narrow his pale blue eyes.
That's what I'm here for. Easy money and fast women. Yeah, old Scratch lived up to his end of the bargain up there in Dakota.
I'd just as soon not hear about it.
Louisa rubbed the handkerchief a little too hard across the cut. Prophet reached behind him to grab her arm and pulled her onto his lap.
I ain't had the pleasure of your blankets for a while. You ought to write more often.
He stared down at her smooth, tan cleavage showing behind her vest and above her low, buttoned calico blouse.
How'd you know to find me in El Paso?
She wrapped her arms around his neck.
Harry Morgan out of Tulsa told me you'd cleaned up a gang on the Panhandle and said you were heading that way. Knowing how hard you like to work when you don't have to, I figured you'd be there for the winter.
Would have been.
He kissed her, and she returned the kiss for a time, her lips as silky smooth and as tasty as he remembered them, her tongue darting playfully against his. Then she pulled away.
I don't know about you, but all this shooting and killing makes a girl hungry. Come on, I'll rustle us up something in the kitchen.
She grabbed the brandy decanter off the desk and strode out of the room. Prophet frowned at her. She seemed different, somehow. And it wasn't just her change of clothes or her barn talk, either. Usually, when they'd been apart for a while, she couldn't keep her hands off of him. Oh well, Mexico had a strange pull on folks. She'd likely be back sipping sarsaparilla just as soon as they were north of the border again. He heaved his wet, weary body out of the chair, gathered up his guns, and followed her out of the room and down the hall.
How was it?
Prophet hungrily ate the dead outlaw's supper, beans and carne seca with a small pile of corn tortillas. Who'd ever done the cooking hadn't been half bad. The grub was patting out the bounty hunter's belly right well.
I mean, any problems aside from losing the loot?
20 against 1 is long odds even for me.
Don't get your panties in a twist. I was worried when I rode into Nogales and learned you was riding with Lazaro's bunch. Or figured you was, anyways. I remember, in case you don't, what happened last time we were down in Mexico.
Another time.
She shrugged her shoulder as she took a bite of beans and followed it up with a sip of brandy from a dented tin cup.
And I was another person. I'm tougher now.
Prophet looked at her over his steaming forkful of food.
Don't get too tough.
Louisa's train of thought appeared to get cloudy.
Sugar.
Just then, lightning flashed, throwing a blue-white light through the recessed windows behind her. She shook her head and continued, frowning down at her brandy cup.
She's a strange woman, Lou. Don't know quite what to make of her.
She's a killer.
Her family sent her to a convent. That's where she met Lazaro. He was holed up there wounded for a time, on the run from Rurales. The nuns gave him sanctuary, tended his wounds. When he left, he took Sugar with him. First thing she did was to ride back to her family's ranch in Texas and kill her parents. Both her ma as well as her pa and an uncle. With Lazaro's help, though I see now how she likely didn't need it.
You saying she might not be as blind as she lets on?
No, she can't see with her eyes. I know that. But I think she can see with some other sense. That's why she drugged me. She had a bad sense about me, though I played it pretty damn close to the vest and gave her no reason to suspect anything under the table.
Prophet scowled across the table at his blonde partner.
Why didn't she kill you, you think?
Louisa glanced sidelong at him sharply.
How do I know? I don't know how she thinks.
All right, all right.
Prophet forked more food into his mouth.
Maybe we'll find that out when we catch up to her.
Louisa splashed more brandy into each of their cups.
Sorry, Lou. Not just for being snappy, but because I let him get away. Had the wool pulled over my eyes by a blind woman.
Should have been me, wriggling my way on in here.
Don't be stupid, bucko. Half the gang knows you.
Yeah?
Prophet grinned at her, trying to lighten the mood.
I reckon I couldn't wear that deer skin half as good as you, neither.
Don't get fresh.
Prophet polished off the last of the brandy, then slid his chair back from the table, digging in his shirt pocket for one of Ferran's cigars.
You need to get out of those duds, Lou. Hang them by the fire.
Don't get fresh, Miss Bonnie Venture.
Prophet winked at her and strode over to the door.
It's Bonaventure.
It was all part of their routine exchange, something they did to kill the boredom of long rides after curly wolves.
There's no why in it. Never has been.
The old joke made Prophet feel better. He walked out onto the broad veranda, stepping over a couple of dead men. He lit the cheroot and stood smoking as he stared out at the storm that had relented considerably, though the night was still as black as before. After a time, he spied a long wicker divan abutting the casa's front wall and slacked into it. He lay down, resting his head against the arm farthest from the door, and leisurely smoked the cigar. He looked up and saw Louisa standing in the doorway, staring out across the veranda and into the deep night, past the water still dripping over the edge of the tiled roof. The drops glittered like diamonds in the less frequent and far less violent lightning flashes. It lit up the whites of the girl's eyes, her strangely pensive eyes. More pensive, more brooding than usual, Prophet thought. Something had happened here that had stirred her somehow. He drew deep on the cigar, blew the smoke out in the fragrant, humid night, obscuring Louisa's blonde silhouette half concealed by the doorway. Probably something about the blind woman's history aligning somewhat with her own. Some kind of madness had likely gotten into Sugar Delphi, a killer blind woman, in the same way a certain lesser madness had climbed over the otherwise cool, stalwart barricades of Miss Louisa Bonaventure. After she'd witnessed her family slaughtered by the handsome Dave Duval gang, and after she'd taught herself to ride and shoot and kill hungrily, and then had ridden the gang down, with Prophet's help, to send them all howling back to the merciless hell they'd hailed from. That was probably it, Prophet thought, studying the pale oval of her face and profile. She'd learned of the misery lurking inside Miss Delphi, and it had recalled her own, maybe reminding her how different her life would have been had handsome Dave Duval not come riding into her family's farmyard along the shores of Sand Creek, Nebraska, that fateful afternoon nearly 5 long years ago. He brought the cigar to his lips once more, but held it there, at the edge of his mouth, as Louisa came out onto the veranda and walked over to him.
Get out of those clothes or you're gonna catch your death of cold.
He drew on the cigar and blew smoke out across the veranda.
You first.
She stepped back and kicked out of her boots, one after another, kicking them both under the wicker divan. They made love twice, the second time as wild and frantic as the first, Louisa squirming and grunting around on top of him as well as under him, mewling and clutching with arms and legs like an enraged wildcat. He'd gotten used to the uninhibited, desperate way the girl always made love with him, as if it were the first and last time she'd ever enjoy the act. He made light of it now.
Damn, he did miss old Lou.
He slid her hair away from her face with the back of his big brown hand.
I missed you, Lou.
She sandwiched his face in her hands, kissed him hard, tugging on his bottom lip with her teeth until it almost hurt, then rose and gathered up their clothes.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna throw your wet duds over chairs in the kitchen near the stove. Then I'm gonna find us a blanket.
She trotted off, and he turned his head to admire her taut, round bottom before she scampered through the hacienda's open door. She returned a while later with his blanket roll. She curled her cool, smooth, willowy body against him, hooking a leg over his, and went to sleep. Prophet followed her soon thereafter. A cool breeze woke him. He opened his eyes to a clear, blue, milky dawn. He dressed in his now dry duds, gathered his weapons, and strolled around the hacienda, eyes and ears alert. When he'd checked on the horses, finding them all resting peacefully, he returned to the divan onto which he slumped once more. He reached for the Winchester leaning against the veranda rail 2 feet away. Cocking the rifle, he swung his feet to the floor and looked around. Over the wall left of the gate, bobbing heads appeared, heads donning straw sombreros with an insignia of some kind in the crown. From his vantage, he could see the bobbing shoulders of several riders all clad in gray.
Shit.
The insignia in the hat crowns was doubtless the eagle emblem of the Mexican rurales. Prophet rose, set the rifle down, and wrapped his shell belt and Colt around his waist. As he did, he cast his gaze toward the open gate in the adobe wall and saw the rurales stop just outside the gap, while the leader, a lean man with a mustache and spade beard, looked down at the dead men sprawled around him. The lead rurale lifted his head to peer toward Prophet, then clucked to his horse, a roan Arab cross, and came on inside the gate, followed by a shaggy string of 5 other rurales, all swinging their heads around to inspect the carnage.
Company?
Louisa stopped in the doorway and held her Winchester carbine across her chest.
I reckon you best put the coffee on, Ma.
Prophet donned his hat and, setting the Winchester on his shoulder, stood atop the veranda steps to stare at the men clomping toward him.
I'll scrounge us up some eggs from the chicken coop.
The lead rider wore captain's bars on his sun-faded, mud-flecked gray tunic. His long, angular face with pointed chin and broad, heavy mouth was dark and leathery, with several short, knotted white scars. Fresh mud caked his horse's cannons and belly. The mud had splashed up over the captain's dark blue, yellow-striped uniform slacks.
Well, look what the cat dragged in.
Cat?
The captain feigned a puzzled expression, glancing around.
I see no cat. I see plenty of dead men, though, Lou. You know, the old saying is true. The trail of the evil dead leads to hell.
Mere superstition.
Prophet glowered.
Didn't figure you were this far north, Chassin.
I am everywhere, Prophet. Where I am not, I have men watching and listening on my behalf. Back in Tres Leones, I heard that a big gringo with a devilish little cannon purchased food and supplies and had, cooled his heels for a day while his horse rested before heading out on the same trail that the Lazaro gang took when they came storming down from the border.
The captain grinned, showing fang-like yellow-eye teeth.
You enjoyed a couple of the senoritas, I hear.
Louisa lifted an eyebrow.
So worried about me that you had to distract yourself, eh, Lou?
Chassin's eyes burned a little when they found Louisa standing in the broad, open doorway.
Did you kill them all, Lou? You and the gringa?
No, but a goodly portion. How nice you rode in just in time to offer assistance.
I was certain that you and the Vengeance Queen... See, I know you by reputation, Chiquita, and I am delighted to see that you are every bit as lovely as your legend claims. Now, I was certain that you, mi amigo Prophet, could handle yourselves, even against 20 of the vilest desperados to haunt northern Mexico for the past 5 years, somehow managing to stay 1 step ahead of me.
2 steps more like.
Ignoring Luis's comment, Chassin sat back in his saddle and studied the hacienda.
Damned impressive hideout. I figured they were holed up in the mountains farther south. Maybe the Sierra Madre. Oh well. Gone but not forgotten. Now, if you will just hand over the loot they stole from the Nogales Bank, my men and I will be on our way.
How do you know this Sonoran lizard, Lou?
Louisa strolled out onto the veranda and pulled up on Prophet's left, spreading her boots a little more than shoulder width apart.
Now.
Prophet grinned at Chassin, scowling at Louisa.
Me and Jorge go way back. About 5-6 years now. Run into each other from time to time when business calls me down here south of the border.
This lizard, as you so rudely called me, senorita, once had a deal with Senor Prophet. We would split any bounty money he acquires down here in my beloved Mexico 50-50. Half for me, half for him.
Now you know that wasn't the agreement, Jorge.
Ah, but it was the agreement, Lou.
Nah, the agreement was 80-20 in my favor if I run him down and you don't get your hands dirty. That's the toll charge for crossing back over the border with my bounty in the form of the entire person, or just his head, you see. Only the lizard here, as you so aptly called me amigo Captain Chassin of the illustrious Rurales, reneged on the deal. Tried to whipsaw me between 2 contingents of these gray-bellied bastards and forced me to take only 20%. Though his hands were as clean as the day the bastard was born, and I damn near popped all my caps.
Well, that was a long time ago, Lou.
Chassin waved a gauntlet-gloved hand in front of his nose as though brushing away a fly.
I forgot the details.
Quit beating the devil around the stump and admit you're a double-crossing son of a bitch.
Jacin dipped his chin and blinked his cold, gray-brown eyes once.
The last few times you have been down here, Lou, you have failed to look up your partner, Jacin, and turn over to the rurales our 50% cut of your dinero. You see, I have many pairs of eyes and ears. And those eyes and ears are always on the lookout for the big man with the crooked nose who rides an ugly, angry, line-back dun who deserves a bullet in his head as much as his rider does.
Prophet leaned forward at the waist, veins bulging in his brick-red forehead.
Don't you dare insult my horse, you son of a bitch.
Boys.
Louisa descended the veranda steps, holding her hands up, palms out.
I sense there's some bad blood between you, as there often is between even the most honorable businessmen. But I'm sure, since you both are honorable as well as sensible, no one wants a lead swap here, right? I'm quite confident we can come to some sort of agreement.
There's nothing to agree on.
Prophet glared at Jacin while his 5 other men looked edgily on.
The loot's gone, Jorge. I got here too late. Lazaro hauled freight, headed straight south, probably toward the Sierra Madre, just like you said.
Huh? What?
Jacin looked incredulous, and then he grinned wolfishly.
But you always get your man, Lou. And the loot.
Not this time. They lit out before Lou got here.
Jacin glanced at the short, stocky rurale wearing sergeant's chevrons on his sleeves, sitting a dirty cream mare behind and to Jacin's right. He pursed his lips inside his mustache and shook his head. Jacin looked at Prophet, the wolf grin still bright on his face.
You have hornswoggled me one too many times, Lou.
He lifted a finger up close to his face and waggled it.
You will not hornswoggle me again.
You like that word hornswoggle, do you?
Jacin's grin faded.
Sergeant Frieri, pat them both down. If there is money, surely they will have stuffed their pockets with some of it.
The fat, bandy-legged sergeant stepped down from his horse, tossed his reins to a young corporal behind him, and grinned lustily at Louisa.
May I start with the Rubia, El Capitan?
See.
Frieri winked as he strode toward Louisa, grinning and holding his hands up, palms out, inching them toward Louisa's chest. Louisa stared at the short man blandly and didn't move a muscle until he was 2 feet away. Sergeant Frieri jackknifed forward and crossed his little thick hands over his balls. Louisa lowered the boot she'd just impaled the rurale's oysters with and stepped backward, holding her hands over the pearl grips of her matched pistols. To a man, the rurales raised their rifles. Prophet drew his Colt.
Parada! Parada!
Jacin gave Prophet a hard, sidelong look as the rurales lowered their rifles.
Perhaps it is time for us to all calm down and discuss the situation like reasonable men. And, woman.
I don't think so.
Prophet aimed the Colt at Jacin now.
We got nothing to discuss. I've gone into business with you for the last time, Jorge. I don't give a shit how many men you got up here in old Sonora. Me and my partner here got the drop on you. If you don't take this ragtag bunch and ride out the same way you came in pronto, we'll do it the hard way.
Jacin stared back at Prophet for a long time. His leathery cheeks dimpled above his mustache and goatee, and his face turned a darker red as he neck-reined his Arabian cross around. Without saying anything, he put the steel to the Arab's flanks and galloped out of the yard. The other rurales looked from Prophet to Louisa, their faces hard but wary under their sombreros' wide brims. Then they reined around and followed the stiff-backed captain out of the yard.
Dios mío.
Sergeant Frieri cast his fearful gaze at Prophet and the Vengeance Queen, then gained his feet, wincing, and ran over to the steel-dust stallion ground-tied behind him. The sergeant hauled himself awkwardly into the saddle, keeping one hand on his bruised oysters and slouched forward on the steel dust's back. He trotted out of the yard, swinging left to follow the others in the direction from which they'd come.
We got the bulge on for now.
Prophet holstered the Colt.
But it won't last long. They got us outnumbered. And I know Chasine well enough to know he ain't gonna be happy till he's got the loot and we've both taken it in the neck.
Prophet and Louisa gathered up their gear, saddled their horses, and led them into the puddle-dimpled yard, showing light now as the sun climbed, the humidity rising like pale snakes from the warming earth, and mounted up. Louisa let her gaze settle on the shadowy eastern plains stippled with Spanish bayonet and sage.
How far do you think they rode?
Not far. Likely he'll try to get around us, cut us off. So keep your eyes skinned.
He booted mean and ugly west from the barn. Louisa put her pinto up beside him as they angled across the yard to the wagon road that curved along its southern edge.
Southwest, you see?
That's the direction they took when they left here. That doesn't mean it's the direction they stuck to.
If they weren't hauling so much damn gold, I'd let them go.
You've wanted Lazaro for a long time, Lou. As have I.
I know, but we could wait and get him when he heads back north. Chasine will never run him down on his own. Not with that raggedy-heeled band of muchachos he's riding with.
I reckon that's possible. But with that much money, we likely won't see him again for a long, long time. He might even decide to stay down here. In that case, we might never see him and Sugar and the other two again.
Prophet glanced at his partner, whose blonde hair streamed back behind her shoulders as she rode, the sun-bleached strands glistening in the intensifying golden morning sunshine.
This blind pistolera, this Sugar Delphi?
Louisa looked at him.
What's she like?
Louisa blinked and let a moment pass as they continued riding west.
Just like I told you. She can't see. Aside from that, she's just like the others.
Her eyes narrowed slightly.
A cold-blooded killer.
At the same time, but 8 miles southwest, Sugar Delphi jerked back on her cream-dappled black's reins and shook a thick lock of her rust-red hair back from her pale face, set with clear, blue, blind eyes.
Hold up!
The 3 male riders, gang leader Antonio Lazaro, Red Snake Corbin, and Roy Killjoy all brought their loping mounts to grinding halts on the south side of the flooded arroyo that they'd been following since breaking camp at the first blush of dawn. Lazaro was carrying the saddlebags filled with $15,000 of stolen Mexican coins and greenbacks, and he jerked a look behind him now to make sure the bags had not fallen off his horse.
What the hell's the matter, Sugar?
She sat, her blowing, dappled black gelding, swinging her head around as though she could actually see something of this broad desert valley carpeted in rocks and the occasional tuft of yucca and greasewood. Sugar turned to Lazaro, looked right through him with those cobalt blues of hers.
Can't you smell it?
Smell what?
Death.
Lazaro ran a tongue across his silver teeth, fighting impatience. He sniffed the air and continued to scan the low, sandy mounds around him before turning back to her once more.
Sugar, all I can smell is the whiskey I'm going to drink at the Colorado Gulch Station.
He looked at the other 3 men. Red Snake, long and lean and hawk-faced, sat the saddle of his copper-bottomed dun, looking around cautiously. The 2 red snakes tattooed on both his exposed, lightly haired forearms coiled downward past his thin wrists, their heads resting against the backs of his hands, forked tongues slithering hungrily across his bulging knuckles and into his 2 middle fingers.
Could she be a little more specific?
Red Snake never spoke directly to Sugar for some reason. Maybe he was repelled by her blindness, or having been raised in the superstition-stitched hills of West Virginia, he thought her a witch who might put a hex on him.
Death? What does she mean, death?
Sugar stared off the right side of the trail.
Human remains. 1, maybe 1.5 days dead. Chewed on by coyotes early this morning after the rain stopped.
She touched spurs to a black. Horse and rider galloped off the trail and into the desert, the dappled black gelding picking its way for the blind woman on her back. The black and Sugar Delphi always rode as one, the horse's eyes for all intents and purposes becoming the redhead's eyes.
God damn it.
Lazaro scowled after the woman, then gigged his own horse after Sugar. Red Snake shared a skeptical glance with the fourth rider in the group, Roy Killjoy, who at 5 feet 3 inches tall made up in viciousness and cruelty what he lacked in height.
I don't know about you, Roy, but I want to see what she's seeing. Or smelling.
Lots of death out here.
Killjoy looked around at the low, rocky hills.
If we don't keep moving, we're likely gonna smell a little whiffy on the lee side ourselves. Bounty hunters, lawmen, regulators, banditos, Injuns. Hell, a man that don't keep moving sets his own tribe out here.
Yeah, well, just the same, I'm gonna kill a cat.
Red Snake whipped his rein ends against his Dun's left hip and galloped off between the hills.
Death. I told you I smelled it.
Antonio, Lazaro, and Red Snake Corbin rode up beside the woman to stare down at the overturned wagon and the corpse lying slumped in the rocks beyond it. The man lay spread eagle and staked to the ground. There wasn't much left of him after the Mojaves had had their fun with him, to judge his age, much less his facial features. He'd been cut up badly, and then the coyotes or wildcats had eaten him, burrowing into all orifices. Only a few tufts of curly gray hair remained atop his blood-crusted skull. Lazaro looked at Sugar, who stood staring straight out across the desert beyond the dead man.
Mojave?
She nodded. Red Snake turned to Lazaro.
How the hell can she tell if it's Mojave as opposed to Chiricahua or Coyotero? All 3 bands been known to run in these parts.
Lazaro had just started to shrug when Sugar jerked her head toward them as she reined her dappled black around.
I suggest we light a shuck, gentlemen. The Mojaves who did this are still near, and they're hungry for blood.
She ground her spurs into the dappled black's flanks. The horse swept past the dumbly staring Lazaro and Red Snake Corbin and galloped back out toward the trail where Roy Killjoy sat his Appaloosa, gravely glancing around at the starkly forbidding ridges.
Well, what are you waiting for, boys? You heard the lady. Move!
The 3 men were back on the trail, galloping 20 yards behind Sugar, who rode with the sun streaking her blowing copper-red hair. As he rode crouched in his own saddle, Red Snake glanced to the right.
Lazaro!
He tossed his head to indicate the white smoke puffs rising from one of the highest northern ridges. Lazaro turned his head toward the smoke puffs, then jerked his head toward the left. Red Snake followed his gaze past Killjoy to see another series of charcoal-colored puffs rising from a lower ridge half a mile south of the trail they were following. Killjoy turned his big, unshaven, sunburned face toward Red Snake, his blonde mustache blowing in the wind. It was a dark look. Killjoy shook his head.
I really hate red-skinned Snake. I hate them worse than tooth pullers and sky pilots.
Sugar whipped her head around to stare back at the men behind her.
You can discuss that with them shortly.
She lifted her chin. Killjoy, Red Snake, and Lazaro glanced over their shoulders. 6 or 7 dusky-skinned, black-haired riders galloped toward them, angling onto the trail from the north and south, leaning far forward and batting their moccasined heels against the flanks of their lunging Mustang ponies painted for war.
Oh, shit!
Killjoy whipped his rein ends against his Appy's right hip.
Hold on to your top knots and ride like hell, boys!
Yeah!
Lazaro's mount lunged hard until it was long striding beside Sugar's horse and gradually overtaking her. Hearing the Mojaves behind them, they climbed a low rise, and Lazaro felt the slightest loosening of the knot in his belly. The Colorado Gulch relay station opened below him, a sprawl of weather-silvered wooden buildings and holding corrals and a broad horseshoe gouge and the large black rock escarpment rising like a mess of giant dominoes just north of it. To the south and west was nothing but more of the same stark terrain that Lazaro and the others had just crossed. Lazaro glanced behind him, past the galloping horses of Red Snake and Killjoy. The Indians were chewing up the trail and gaining on him.
Sons of bitches! Yeah.
Killjoy had hipped around in his saddle, taking his reins in his teeth, and was just now racking a cartridge into his old model Winchester rifle's breech. The Mojaves kept coming, none of the six so much as flinching.
Save your lead, Roy, you crazy son of a bitch! You ain't gonna hit nothing from the hurricane deck!
The four outlaws were galloping into the stage station yard now.
Oh, yeah?
Killjoy glowered at Lazaro as, reins in his teeth, he racked another shell into his rifle's breech, hipped around, and raised the Winchester to his shoulder. A Mojave flew out of his saddle, tripping up the rear horse, which somersaulted and crushed its rider beneath it. Killjoy lowered the carbine, took the reins from his teeth, and hauled back on them, slowing his appy.
Now that's a boss shot if ever I seen one.
Quit blowing!
Red Snake left off his horse in the middle of the station yard, noting guns crackling around him.
Glad you could join us, amigos!
One man was shooting at the Indians from behind a water barrel on the low-slung station house's front porch, while another gent was triggering a rifle from behind an open barn door on the yard's opposite side. All four outlaws were on the ground now, sliding their rifles from saddle boots and spanking their horses away. Even Sugar grabbed her carbine out of its sheath, racked a shell, dropped to a knee, and began firing at the Mojaves. The Indians were just now slowing and curveting their mounts while triggering lead toward the outlaws and the two men shooting from the barn and the station house porch. Killjoy blew one of the savages off his horse and, ejecting the spent brass from his Winchester's breech, glanced at Sugar. She was triggering her own rifle as fast as she could, keeping her pale right cheek pressed taut against the stock. All of her shots flew wild.
For Christ's sakes, woman, get on inside the station before them redskins perforate your birdie hide.
Two bullets blew up the still damp dust in front of her, and she lowered the rifle, casting those eerie blue eyes at the short, ugly brigand.
A rare piece of good advice from you, Roy. I believe I'll take it.
Staying low and holding her carbine in her right hand, Sugar ran up onto the porch, tripped the cabin's latch, and pushed inside, slamming the stout, halved log Z-frame door behind her.
Who's there?
I'm friendly if you are.
The agent of the Colorado Gulch Relay Station turned his thick, bearded face from the eastern window he was triggering a Colt Army out of.
I'm as friendly as an unweaned pup, miss. To anyone that ain't trying to lift my hair, that is.
I don't believe Mojaves normally take scalps, Mr.
Hannity. Fletcher Hannity. You can call me Fletch. All my friends do, and what you say about the Mojaves ain't always true. Since scalp hunters been riding free and easy around here, they've sort of adapted the habit. Been more than one Mojave around with white men's scalps dangling from his sash.
Hannity pulled his smoking pistol out of the window and dropped it down against the wall.
I'm Sugar.
Sugar, huh?
He plucked fresh cartridges from an open shell box on the floor behind him and slipped them through the Colt's open loading gate.
You must be sweet.
He gave Sugar a leering look, winked, then flipped the loading gate closed. He frowned and looked around the room, then slowly turned his head toward the open window above him.
The shooting stopped.
Hannity heaved himself up off the floor and edged a look out the window.
I'll be damned. They're hightailing it. 2 of them, anyways. I see 3 dead.
6 followed us here.
Yeah, well, there's been a whole lot more than them 6 riding loco around the station. Ranch has been burned, a whole gold town sacked up on the California border. There's a good 20 or so Mojaves jumped the reservation a while back. Joined up with some Broncos, been holing up in the Sierra Madre, and they're all running loco together, killing every white man, woman, and child in sight.
Hannity shook his head.
Those 6 likely peeled off from a larger war party when they seen you.
He looked out the window again, still extending his pistol out in front of him.
I've been alone here since my 2 hostlers and cook were killed 2 weeks ago when they were out cutting wood. Mojaves. Fortunately, them 2 boys outside are U.S. Marshals. They was just stopping for breakfast when we heard you 4 coming hard like the devil's hounds were nipping at your heels.
Sugar turned her head toward Hannity, staring wide-eyed, but with her customary lack of expression.
Did you say U.S. Marshals, Fletch?
U.S. Marshals, that's right. They don't wear their badges because the Mojaves find them right-handed targets. But they're marshals, just the same. Holmes and Butler been around the old Mojave merry-go-round a few times. Nice to have gun-handy men around.
Slowly, staring down at Sugar, Hannity walked toward her, stopped only a few feet away.
Say, you're right pretty.
Mr. Hannity?
Sugar looked up at him obliquely.
You smell bad.
Say now, that ain't nice. I was just being friendly.
I don't appreciate your brand of friendliness, Mr. Hannity.
Say, wait now.
She lifted her carbine and pressed the stock against her shoulder.
You got no cause to...
Smoke wafted in the air around Sugar as she stared blindly up at where Hannity had been standing a moment before. She heard boots thump on the porch.
Sugar, you all right, honey?
Antonio, darling, your two new friends are U.S. Marshals.
Lazaro strode back across the veranda.
Wait, hold on.
Sugar recognized Red Snake's devilish laugh. Prophet wheeled from the waterhole, dropping his canteen and closing his hand around his Colt's worn walnut grips. The Indian brave who had rushed him cupped both hands over his bloody throat and stared wide-eyed up at Prophet and Louisa, moving his jaws as though he were trying to say something.
Jesus.
Prophet looked around at the stone ridges crowding close in nearly a complete circle, all resembling giant cracked teeth in a leering devil's grin. He and Louisa stood crouched by the rock tank, Colts extended. They didn't say anything as they tensely eyed the ridges. It was midday, the sun nearly straight up, and the sun was a brassy ball, making it hard to see.
There!
Louisa wheeled and aimed. The slugs hammered a square boulder on a shelf of rock about 50 yards away. Prophet had glimpsed a brown face drawing back behind the boulder a half second before Louisa's bullets had plowed into it, spraying rock dust. Prophet saw another figure stepping between two formations at the top of the ridge to his right. He holstered his Colt and slid his Winchester from his saddle boot, dropping to a knee and raising the rifle stock to his shoulder, but holding fire. That Indian, a Mojave, judging by the area and the war paint, had taken cover too.
You said it, mean and ugly.
The tension hung like a dark cloud. The sun hammered down on them.
I thought you scouted the tank, Lou.
I did scout the tank, Miss Bonnie Venture. And besides, I ain't heard of any Broncos jumping their res of late.
Well, it's been a while since either of us has seen a newspaper.
Point taken.
Prophet looked around and saw a narrow path meandering up through the rocks on the other side of the tank.
Cover me.
He picked up his canteen, looped the leather lanyard over his saddle horn, and grabbed Mean's reins, leading the dun around behind the rock tank.
Follow me and be damn quick about it.
Don't get bossy, goddammit.
Christ, girl, what a tongue you've grown.
Still wouldn't hold a candle to yours.
Damn near as bad, and it ain't proper, you being a...
Several arrows zipped through the air around him and clattered off the rocks. Prophet wheeled and fired at the shadows moving amongst the rocks around them. Louisa did the same, losing her footing as her pinto jerked warily and stumbled over a rock.
This doesn't look good, Lou.
Nothing looks good in Mojave country, Chiquita.
Prophet rammed his rifle butt against Mean's left hip.
Pow, you cayuse!
The hammer-headed dun didn't need any more convincing. As more arrows clattered around his prancing hooves, and as two Mojaves opened up with rifles, Mean and Ugly galloped on up the path, shaking his head angrily and trailing his reins. Prophet ran past Louisa and the pinto and dropped to a knee.
Head on up the ridge! I'll cover you!
Louisa nodded and ran, leading the pinto on up and over the rise. Behind her, Prophet laid down a barrage of covering fire. The Indians were spread out in the rocks on the far side of the tank, some high atop the surrounding ridges, some low. He wasn't sure how many, but as he fired, he felt the wind of several bullets and arrows curling the air around him, heard the spangs as bullets and wooden missiles hammered the rocks. When his Winchester's hammer pinged on an empty chamber, Prophet rose, wheeled, and ran, crouching low and tracing a slightly zigzagging course up the narrow, meandering passageway up the rock-strewn slope. Louisa had taken cover between two rocks at the top of the ridge.
I am hurrying!
He threw himself atop the ridge and rolled several yards down the other side.
Ow!
Your head?
Just getting old.
As Louisa fired from between the rocks, Prophet gained his hands and knees and crabbed back to the top of the ridge, doffing his hat and pressing his left shoulder up to a boulder on Louisa's left. Still trying to regain his wind, he slipped cartridges from the loops on his shell belt and slid them through his Winchester's loading gate.
God damn it. They keep coming. How many are there anyway?
Prophet slipped the last shell into his rifle, racked one into the chamber, and edged a look around the side of his covering boulder. 3 Mojaves were running up the slope toward them, dodging and weaving between boulders. They all appeared to be wearing war paint, 3 vermilion and blue stripes across their noses, with 3 shorter slanted stripes on their foreheads. One wore a white lightning bolt across his forehead, above the painted stripes and just below a green flannel headband. His eyes were spruce green, and they glinted brightly in that cherry-dark face. A half-breed. He dove behind a small boulder as Prophet's and Louisa's lead blew up rocks and gravel behind his fleet heels. Several bullets and arrows winged in from behind the Mojave with the lightning blaze, barking into the rocks around Prophet and Louisa, driving them back behind their respective boulders. A shadow moved on the ground to his left. Prophet whipped around to face the lightning-faced Mojave. Prophet raised his rifle. A knife slash of a kick ripped the rifle out of the bounty hunter's hands.
Blue!
Holy shit!
The Mojave's green eyes flashed. He lunged again toward the bounty hunter, jerking a feathered war hatchet up and then swinging it with all his might toward Prophet's head. Prophet ducked under the blow, pistoning off his heels, and ramming his head and left shoulder into the Mojave's naked, sweat-slick belly. The Mojave wrapped his hatchet arm around Prophet's neck, holding his head against his belly, while hammering the bounty hunter's face with his other fist. Meanwhile, Prophet kept his feet moving, driving the big man straight backward and up off his feet.
Get out of the way, Lou!
Prophet saw from the periphery of his vision Louisa trying to draw a bead on the big Mojave. Prophet had started to roll away when he saw another Mojave rising up out of the rocks and bearing down on Louisa, an arrow knocked to his bow.
Behind you!
Louisa wheeled, her hair flying as she triggered her carbine into the man's belly from 2 feet away. Prophet had this sickening feeling, one that he'd grown far too accustomed to during the war, that they were about to be overtaken. But for the moment, he had his hands full with the big Mojave with a white lightning bolt painted across his forehead. No, not painted, he saw now as he rose onto his knees. Not painted. That lightning bolt was one massive, white, hideously knotted scar carved by the point of a none too sharp knife. Prophet's fist smacked the side of the Mojave's jaw. He felt the impact deep into his shoulder. It was as though he'd punched a wet sandstone wall. The Indian shook his head as though to clear the cobwebs from his brain. Then he narrowed those green eyes and grit his teeth. The Indian arched his back and bucked Prophet off him. Prophet tried to rise, but felt as though a wagon were on his chest. He looked down over the toes of his boots and saw the big Indian gaining his own feet heavily, just as Louisa, her rifle's hammer clicking on an empty chamber, was overtaken by 2 other howling Mojaves. Louisa tried to swing her rifle like a club, but one of the Mojaves grabbed it out of her hands, while the other wrapped his arms around her waist and swung her around. Prophet reached for his Colt, but grabbed only leather. The pistol had fallen out of the holster when he'd been airborne.
Oh, hell.
The big Indian with a lightning bolt carved across his forehead staggered toward the Prophet. He had a skull-sized rock in his hands and brought it over his head. A Mojave standing over Louisa staggered forward suddenly, grabbing the small of his back with both hands. The other one swung around, eyes blazing furiously. A dark, round hole appeared in his forehead. The other Mojaves that had been clambering up over the ridge were wheeling and heading off to the north, down the shoulder of the slope. A couple swung around to fling arrows or fired carbines or old model Colt pistols, but otherwise they were running off, eerily silent now, like cowed coyotes. Prophet looked around. The big Indian was nowhere in sight. He rose to a sitting position and grabbed his Colt. Brushing the gun off quickly, he clicked the hammer back, then heaved himself to his feet. Louisa kicked a dead Mojave off her. Prophet looked toward the crest of the slope and saw 5 rurales walking slowly down the ridge on his left. Chassin was surrounded by a stocky Sergeant Frieri and 3 other rurales, all holding their Winchester or Spencer carbines across their chests as they walked down through the rocks, swinging their heads around warily. Prophet stared skeptically at the rurale captain.
Never thought I'd be happy to see Chassin.
Say again, Lou.
Chassin stopped about 20 yards away and held a hand to his ear.
I couldn't quite hear you.
What's your play, you sneaky bastard?
Play? What do you mean, play? Did my men and I not just save your hides? Your ugly old hide? And the Chiquita's magnifico young and voluptuous one?
Louisa stepped up beside Prophet, feeding fresh cartridges into her Winchester's breech.
He asked you what your play is, you arrogant son of a bitch.
Prophet glanced at her, arching one brow, still surprised to hear such barn talk being spewed from the once prudish girl's bee-stung lips.
I think I am in love with her, Lou.
You and every other man she's ever hauled down on.
But to answer your question, señorita...
The rurale captain strolled toward Prophet while his men remained where they'd been, looking around for more Mojaves.
I know that you know where Lazaro is heading. That much is obvious. You know the expression, you can't fool an old coyote? I am that old coyote.
Chassin shrugged exaggeratedly and curled one end of his upswept mustache between the thumb and index finger of his gloved left hand.
Why not join forces, huh? 7 guns riding after such devils as Antonio Lazaro and Sugar Delfire. So much better than 2. Especially when Relampago and his zealous Bronco Mojaves are running off their leash.
Prophet and Louisa followed the captain's glance toward the north, where, in the far distance, beyond a low ridge, a column of smoke rose, gently unspooling in the sunny sky.
There is a herd of them, Lou, running in about 5 different packs.
Louisa glanced at Prophet.
Relampago?
Prophet kept his eyes on Chassin.
El Lightning.
I know as much Spanish as you do, Lou. I'm just wondering who in the hell the hombre is.
A very bad Injun down here, Chiquita. I chased him for nearly 10 years. He alone accounted for the killing of nearly 30 rurales. No telling how many peons he tortured and killed in his ill-founded quest to secure northwestern Sonora for his own. For over 10 years, he has made everything north of the Mar de Cortes to San Diego a very dangerous place for all white men.
He's a big, tough son of a rabid jackal.
Prophet squeezed his throbbing jaw.
Damn near as big and tough as me.
See. And he will be back. So perhaps it is best if we all get moving, eh?
Chassin smiled lopsidedly and arched a cunning brow, switching his gaze between the 2 bounty hunters. Prophet and Louisa looked at each other. A lot was agreed upon with that fleeting look. The most important being that it appeared they were stuck with Chassin whether they liked it or not. Prophet turned around, set his rifle on his shoulder, and began walking off in the direction he'd sent his horse.
Hear me? Come on, boy. Don't let El Lightning get you. All right, where are we headed?
Prophet and Louisa rode down a twisting trail down the shoulder of a low ridge, the sun angling down in front of them and throwing rock and cactus shadows back toward them.
How do I know?
Prophet glanced back at the rurales riding behind him and Louisa.
Justine sure sounded convincing.
I don't know anything about where Lazaro and Sugar are headed. If I did, I probably would have had my throat cut instead of slipping by with a mere drugging.
Prophet glanced around. He saw no smoke in the north, but in the south a pale column rose between two distant ridges. He stared straight ahead across as vast an expanse of eroded, washed-out, and sun-blasted badlands as he'd seen since he'd last been down this way.
Well, it's pretty obvious to me.
He fingered his aching jaw once more. El Lightning had one hell of a right haymaker.
They gotta be headed for the Dead Mountains.
That them yonder?
Straight out across that flat stretch of badlands.
Prophet narrowed his gaze against the bright sun.
Those are the Dead Plains straight ahead. About 40 miles of the hottest, driest country south of Death Valley. No water whatsoever.
None?
Not unless you know where to look. There are wells here and there. There's an old American mining settlement called San Gazo they might be headed for, if the well isn't dry. If the well is dry, they'll be in a hard spot. And so will we, for that matter.
He slapped his thigh and glanced behind him.
That 15,000 in Mexican dinero they're hauling looks a mite light to me now.
It's not the money I'm after.
Yeah, me too.
Prophet's voice was dubious. His main mission in life was to have enough money to enjoy his remaining post-war years in the form of tanglefoot and parlor girls. But somehow he nearly always found himself hip-deep in Luisa's vendetta to rid the world of evil, an impossible task. But there it was, and here he was, heading across one of the most forbidding badlands in North America toward the nearly equally formidable Montañas Muertas, the Dead Mountains. Shadowing killers, trailed by rurales, and surrounded by blood-hungry Mojaves.
Damn. Things can't get much worse, can they?
The sun was high, blasting its heat onto Lazaro's group with a molten hammer and a molten chisel. Lazaro knew there was a well at the eastern edge of the Dead Mountains, in an old Mexican village that had been taken over by miners working for an American gold company. But he didn't want to ride that far west. He wanted to plow straight south toward the sea, to Puerto Penasco, to a free life in Central America. Sugar Delphi turned around in her saddle and stared sightlessly behind her. Her mount slowed to a stop. The other three outlaws noticed her and halted. Red Snake Corbin shared an oblique glance with Roy Killjoy. Tony Lazaro leaned forward, crossing his wrists on his saddle horn.
What is it, Sugar?
Sugar Delphi sometimes seemed his woman, and sometimes no one's woman at all.
We're burning daylight. You know how Tony don't like burning daylight.
Someone's trailing us, Tony.
Sugar stared toward the east as though she could see what she was talking about.
Mojaves?
She shook her head.
White men.
Lazaro turned to gaze back down the wash, though he couldn't see much farther than the next bend about 50 feet away. He turned to the redhead, canting his head to one side and narrowing one eye beneath his low-crowned gray sombrero.
Sugar, dear, you did kill the blonde like we agreed you would, didn't you?
Sugar shook her head.
I wasn't sure about her.
She shook her head again, frowning a little as she continued to stare east.
I guess I wanted to be sure.
You wanted to be sure about what?
The woman's pale blue eyes seemed to glow.
I guess we'll maybe find that out.
Sugar Delphi's sixth and seventh senses had saved his hide more than once, in ways he could never understand. But Antonio Lazaro had his pride.
I don't know, boss.
Roy Killjoy loosened his neckerchief that was mottled white with the salt of his sweat.
Might be a good idea to ride at night. Cooler, you know?
I like to see where I'm going.
Yeah, but this way it's awful hot.
Red Snake looked around at the white-hot desert mounded with rocks and stippled with occasional cacti.
And the Mojaves can keep better track of us. Hell, I think I can feel their eyes on us right now.
Lazaro glanced at Sugar.
You three been cahooting against me?
Sugar said nothing, just stared straight behind them. Lazaro turned to Killjoy and Red Snake.
I said, you three been... Oh!
He flew out of the saddle.
Hellfire!
Killjoy sawed back on his horse's reins and stared toward a low, long mound of sand and rocks to the east.
Engines!
Tony?
Sugar swung down from her saddle.
Tony, are you all right?
God damn it!
Lazaro clutched his side.
God damn it! Shoot those goddamn savages!
Red Snake swung down from his saddle and raised his Winchester and pumped 3 shots into the low mound of sand and rocks.
Redskin sons of...
Killjoy fired once from his saddle, then dismounted and dropped to a knee about 10 yards to Red Snake's right. He raised the rifle to his shoulder as Red Snake snapped off his 4th shot, levered another round into his Henry's breech, then held fire, staring down the barrel toward the mound.
Where are they?
Tony!
Sugar was down on both knees beside the gang leader, who lay propped on an elbow.
Kill them!
I don't see nothing.
Kill them! Kill every last one of them dry gulching catamounts!
Killjoy started running forward, swinging his rifle back and forth in front of him. Red Snake followed him up the low hill, both men stopping suddenly when they saw 3 Mojaves dashing down the other side of the rise toward 3 horses being held by a 4th warrior.
God damn it!
Killjoy triggered a shot, but all 3 running Mojaves were out of accurate rifle range.
You know, Roy...
Red Snake squeezed his rifle in his hands so that the snakes tattooed on his thin arms seemed to be trying to wrap themselves around the brass-framed Henry.
I don't mind tangling with these engines up on the plains, but down here in the desert, where it's just so damn hot, it just ties my innards in big, tight knots. You don't think I'm yellow for saying so, do you?
Killjoy stared after the Indians, all 4 of whom were now mounted and galloping off through the rocks and scrub, heading east. The squat, ugly outlaw spat to one side, wiped chaw from his long blonde mustache, and narrowed an eye at Red Snake.
Yeah, that does make me think you're yaller.
He started walking in his bull-legged way back toward Lazaro, Sugar, and the horses.
Pull yourself together, goddammit, Red Snake.
Red Snake followed him back down the rise.
Well, I'll be goddamned. Don't tell me you like fighting Mojaves any more than I do, Roy.
Sugar was holding her balled-up green neckerchief against the bloody hole in Lazaro's side.
You're gonna have to hold that there, Tony. Well, can you hold it?
Lazaro was sweating like a butcher in a Tucson grocery shop. With his shaky left hand, he held the neckerchief against the bloody wound.
10 years I've been running loco both north and south of the border. And this is the first time I've been shot this bad. The others was only flesh wounds.
Oh, does it hurt bad?
Yeah, it hurts bad, Sugar. Christ's sakes.
Well, don't die, Tony. Oh, if it weren't for you, I'd still be in that monastery taking whippings from those vile nuns. Oh, please don't die on me, Tony.
Shut up. Get me back on my horse. Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving south.
Oh, I don't know that you can ride, Tony.
Sugar wrapped his left arm around her shoulders and helped the man to his feet. Killjoy and Red Snake had stopped 10 feet from them.
I don't believe we'll be heading south, boss.
God damn it! We're headed for the sea!
Take a look.
Killjoy jerked his chin to indicate south, where a column of smoke rose about 200 yards away. Another interrupted column of smoke, obviously signal smoke, lifted in the east, the direction from which their bushwhackers had galloped.
All right. I reckon you two and the Indians win. We'll head west. Let's go, God damn it.
He'd barely finished that last before his eyes closed and his knees buckled. He was out before he hit the ground. A voice rose on the warm, still night. Prophet, scouting ahead of Louisa and the 5 rurales, drew back on Mean's reins. He looked around at the dark desert relieved by a vivid wash of lilac blue behind the black, jagged ridges looming in the northwest. He could see little but the silhouettes of rocks and shrubs stretching around him in all directions. The air was still hot, but not as hot as before the sun had gone down a little over an hour before, where that lilac wash lingered now. That's when Prophet and Louisa and the rurales had broken their day camp in a shaded arroyo, where they'd waited out the heat and headed straight out across the desert toward the Montañas Muertas. They'd lost Lazaro's trail on a rocky stretch of rugged terrain, but Prophet had little doubt that's where the gang was heading. There was really nowhere else for them to head, as Mojave's appeared to have the other 3 directions buttoned down tight as a drumhead. No telling how many Indians were out here, but their sign said plenty.
Joaquin!
There it was again, the faint, keening sound that resembled a human voice, possibly a bobcat's whine, but Prophet didn't think so.
Let's check it out.
Prophet wrapped his right hand around his Winchester's stock and slid the rifle from his saddle boot, then swung down from the saddle. He patted Mean's right wither, then slowly pumped a cartridge into the Winchester's breech. Holding the rifle up high, he walked slowly north from the horse that craned his neck to stare after him, but knew instinctively to keep quiet. He dropped suddenly to one knee. He'd spied a murky wash of movement ahead and to his left. A flicker of a shadow moving amongst shadows. There was someone out there in the darkness. By the sound, they were moving in his general direction. He straightened and strode quickly but quietly ahead and right, intending to make a swing around whomever was out here. Stopping again in the shadow of a spindly saguaro, he stared northwest, pricking his ears. He aimed the Winchester straight out from his right hip.
Who's there?
Knowing that a gunman would likely target his voice, he stepped to his right and dropped to a knee. The slender shadow ahead of him stopped suddenly, jerking a little back and forth.
Joaquin!
Nope.
Prophet winced, awaiting a gun flash and the whistle of a bullet hurtling toward him, tightening his right index finger on the Winchester's trigger.
Por favor! My name is Gabriel Bocangel, and I am walking around out here, a desperate hombre, looking for my son.
Prophet studied the shadow, waiting for any quick movement that would mark the man a killer. None came.
Where's your son?
I am looking for him, senor. Joaquin, I fear he is dead, killed by Mojaves.
You don't sound too good yourself.
I have been better, senor.
Come on ahead.
Prophet watched the slender shadow grow larger until it became a man of about 5'4", maybe 120 pounds, stumbling toward him. He was hatless and his black hair glistened in the moonlight. He wore a cartridge belt but no gun, at least none that Prophet could see. He held his right arm. He came to within 10 feet of Prophet, looked up at the big bounty hunter through pain-racked eyes, and dropped to his knees. Prophet lowered the Winchester's barrel and walked over to the man who knelt with his head down, thick black hair hanging down over his forehead. Blood glistened as it oozed through the hand the Mexican had clamped over his upper right arm.
Mojaves?
Si.
Prophet knelt beside the man.
What were you doing out here, you and your son?
Is that important, senor?
Senor Bocangel looked up at Prophet, a raven's wing of black hair lightly streaked with silver hanging over his right brow.
If not, I would prefer not to say.
Prophet met the man's wry gaze.
All right, then.
He poked his hat brim off his forehead and lowered his head to get a better look at the man's arm.
What do we got here?
About half a flint arrow point was protruding out of the front of the man's arm, angling toward the inside, dark with fresh blood.
I tried to pull it out, senor, but I stopped when I started to faint. I thought perhaps if I fainted, I would bleed to death, or be found by the Mojaves.
That's gotta come out. Can you stand?
Perhaps.
Come on. Let's get you back to my horse.
Prophet led the man over to where Mean and Ugly stood regarding the newcomer with shiny-eyed wariness. He eased Bokongel down on a rock on Mean's far side.
Ay, Cristo!
Prophet went over to the horse and poked his hand into his saddlebag pouch, looking around warily and listening carefully for the tread of nearby Mojaves.
How far away did this happen?
A mile, maybe 2. I can't remember how far I walked.
Prophet tramped back over to Senor Bokongel with a whiskey bottle and a handful of torn-up rags he used for bandages.
How'd you lose track of your boy?
Joaquin walked away from our camp to gather firewood. While he was gone, 3 Mojaves shot arrows into the camp. I took one here. They rode off, howling like the demon dogs they are, in the direction Joaquin had gone. I came out looking for him. I heard one shot. Once I was about to return to our camp, but I realized I was lost.
The old man wagged his head sadly.
Everything looks the same out here, senor.
Does it that?
Prophet glanced at the man's cross-draw holster riding empty on his left hip.
Where's your gun?
I must have lost it when I fell down a hill. I did not notice until just after dark. I chose a direction and decided to walk in a straight line. And then I heard you.
Prophet offered the bottle.
There, have a swig off that. Have a big pull. You're gonna need it here in a minute.
Por favor.
Senor Bokongel lifted the bottle to his lips and tipped his head back.
Whiskey. It's good.
Want something to chomp down on?
No.
Prophet wrapped his thumb and index finger around the bloody shaft.
All right. I'll try to make this quick, but don't hold me to it.
Por favor, senor.
There we go. Came out clean.
Prophet held the 10-inch bloody shaft up in front of him.
Must have just glanced off the bone.
Bokongel was panting wildly, like a dog that had run 5 miles in the hot sun.
The name's Prophet.
The bounty hunter used both hands to rip the Mexican sleeve away from his arm, exposing both the exit and entrance wounds.
Lou Prophet. You might have heard of me.
I don't think so, senor.
Bokongel threw his head back as Prophet doused both wounds with the whiskey.
That hurt me damn near as much as it hurt you, Senor Bokongel.
Prophet lowered the bottle and took up one of the bandages.
That right there's just about the last of my bust head.
Cristo, I do not wish to be rude, Senor Prophet, but I believe I'm going to pass out.
Senor Bokongel sagged to one side. Prophet grabbed him and eased him to the ground. As Prophet wrapped the bandage around the man's wounded arm, he looked to the growing sound of hoof thuds in the east. Probably Luisa and Chacin and the other rurales, but he wasn't taking any chances. He grabbed his rifle and walked a ways from the unconscious stranger and stood waiting, holding the rifle up high across his chest. When the riders were near enough for him to see their outlines, he raised a hand.
Louisa!
Here.
Prophet lowered the rifle.
We're gonna have to slow the pace a little.
For who?
Chacin rode beside Luisa, the other 4 rurales following in a ragged line.
My new friend will be riding with us.
Chacin gigged his Arab up to where Senor Bokongel sat against the rock. Luisa gigged her pinto up more slowly, glancing from Prophet to the unconscious Mexican. The 4 other rurales followed suit, looking down curiously.
What happened to him, Lou?
Took a Mojave arrow through the arm.
Well, best to leave him under a tree. He'll slow us down too much.
Can't leave a man out here alone on foot, Chacin.
Prophet leaned down and picked up the little Mexican in his arms.
We'll take him to that village in the mountains yonder. I was through there once, a long time ago.
Prophet set the wounded Senor Bokongel on Mean and Ugly's back, atop his bedroll behind his saddle. Luisa sidled her horse up to the line-backed dun, and she reached over to hold the man on the horse while Prophet climbed into the saddle.
It's likely where Lazaro's bunch is headed. Only water around.
Prophet touched spurs to Mean's flanks, putting the horse ahead at a slow walk.
Sangezo?
That's it.
Chassin put his horse up beside Prophet.
I haven't been out there in years. The town is dried up, I am told. The mine there was owned by Americans, and they pulled out.
The sweet hereafter mine.
See, that's it. But if the mine dried up, I am sure everyone left. Everyone but scorpions and mojaves, probably.
Sangezo is cursed.
Sergeant Frieri rode behind Chassin.
The mountains, too, are cursed. That's why no one goes there. Not even the Mojaves. Of course, the Americans didn't mind. Americans will go anywhere that is cursed. They have no respect for such things.
The sergeant waved his hand toward the distant, dark horizon capped with stars.
All are cursed. We should not be going there, El Capitan.
We're going for the money, Sargento.
Chassin rolled an unlit cigar around between his lips.
When we have the money, we'll head the hell out.
He glanced at Senor Bocangel riding with his head against Prophet's back.
Did that bag of bones say what he is doing out here?
No.
Prophet didn't know why he lied to the Rurale captain.
He was too weak to say much of anything, except that he and his son were attacked by Mojaves just before sundown.
You are wasting your time with him, Lou. Probably just some old prospector. If he lives out here in this cursed devil's land ruled by Relampago's wild Mojaves, he is better off dead.
Damn. I never thought I'd be so happy to see another Mexican mountain range, but I sure as shit am.
Roy Killjoy rode at the head of the outlaw pack, the Montañas Muertas rising ahead of them. From this distance of a half a mile, the mountains appeared just another stark series of sawtooth peaks. The range shone bright in the mid-morning sunlight. High in the washed-out sky, a large raptor hunted at the very edge of the range, and above where a canyon gouged a steep slope, offering passage into the range for the 4 outlaws who were heading straight for the gate-like opening and the trail to San Gazo.
Just hope the well ain't dry. I'm dry as a damn gourd.
Red Snake Corbin was riding about 15 feet behind Killjoy and in front of Sugar Delphi, who was leading Antonio Lazaro's Wolf Dun stallion. The outlaw leader looked miserable as he rode low in his saddle, favoring his wounded right side. He had one hand wrapped around a tequila bottle. The other pressed the bandana against his side.
You sure there's a well, Tony? I'd sure hate to ride that far and there not be any water.
There's water. That's about all it's got.
How long since you been here, boss?
4, maybe 5 years. Holed up there when the American cavalry was after me and Heck Wallace. When me and his gang robbed that freight outfit east of San Diego.
Lazaro shook his head and winced against the pain rippling through him.
Some say mountains, the town, cursed. I ain't the superstitious type, but I believe it about San Gazo. Hard to get to, hard to get out of. It's a trap.
He took a long pull from the bottle, most of the tequila dribbling down over his chin.
We won't be there long, Tony. Just long enough to...
Sugar lifted her chin, her unseeing eyes wide as she appeared to stare off toward the north. But then she swung her head toward the south. It was then that Lazaro heard the hoofbeats and followed Sugar's blind gaze toward horseback riders pounding toward them from 100 yards away and closing fast.
Oh, shit!
Engines.
No! Sugar!
Sugar pulled Lazaro's horse into a gallop behind her dappled black.
I can't ride that hard!
Sugar checked her mount back down.
Ford up?
Yeah.
Lazaro crawled gingerly down off his horse and slid his carbine from the boot.
Boss?
Killjoy pointed, sunburned cheeks above his blonde mustache brick red with exasperation.
We best head for that canyon, boss.
We're gonna ford up and hold them off with our long guns.
Lazaro stepped away from his horse, levering around into his rifle breech. He took one more step before dropping to a knee. Sugar was there beside him, wrapping an arm around him.
We gotta get you to cover, Tony. Show me where there's cover.
Rifles popped in the south. The hoof thuds of the galloping riders grew louder and louder.
God damn it!
Both Killjoy and Red Snake returned fire, both men cursing their frustration. Obviously, they wanted to head for the canyon, but Lazaro was holding them back because he himself couldn't make it without his wound opening up and bleeding him dry. Lazaro heaved himself to his feet with Sugar's assistance, then grabbed his horse's reins.
Come on!
Sugar, her hand hooked behind the back of Lazaro's cartridge belt, followed the gang leader ahead and toward a shallow gash in the desert floor. The wash was surrounded by spindly brown shrubs and rocks, offering the only cover short of the canyon gap.
God damn it! Ah!
Still cursing and snapping off occasional shots toward the Indians, Red Snake and Killjoy leapt down off their pitching horses' backs and ran crouching toward the same gash. Lazaro stepped gingerly into the cut, Sugar following close behind, her rifle in her hand. Red Snake and Killjoy were the first to belly up to the side of the wash and return fire at the Mojaves. Lazaro knelt down below the wash's shallow southern bank and raised his carbine. The Indians slid down off their still-moving ponies and hit the ground running before fording up behind rocks and low mounds of sand or in slight depressions. Lazaro turned to Sugar, who was returning fire with her own rifle, targeting sounds. The outlaw leader looked back at his horse, tied behind a sheltering mound of rock, and squeezed the back of Sugar's neck.
Saddlebags. Fetch them.
Sugar looked at Lazaro, frowning.
You heard me.
While Sugar made her way back to the horse, Lazaro turned and began pumping slugs toward the howling Indians.
Tony?
Lazaro turned toward the blind woman standing near his horse with the saddlebags bulging with the stolen loot slung over her right shoulder.
There!
Sugar threw an arm out toward the southeast. Lazaro shunted his gaze in that direction and saw two separate dust clouds, one angling toward Lazaro from the southeast, the other moving like a vast swarm of bees from straight east. He gritted his silver teeth and pumped another round into his Winchester's breech.
Like I said, the place is cursed all right. So is anyone who comes near it.
A half hour before, Prophet turned to Senor Bocangel, who was now riding with Louisa, the man's hands wrapped around her waist. He had Prophet's bottle in one hand, and he'd been taking conservative sips from it since he'd regained consciousness just before dawn, when they'd all stopped to rest their horses. The mountains they were heading for grew large before them, but Prophet figured they were still nearly an hour away. He knew they were headed in the right direction, however, as he'd picked up Lazaro's gang's sign at the first blush of dawn. He was glad, because this was a hell of a place to find oneself on a wild goose chase. No one journeyed to the Montañas Muertas without a damn good reason.
Senor Bocangel.
Bocangel turned his drunk, bleary eyes on Prophet.
You're welcome back aboard my horse any old time.
If it is just the same to you, Senor Lou, I will remain for a bit longer with the senorita.
The old man grinned lustily. Louisa kept her implacable face pointed straight ahead.
Have it your way, senor.
Lou, take a look.
Captain Chassin rode off to Prophet's left, pointing off into the desert. Prophet kept his horse moving as he followed the rurale's finger out toward a large organ-pipe cactus standing alone amidst the tan and cream desert that reflected the sun's relentless heat. The lower trunk of the cactus had an odd shape. Prophet glanced at Louisa, then reined mean and ugly off to the left.
Best tell your men to stay here, Chassin. No point in all of us riding into a trap.
Who the hell do you think is running this show, Lou?
Chassin glared at the bounty hunter, then turned over his shoulder at the four lower-ranking rurales.
Detenerse! En caso de que sea una trampa.
Prophet and Chasine rode toward the cactus. Louisa followed at a distance, holding her rifle across her saddlebow and looking around warily. Prophet stopped Mean in front of the cactus and stared grimly down at the naked man who'd been tied with his back to the cactus's stout trunk. He had long black hair and a beard. Prophet couldn't see his face because he stood with his chin tipped toward his chest. His hands were tied behind the cactus. What was keeping him upright were the cactus's stiletto-like thorns.
Ugh.
His body looked like freshly ground burger.
Damn savages.
Chasine palmed his pistol and looked around.
Joaquin?
Prophet glanced back to see Senor Bocangel limping toward him and Chasine, his roomy, dark eyes riveted on the man tied to the cactus.
That's far enough, Bocangel.
Prophet swung down from the Dun's back and stepped in front of the short old Mexican. Chances were good that the dead man was Bocangel's son.
He's beat up pretty bad.
Bocangel looked up tearfully at Prophet.
Joaquin?
Probably.
No time, Lou.
Prophet followed Luisa's gaze eastward toward the separate dust clouds hanging above swarthy-skinned riders crouched low over their Mustangs' lunging heads. Prophet could feel the vibration through his boot soles. Prophet grabbed the old man's arm and led him brusquely toward his horse.
We gotta move, senor.
No, I...
No doubt about it.
Prophet swung up into his saddle, then extended his hand toward the Mexican.
A las montañas!
All 5 rurales tore off across the desert, heading toward the mountains rolling up like giant mounds of bread dough in the west.
I can't leave Joaquin.
Senor Bocangel stared in horror at his son's stripped, bloody body.
We'll come back for him later. Now grab my hand or I'm gonna leave you here.
Luisa triggered a couple of shots toward the oncoming riders as Bocangel reluctantly gave Prophet his hand and allowed himself to be swung up behind the cantle. Prophet and Luisa gave their mounts the spurs and they lunged off toward the rising dust of the rurales, slugs whipping up rocks and sand a few feet behind them. At the same time that Prophet began to hear guns popping angrily straight ahead, he saw that Chasine and the other 4 rurales had checked their mounts down and were milling and looking confused, shuttling anxious glances between the Indians galloping toward them from the east and the shooting in the west. Prophet checked Mean down and stared toward a ravine from which smoke puffed toward the Indians hunkered down in the rocks about 50 yards to the south. The ravine angled in from the north before swinging west. The men in the ravine appeared to occupy the far west end of it, not far from where the mountains rose up from the desert. Prophet glanced behind him, hearing several slugs screaming over and around him, while others blasted dirt and rocks near Mean's prancing hooves. He had no idea who the men under attack in the ravine were, but the ravine was the only near cover.
Come on!
Spurring Mean again, he galloped straight through the confused rurales.
We ain't gonna stay alive long out here.
Luisa and the others galloped behind him. Prophet saw a gap in the rocks and steered Mean toward it. A slug fired from behind tore a mesquite branch ahead of him. Mean and Ugly put his head down, plunged like a maverick Texas steer through the brush, and hit the floor of the arroyo with a bone-jarring crash.
Ay, mierda!
Senor Bocangel flopped helpless against Prophet's back. As the others came through the brush and rocks behind him, Prophet stared down the wash that appeared to narrow farther west and become obscured by jumbled boulders. He could hear rifle shots just beyond. Prophet swung his right boot over the saddle horn, then reached up to help Bocangel down with one hand, the other hand wrapped around his Winchester's neck. Hearing the yowls and hoof thuds of the Mojaves growing louder in the east, Prophet ran past Luisa and between 2 rurale mounts and shouldered up to the wash's eastern bank. He racked a fresh shell into his Winchester's breech and looked east between 2 rocks lining the bank. 7 or 8 Mojaves had dismounted and were charging toward him hell for leather, hair flying in the wind. One straight out before him loosed an arrow toward him in a perfect arc. Prophet drew a bead on the Indian's chest. Prophet ejected the spent shell and fired again at another Indian diving for cover. Before he could get another cartridge rack, the Indian rose up behind his covering rock and sent an arrow flying toward Prophet.
Go in! Mierda!
Prophet didn't take the time to see how badly the young rurale to his right was wounded. He tried to draw a bead, but the Indian had disappeared among the rocks. To Prophet's left, Louisa pressed her cheek against her Winchester stock and hammered out 3 quick shots.
They're moving up on us fast.
Prophet saw 3 Indians scrambling around the rocks and saguaros about 50 yards beyond, angling toward him from the west.
Shit, they're trying to flank us.
The bounty hunter racked another round and ran down the wash toward the west. He rounded a slight bottleneck bend and stopped suddenly. A long-haired man in a long brown duster and gray sombrero was down on one knee, firing over the bank's southern lip. He had his lips stretched back from silver teeth, and he was hunched as though in great pain. The man's identity had no sooner registered on Prophet than Antonio Lazaro jerked his rangy face toward him.
What the?
The outlaw's eyes flashed in recognition. He started to swing his rifle around, but stopped when an arrow cut through the air between him and Prophet. A stocky man behind Lazaro suddenly lurched back from the bank, stumbling and dropping his rifle to grab his lower face with both hands.
God damn!
Roy!
It wasn't hard to recognize the lanky gent with the tattooed forearms as Red Snake Corbin. Most of Lazaro's men, including Lazaro himself, graced wanted circulars from San Diego to New Orleans.
Roy, you all right?
No, I'm not all right. I got shot through the fucking face with an arrow is all.
Prophet squeezed his Winchester in his hands, aiming the barrel at Lazaro's belly. Lazaro stared back at him, brown eyes wide and anxious.
Finish it here?
Lazaro curled one side of his upper lip, showing several silver teeth, and canted his head toward the south.
You're saying we should fight together before we start killing each other?
I reckon that's what I'm saying.
How do I know you won't shoot me in the back?
You don't. But I don't think we have time to gas over it. Do you, Tony?
Lazaro raised his Winchester and fired toward the south. Prophet ran to the bank to Lazaro's left and started flinging his own lead. He glanced down at Roy Killjoy, who smiled at him despite the hole that had been drilled through both his cheeks and half of a bloody tooth clinging to his goat-bearded chin. Then the squat, blonde-mustached, impossibly ugly brigand rose and began firing at the Indians closing on the arroyo's southern side. Despite the holes in his face and the Mojave dentistry, he seemed to be having the time of his life.
Hi, Roy.
Prophet drilled a Mojave through the red sash around the Mojave's lean waist, crumpling the man.
Hi, Lou. How you doing?
Fair to middling.
Killjoy spat a wad of blood to one side and triggered a shot.
That's kind of how it goes in Mojave country.
Prophet felt chicken flesh spreading across his back as he tried to concentrate on his red-skinned enemies while trying to relegate the fact that he was sharing the arroyo with a passel of equally deadly white men to the back of his mind. He didn't seem to be making much of a dent in the population of Mojave attackers. They seemed to slither right up out of the ground as though from an endless source, hurling bullets at the arroyo. He heard a skirmish behind him and wheeled to see Chassin down on one knee. Lazaro had an arm twisted around the Rurale captain's neck, jerking the captain's chin up while holding a bowie knife to the man's sunburned throat.
Lou, you want to explain to this Mexican our agreement?
Chassin rolled his anxious gaze toward Prophet.
We decided to buddy up, Captain.
Prophet ducked as an arrow careened over him and embedded itself in the side of the opposite bank.
At least till we can get shed of these Mojaves.
Chassin lowered his desperate eyes to the glistening steel blade caressing his neck.
See? We got an understanding then, Cap?
Lazaro jerked Chassin's neck up harder, causing the Rurale's face to flush the red of a Sonora sunset.
I told you I understand, you filthy pig.
Lazaro released the man. Then he clutched his side and dropped to one knee.
Lou, I'll make a deal with you. You cover me and my men while we make a break for that canyon. My men and I will cover you and yours.
Took the thought right out of my head.
Prophet tossed the wounded desperado a wry look.
But only as some of my men ride with you. 1 or 2 of yours ride with me.
He looked around, just now seeing that one of Lazaro's men was in fact Sugar Delphi, crouched down at the base of the bank on the other side of Red Snake Corbin. She was staring straight off across the arroyo, a smoking rifle across her lap.
Yeah, I get your drift.
Lazaro nodded his weary head.
That way we can keep each other honest. All right. Okay, Red Snake will ride with your gang. Jacine will ride with me.
Good enough.
Prophet stood and snapped off another shot, seeing that the Indians seemed to be staying hunkered down about 40 yards away. He glanced over his shoulder at Jacine, who was hunkered down behind a boulder, looking vaguely troubled while the outlaws gathered their horses.
If any of them start bearing down on us, Captain, blow them all to hell.
Jacine, scowling at Lazaro, merely shook his head in disgust as he climbed into his saddle. The outlaws gathered their horses and rode off, while Prophet's group covered them from the southern lip of the arroyo. Prophet watched them gallop toward the canyon a quarter-mile beyond. The canyon stood like a stockade fort with its gates thrown wide.
Nice snake pit we fell into.
Prophet turned to Louisa, who snapped off another shot.
Should have known Lazaro's bunch would be the only others fool enough to get caught out here with Mojaves on the jump.
Sergeant Frieri, whose left earlobe had been blown off, had gathered the mounts and stood holding their reins well back from the wash's lip, and the bottleneck where he and the horses were relatively sheltered from the flying lead and arrows.
If this keeps up, I'm gonna be...
Prophet's voice trailed off as he stared out across the desert at a lone rider sitting a black and white pinto pony just out of rifle range. He couldn't make out much of the Mojave except the proud way he sat his saddle. The horse turned sideways, the man's head facing the arroyo, like a general watching a battle play out. Prophet couldn't see the green eyes or the lightning tattoo, but he knew he was staring at El Lightning just the same. Something told Prophet he'd be seeing the man again from a lot closer up.
What's that, Lou?
Prophet drew his gaze back from El Lightning.
I was saying I'm low on ammo. I got the feeling the rurales are too.
He glanced at Frieri standing behind him, the man's shoulder red from blood that had dripped down from his ragged ear. Only about a quarter of the loops on the sergeant's 2 bandoliers crossed on his chest were filled with brass.
That there's my last 44 round.
Louisa paddled her left pistol holstered for the cross straw on her lean waist.
It's just my 45s till our next visit to a gun shop.
When Lazaro's bunch had galloped on into the canyon and took up positions around the mouth, throwing lead at the Indians beyond the draw, Prophet's bunch mounted up. Prophet hauled Senor Bocongel up behind him, and the old man sat there, silently atop the bounty hunter saddlebags, still in shock over his dead son. They wasted no time galloping their wide-eyed horses out of the draw toward the canyon mouth, peppered with powder smoke from the outlaws and Chacine's blasting rifles. Again, that cold chicken flesh rose across Prophet's sweating back. It was entirely likely that Lazaro would blow Chacine's guts out and then order his men to turn their pistols on Prophet's bunch. Out here in the open, they'd have little chance. Prophet looked at Lazaro shooting from one knee on the canyon mouth's left side. The wounded outlaw looked pale and yellow, as though he were suffering from jaundice. Prophet palmed his Colt and clicked the hammer back as Mean drew to within 20 yards of the canyon mouth. Red Snake and Killjoy were firing from the canyon's right side. Red Snake high, Killjoy low. The squat, ugly outlaw's lower face was a mask of dried blood, but he grinned at Prophet.
Damn, you make a big target, Lou.
He aimed his rifle at Prophet.
One bullet and a whole lot of outlaws will be buying me drinks.
As Mean lunged through the canyon's gaping jaws, Prophet held the cocked .45 on Killjoy, still grinning down his rifle barrel. Just then, a bullet smashed into the rocks near the ugly outlaw's bloody face, and he jerked the rifle down. It was Prophet's turn to smile as the others swept into the safety of the canyon.
That's what you get for wagging that rifle around like your pecker, you plug-ugly bastard.
I was right about you after all.
Sugar Delphi rode along beside Louisa, in the middle of the pack of rurales, outlaws, and bounty hunters making its way up the canyon.
I should have killed you instead of drugged you. Cut your throat while you slept.
Why didn't you?
Not quite sure.
Sugar stared straight ahead, but now, as before, when Louisa had infiltrated the gang and ridden as one of them for nearly 2 weeks, she felt as though the woman were staring straight into her soul.
I guess I was sentimental. Thought maybe I saw something of myself in you. It felt as though we were sisters. Or something crazy like that.
We're probably more alike than I'd like to believe. But you're the one with the price on her head, and I'm gonna collect on it.
You think so?
Yep.
It's not too late, you know.
What's not too late?
Sugar lifted her chin slightly as though listening, gauging how close the others were riding around her. Prophet and Chassin rode point, with Senor Bocangel riding double with Prophet, because the old Mexican was in no condition to ride alone. Then there was Killjoy and Red Snake riding about 10 yards behind them. The 3 surviving rurales walked their horses about 15 yards ahead of Louisa and Sugar, while Lazaro brought up the rear, hunkered low and swilling tequila with one hand, while keeping his other hand over the wound that had opened up during the Indian attack.
You, me, Tony. A nice vacation along the shore of the Sea of Cortez before taking a boat down to Central America. You ever been there?
No.
Tony tells me it's heaven.
How would he know anything about heaven?
Louisa glanced at Lazaro, then frowned at Sugar.
Where's the loot?
Safe.
You buried it back in the wash, didn't you?
Sugar smiled.
Sure. With Tony's eyes. Since he's the only one who saw exactly where it's buried, we'd all best hope he doesn't expire.
Louisa glanced again at Lazaro riding hunched and bleeding in his saddle, and frowned. Prophet, riding at the head of the pack with Chassin, glanced over his shoulder, inspecting each of the men behind him. They'd agreed before riding up from the canyon mount that no one would touch a gun unless the Indians were spotted on their back trail. So far, so good on both counts, he saw now as he lifted his gaze over Lazaro's head and along the meandering course of the canyon. They rode up the canyon, which widened as the walls fell away, and Prophet found himself on a broad, flat, rocky bench, the wind swirling the dust and caking his eyes with sharp grit. He tugged his hat down lower on his head, blinked the grit from his lashes, and peered straight ahead over Mean's indignantly twitching ears. He saw several crude corrals and buildings rise up out of the desert. The wood and weathered adobe bricks were the same color as the tan rocks, and they appeared to be a natural part of this stark, barren land. But they were not, Prophet saw, as Mean continued to clump along, a couple of dilapidated stock pens appearing on both sides of the trail. The buildings were part of a town that stretched across the bench at an angle from Prophet's left to right. Higher up on the bench stretched a mantle of solid rock, like a massive eyebrow. It paralleled the town's scattered, falling down buildings before breaking off abruptly on the town's far side. Prophet and the others were following a worn wagon trail into the town, the trail widening and becoming the town's main street, which was a good 50 or even 60 yards wide. The buildings and pens on both sides were truly dilapidated, with windows gaping and shutters hanging, and boards and bricks missing from the false facades. Porches hung askew. Behind the buildings of the business district, the village's original Mexican adobes hunched in the weeds and rocks, looking like large stones in a long abandoned graveyard. Only it wasn't completely abandoned. Prophet saw when he and the others reined up before a large, 2-story adobe brick building. A sign hanging down beneath the gallery's front eave announced the Oasis Saloon and Dance Hall. On the saloon's gallery, someone was sweeping away the dust. A woman with a slender, comely shape. She turned to the newcomers now, holding the broom in front of her and sweeping the thick, curly black hair away from her eyes as she studied the gang warily. She was a black woman in her mid to late 20s. She wore a tattered silk blouse, the sleeves rolled up her arms, the tail sticking out over the pleated gray skirt that blew about her long, slender legs.
Ma'am, can you direct us to a Sawbones? We got a couple of wounded men in our party.
The woman shook her head slowly.
No, you can't be here. No strangers welcome in San Gazo.
God damn it, woman!
Roy Killjoy gestured to the holes in both his cheeks.
Can't you see I'm leaking blood like a damn sieve?
No strangers welcome in San Gazo.
Lazaro slipped his long-barreled Smith & Wesson from its holster.
You ain't got no choice. We're here, and we're gonna stay here until...
He glanced over his right shoulder and saw one of the 2 doors in the loft of the barn on the other side of the street open. The wind caught the door and slammed it against the barn's front wall, revealing the wicked brass barrel of a Gatling gun.
Oh, shit.
45 caliber rounds plunked into the dust of the street between Prophet's gang and the barn. It was a short spate of bullets, and then the canister rose, bearing down on Prophet and the others, all tightening their hands on the reins of their prancing horses. Another short blast of Gatling fire tore up splinters from the gallery steps.
We don't got the strangers here in San Gazo.
Prophet could see a pair of wizened blue eyes blazing beneath the brim of the floppy hat behind the Gatling gun.
Right on out of here now. Maybe I won't blast you out of your shadow.
Prophet swung mean toward the barn and rammed his heels against the horse's flanks. There was another short burst of Gatling fire, the slugs tearing into the dust several yards off Mean's rear hooves. Then horse and rider were in the purple shade beside the barn and out of view from the loft. Prophet leapt off Mean's back and, swinging his double-barreled 10-gauge around to his chest, ran to the back of the barn, edged a careful look around the corner, then hurried to the back door. He stepped back as the small door scraped open. Prophet lurched forward, slamming his right shoulder against the door. He felt the body on the other side of the door yield to his shove. He pulled the door back against the barn wall and saw the old codger who'd been manning the Gatling gun writhing on the ground in front of the opening. The oldster, who wore a coarse silver mustache and goatee, was on his right shoulder and hip, squeezing his eyes closed.
Damn you to hell, you big ugly lummox!
He lifted his head from the dirt and turned those fiery blue eyes on the bounty hunter.
This is our town, not yours. Skedaddle! Take your pack of curly wolves with you.
Prophet scowled down at the crotchety gent.
How do you know we're curly wolves?
'Cause you're the only ones that ever come to San Gazo these days. Yeah!
The old man climbed to his knees. He wore a wool shirt and duck trousers. Straw and dirt clung to his shirt sleeves and back, and a snakeskin suspender hung down to his bony right hip.
You or others just like you. And we got no time for rurales, neither.
He winced as he tried to push off a knee. Prophet grabbed his arm to help him up, but the old man jerked his hand free of the bounty hunter's grasp.
Unhand me, you devil!
Dad! Dad? Are you all right, Dad?
Prophet turned to see the black woman running around the rear corner of the barn. Louisa was a few steps behind her. The woman gave Prophet a dirty look as she pushed past him and dropped to a knee beside the oldster.
Dad, are you hurt?
Certainly wouldn't want the old goat to be hurt.
I'm all right, Ivy. Ew. No thanks to him.
Didn't know there'd still be anyone here. You two are Americans, I take it.
You take it right. Most of the Mexicans left years ago. The Mojaves have always been bad in these parts, and I wouldn't doubt it if you've led a passel of them back to San Gazo. Come on over to the saloon, Dad. I'll get you cleaned up and send Angel out to tend the Gatling gun.
Prophet and Louisa followed the pair into the main street, where the others in their mismatched gang had dismounted.
You fellas don't drop them guns right here and now. You're gonna look mighty funny with third eyes drilled through your noggins.
They were confronting two men bearing down on them with a rifle and a shotgun from out front of a dilapidated gun shop. One was young and tall, the other old and thick-waisted and wearing blue coveralls and thick-soled boots.
Like we done said, we're just looking for our damn sawbones.
Ivy led the old man she'd called Dad to the base of the saloon's broad veranda steps.
Angel, LeBuff, put your guns away. LeBuff, fetch the doc. Angel, you get up and tend the Gatling gun and keep your eyes skinned for engines.
The thick man reluctantly lowered his shotgun and began backing down the street. The younger one, who had short, dark hair on his hatless head, long mutton chop whiskers, and a soup strainer mustache mantling his pendulous lower lip, kept his rifle aimed on the gang while angling cautiously across the street toward the barn. As Ivy led Dad up the saloon's veranda, Prophet looked around at the street. Chassin was conferring with his own men, while Lazaro was talking to Killjoy, Red Snake, and Sugar. Both factions huddled in groups on either side of the well amongst the milling horses. Prophet continued to look around. Senor Bocangel was nowhere in sight. At least there were no Mojaves in sight either. Not yet. But Prophet didn't doubt he'd see El Lightning and his passel of angry Mojaves again real soon. He appraised the horses of Lazaro's bunch, frowning. Louisa sidled up to him as she squinted against the wind. She stared west along her back trail.
If you're looking for the loot, Lou, forget it.
Prophet looked at her.
Where the hell is it?
Only Lazaro knows.
Prophet looked at the outlaw, who had just turned to the bounty hunter, curling a painful little grin and showing several of his silver teeth.
Now what?
Reckon I'll fill my canteen and tend this old hay burner.
Prophet led Mean toward the livery barn.
Then I'm gonna get me a tall drink and kick my heels up.
Captain Chassin walked his big Arab into the livery barn, dropped the horse's reins, and went back and closed the heavy door behind him. The windows provided a murky gray light. Prophet was unsaddling his horse beside Louisa. Sergeant Frieri and two other rurales were in the barn, also tending their mounts. Of the outlaws, there were only Red Snake, Corbin, and Killjoy. Sugar had helped Lazaro into the saloon, to which LeBuff had summoned the San Gazo Medico. Prophet knew something was coming, because Chassin was grinning under his ridiculously upswept, albeit dust-rimmed mustache. Sure enough, as Prophet set his saddle on a riding stall partition, the captain slid his Colt Navy from his black leather holster and rammed the barrel into the small of Red Snake's back.
What the?
You have come far enough, you moaning sows!
As if on cue, the three other rurales grabbed their rifles and brought them to bear, some swinging them toward Prophet and Louisa, not sure just exactly who Chassin intended to bring down. Chassin glanced at Killjoy, who slumped against a covered feed bin, weak with the pain and misery of his two perforated cheeks.
Both of you, drop your pistol belts, or I will blow you to El Diablo!
Now you just hold on.
Red Snake kept his back to the captain.
You still need us, Chassin. In case you forgot, there's a whole herd of local redskins down on them flats. And I wouldn't doubt it a bit if they followed us up here to San Gazo. Probably prowling around outside at this very moment, you crazy coot.
Who are you calling crazy, you common coyote?
Hold on, Captain. You send these two back to the hell they danced out of, and Lazaro's gonna get his shorts in a twist.
I do not care if Lazaro gets his shorts in a twist.
Yeah, but then you see, he won't tell us where the loot is.
Louisa gazed coolly at the rurale captain.
And since that's why we're all here, I suggest you holster that hog leg.
Chassin looked to Prophet.
What is she talking about, Lou?
They buried the money out in the desert somewhere.
Not they.
Roy Killjoy looked up from where he sat, slumped.
Lazaro did himself. Me and Red Snake had nothing to do with it. Oh, I reckon Sugar helped, but she couldn't lead you back to it, of course, being blind as a fucking bat and all.
Chassin shuttled his gaze back and forth between Killjoy and Prophet and Louisa, all three of whom watched the captain expectantly.
Chassin, if you take these two Lobos down, Lazaro will never tell us where the loot is.
He won't anyway. Frieri stood near Prophet with his ragged, bloody earlobe, holding a Spencer carbine straight out from his right hip.
You're a fool, Senor Prophet.
No call to start firing off barbs, you scum-sucking dog. How's that ear feel? How about if I come over there and lay my fist against it?
Boys.
Louisa rolled her eyes and grabbed a rusty coffee tin off a nail in a support post and headed for the feed bin. Prophet switched his glower to Chassin.
Holster it, Jorge. Them two Lobos may not be able to lead us to the loot, but we're gonna need all the guns we got against the Mojaves. Not to mention the folks in this town don't seem to be taking much of a shine to us either.
Chassin narrowed his eyes. Then he slowly holstered his Colt.
One hell of a pickle we find ourselves in, eh, Lou?
The other Orales lowered their rifles.
What do you say? Let's all go back to the saloon and have a drink. Obviously, we need each other's help, eh?
Orales and outlaws alike looked to Prophet, awaiting his reply.
Took the words right out of my head.
The saloon was a veritable medical tent, a more sedate and less gruesome version of what Prophet had seen during the war, but a hospital tent just the same.
This may sting a little.
Lazaro was laid out on a table near the bar that ran along the building's right side. The doctor, a tall, leathery, severe-looking man with a close cap of coarse silver hair sitting close against his skull, had cut the outlaw's shirt off. While Sugar and Red Snake held Lazaro down, the doctor, whom Prophet had heard addressed as Shackleford, poked forceps through the wound that looked like a massive slathering of cherry jelly on the man's lower right side. Lazaro was biting down on a well-chewed length of razor strap, which the doctor had produced from his black medical kit. Purple veins bulged in his forehead, and rope-like cords stuck out in his neck.
Oh, hold him now. Hold him, or I'm liable to pull out something that needs to stay.
The Rurales were grouped in the back of the dimly lit room, tossing dubious glances at the outlaws as well as Prophet and Louisa, who sat near the front. The black woman, Ivy Miller, who apparently ran the oasis, was sitting at a table directly in front of the saloon's double doors that were closed against the wind. She sat with the liveryman, Dad Conway, who was nursing a beer and glowering at the newcomers, and a plump redhead with one purple and one black feather in her hair. Obviously a whore, the redhead was one of those pale, heavy, rounded women whose age it was hard to figure, but Prophet guessed she was somewhere on the back side of 30. She must have thought that Prophet's quick appraisal was an invitation, because she'd been giving him smoldering looks since he'd entered the saloon with Louisa. Miss Ivy, nursing her own whiskey shot, sat sideways to her table, one ankle hiked on her other knee beneath her tattered gray dress. She sat staring at her drink, the skin above her brows deeply furrowed, as though she were perplexed, probably over Prophet's and the others' presence. He couldn't blame her. He supposed he and Louisa looked as raggedy-heeled as Chassin, Lazaro, and the others, but at the moment the situation couldn't be helped. It wasn't about to get any better either, Prophet saw as he stared out the window before him. A man wearing a town marshal's badge was walking toward the saloon, the tails of his black frock coat blowing in the wind. He wore 3 pistols and was holding a long-barreled shotgun on his shoulder. On his mustached, ferret-like face was a grimace that meant he wasn't just looking for a drink. As the marshal started up the veranda steps, a door opened at the back of the saloon, and 3 more quiet, steely-eyed townsmen came in, armed for bear. Prophet made no sudden movements as he studied the three men at the back of the saloon. They wore pistols and shell belts, and they'd armed themselves with rifles. One he recognized as the townsman called LeBoeuf, a burly gent with a wandering eye. The three stood near a door in the middle of the rear wall and to the left of the stairs that angled toward the second story. Louisa had followed Prophet's gaze to the three, craning her neck to look behind her. The only other person in the saloon to have noticed the newcomers was, oddly, Sugar Delphi, who had turned slightly away from holding Lazaro down to cock an ear at the room's rear.
Got it!
The doctor pulled his bloody forceps out of the hole in Lazaro's side. Lazaro bucked up off the table, then promptly passed out, the leather swatch falling out of his mouth. One of the saloon's two front doors opened. The town marshal walked in on a gust of wind-blown grit, scrubbed his boots on the hemp rug, and closed the door behind him. Prophet kept one eye on the three men at the back of the room and one on the newcomer, a medium, tall, small-boned, pot-belly man with curly dark brown hair puffing out around his tan Stetson. His black frock coat was dusty, and a string tie had been blown back over his shoulder. He had dark brown eyes, and they both seemed to twitch as he studied the room, grimacing.
Well, well, well. Ain't this a party?
Prophet raised his shot glass.
Come on over and take a load off, Marshal. I'll buy you a drink.
Who the hell are you?
Luke Prophet. You are?
Bill Hawkins is my name. Town Marshal of San Gazo. And I reckon you fellas ain't got the word, but here it is. Strangers are not allowed in San Gazo. Especially obvious outlaws.
Hawkins extended his left arm and pointed his index finger at Chasine.
And that goes for you too, Captain. Anyone can wear the uniform of a Mexican rurale. Besides, all of us here are citizens of the United States of America, and we do not recognize the government of Mexico.
Chasine's face reddened, and he curled his upper lip as he twisted the right upswept end of his mustache.
You don't think so, huh?
The other rurales stiffened as they glowered back at Marshal Hawkins. Hawkins looked meaningfully at the three men at the back of the room, who slowly spread out to form a semicircle at the room's rear, hefting their rifles.
These men here feel right at home here in Mojave country. They're shop owners here in San Gazo, and my sworn deputies. They've been ordered to defend themselves and the good citizens of this town at all costs, for we are the last inhabitants of San Gazo, and we will not be pushed around by Indians or border bandits.
He slid his owly gaze to Captain Chasine.
Or anyone wearing a gray monkey suit and calling themselves a rurale.
Chasine glowered back at the man, grinding his jaws. Hawkins looked at the table before him.
Miss Ivy, Miss Tulsa, Dad, you all walk back behind the bar and get ready to lower your heads if the situation gets ugly, which it very possibly might. Doc, you too.
The two women quickly climbed to their feet. Looking deeply dismayed, the hefty, red-headed whore shuffled toward the bar. The black woman took Dad's arm and moved less quickly, leading the old man, who continued to glare at Prophet, around behind the bar. The whore popped the cork on a bottle and, her pudgy, pale hand shaking, splashed whiskey into a tumbler. Prophet slacked back in his chair, hooking his thumbs behind his cartridge belt.
Look, Hawkins, you can talk as loud as you want since you're holding that barn burner and all, but no, you can't legally kick us out of your town. We ain't broken any of your laws, and your town is in Mexico, of which I doubt you ain't even a citizen. Now why don't you come on over here and let me buy you a drink, you old hornswoggler, before this gets a whole lot nastier than it should.
The marshal looked at Prophet, one eye twitching. He appeared to be puffing up and on the verge of exploding. Prophet saw something out of the corner of his left eye. At the same time, Ivy, standing behind the bar, dropped a glass.
Oh my God!
Prophet turned his head to see the tall, dark hombre who'd been manning the Gatling gun fall out of the open loft door. An arrow protruded from his back.
What the?
Prophet lifted his shocked gaze to the open loft door to see the maw of the Gatling gun swinging around slightly and becoming level with the saloon. A dark face beneath a green bandana smiled wickedly, green eyes flashing in the afternoon light as L. Lightning's fist began turning the gun's wood-handled crank.
Everyone down!
Bullets hammered the front of the saloon and blasted out the window to send the bullets screaming through the saloon and into tables and chairs and support posts and the bar and the back bar mirror and shelved bottles and glasses. Prophet had turned onto his right shoulder and cast a quick look around the room to see everyone on the floor amidst the flying splinters. When the Gatling gun died, its cartridge belt apparently having run out of bullets, Prophet grabbed his rifle off the table where he'd left it. He pumped a shell into the chamber, rose to his knees, and edged a look above the sill of the front window nearest him. He could no longer see L. Lightning in the barn loft. Only the Gatling gun sat there, its smoking canister tilted upward. Mojaves galloped toward the saloon from both sides of the street while several others appeared in the breaks on either side of the livery barn. One bolted out from the barn's right side and dove behind a stock trough, a carbine in his hands. Prophet rested his Winchester's barrel on the sill of the blown-out window and triggered 2 shots at the stock trough, blasting the carbine out of the Indian's hand with the first shot and drilling the Mojave's neck with the second.
2 shots for 1 engine.
He grimaced, knowing he had to make every shot count. Around him, the other men and women were shifting themselves into position to cut loose on the Indians, now triggering rifles and arrows from horseback as they galloped in both directions past the saloon. The Mojaves moved too quickly for an accurate shot. Prophet ran a sleeve across his face, broke open his barn blaster, made sure he had a wad in each barrel, then grit his teeth.
I'm getting awful tired of these damn redskins.
He triggered the left barrel through the window, blowing one Mojave off his horse. Another Mojave had worked his way over to the saloon and was just bounding up the veranda steps when Prophet's second blast shredded the Indian's calico blouse, peppered his neck and face, and threw him back down the steps and into the street. There was a window in the side wall off the end of the bar behind Prophet. While the others continued to throw bullets at the Indians, Prophet reloaded the double-barrel gut shredder, then hurled himself through the window. He landed in the alley between the saloon and another adobe brick building and rolled over, wincing at the glass, pricking under him, then triggered his shotgun at the first Indian he saw, blowing the howling brave off his horse. Heaving himself to his feet, Prophet ran up to the mouth of the alley and blew another Mojave off his horse as well. He started to crouch behind a rain barrel to reload, but then he heard only a few rifles popping from the front of the saloon to his right. Looking around, he saw the Indians galloping off in both directions along the street before him, leaving a half-dozen dead in their wake.
Hold your fire!
Prophet squinted against the wind-blown dust. Beyond him, the broad main street was a dirty, washed-out yellow amidst the curtains of blowing grit and tumbleweeds. He whipped around, thinking he'd seen something moving at the other end of the alley, quickly breaching the shotgun, plucking out the spent loads and thumbing fresh ones in the barrels. He ran down the alley, then sidled up to the rear of the saloon. Thumbing the barn blaster's rabbit-eared hammers back, he moved slowly around the corner. 2 Indians were standing in front of the back door, one knocking an arrow, the other shoving cartridges into the loading tube of his Spencer carbine. Prophet raised the coach gun, turned sideways, and blew both braves up off their feet and flying down the alley in clouds of blood that the wind blew against the saloon's rear wall. The rear door creaked open. Prophet swung toward it, dropping his empty shotgun and bringing up his Colt. Louisa stepped into the open doorway, both her peacemakers in her fists. She raised both barrels and depressed the hammers as Prophet lowered his own weapon. She poked her head out to inspect the 2 dead Indians. Then she looked at Prophet, pursing her lips and arching a brow.
I hear your devil friend laughing at us, Lou.
Later that night, around midnight, Prophet set his rifle and shotgun on a table and glanced at Ivy Miller scrubbing off the counter behind the saloon's main bar, where she'd prepared a pot of coffee.
Mind if I have a cup of that mud, Miss Miller?
He and she were the only 2 in the saloon's main hall. The others, including Louisa, were upstairs or out on the veranda or scattered around the village, watching for the Indians whom they were certain would attack again. Though their number had been depleted by 8, their guns and ammunition confiscated. Prophet, with an extra bandolier filled with 44 shells for his rifle and 45 shells for his Colt slung over his neck, had been stationed atop the saloon's roof until Chassin and Frieri had relieved him a few minutes ago.
Of course, Mr. Prophet.
The black woman tossed her sponge into the sink beside the stove and used a swatch to lift the big blue pot from a burner and fill 2 white stone mugs at the bar.
How could I refuse a man who trailed a parcel of blood-hungry patches into our fair town?
Prophet sat back in a chair, doffed his hat, and ran a hand through his hair.
I do apologize, ma'am.
Oh, stow it. I reckon there wasn't much else you could do, could you? Except stay out on the desert where they depleted you of ammunition, food, and water.
Much obliged.
You can call me Ivy. You're the only one, though. The others may call me Miss Miller if they call me anything at all.
You don't like my friends?
She pulled out a chair across the table from him and slumped into it, giving him a pointed look across her steaming coffee mug. She had a very slight scar, like that from a knife point, on her otherwise smooth, chocolate-colored right cheek.
Are they really your friends?
Just that blonde bundle of blue-eyed dynamite, Miss Bonaventure.
Prophet canted his head to one side and gave the saloon owner a wry look.
How'd you know?
I've been around the frontier once or twice, mister. In my business, you get to be a good judge of character. Don't get me wrong. Your character is far from what I'd call good.
Her clear, dark brown eyes dropped to his chest before flicking back to his face, her cheeks darkening beneath the natural cocoa of her skin.
I bet you can really stomp when you get the urge.
Prophet wasn't sure what to make of the gal, though he had a feeling she could do some stomping of her own.
Speaking of them I rode in with, you ain't seen that bandy-legged old Mexican, have you? Senor...
Bocangle.
You know him?
Of course. He's been holed up here himself, that old desert rat.
What do you suppose happened to him? He got caught out on the desert, had a Mojave arrow in his arm.
I reckon that's his business, ain't it?
Prophet frowned at her curiously. Obviously, she wasn't on friendly terms with Senor Bocangel.
His boy's dead.
She had no reaction to that. After a short, taut silence, she glanced at the ceiling.
You and that blonde barrel of dynamite?
We're partners.
In what?
Bounty hunting.
And just what kind of bounty hunting are you doing here in San Giz?
Boots pounded the veranda outside the closed front doors. Prophet picked up his barn blaster and thumbed one of the hammers back, but lowered the gun when the door opened and Marshal Bill Hawkins walked in. He had his left arm in a sling, and a bandage showed through the ragged hole in the sleeve of his frock coat, bored by the Gatling gun.
Coffee, Bill?
Yeah, good and black.
As Ivy got up and walked back behind the bar, Hawkins glanced at her round backside, then walked toward Prophet, his nervous, perpetually frustrated eyes twitching.
Prophet, you and your boys and gals got this town in a peck of trouble. Not to mention its good citizens, of which I am one, in serious danger.
He pulled out a chair, set his Winchester on the table near Prophet's own mini arsenal, and sat in the chair. He ran a weary hand through his curly hair, poking up all over his head, and glowered across the table at Prophet.
I didn't ask this of Chassin or them others because I knew I'd get run around the wellhouse. I'm asking you because you seem the only one a man could halfways trust.
Ivy set a mug of coffee down in front of the marshal.
Thanks, Ivy.
Don't mention it, Bill. And don't let me interrupt.
She smoothed her skirt down against her rump and the backs of her well-turned thighs and sat down in a chair. Prophet shuttled his gaze from the woman to Marshal Hawkins.
I reckon you deserve to get the whole wheelbarrow full. My partner, Miss Bonaventure, and me been trailing Lazaro's bunch. They hit a bank in Nogales, got away with $16,000 in Mexican coin and paper. There's a reward for the money and for the heads of each of Lazaro's bunch.
And the blind woman?
She's part of them, and while she may be blind, don't give her your back.
Somehow I knew that.
Go on, Mr. Prophet.
Call me Lou.
Prophet gave Ivy a little cockeyed half smile. The marshal glanced incredulously from Prophet to Ivy, then back to Prophet.
Please, do go on, bounty man.
Prophet laid it all out for him and Miss Ivy. The loot, the rurales, the Mojaves, and him stumbling across Bokong Hill in the dark desert, then finding the man's son crucified on a cactus earlier that day.
Huh. So, take the loot and get.
I'd love to oblige you, but Lazaro and Miss Delphi hid the loot in the desert. Somehow we're gonna have to get the son of a bitch to tell us or show us where it is.
Pistol whip him till his teeth fall out. That ought to do it. Hell, I'll do it for you if you're squeamish.
Wouldn't work on Lazaro. Besides, in his condition, he'd likely die. Where would that leave us?
Hell, he's probably gonna die anyway. Doc Shackelford says he's back and forth. Mostly back. Lost too much blood.
Prophet picked up his rifle and set the butt on his thigh, opening the breech.
Them Injuns been causing a lot of trouble around here, have they?
He caught Ivy casting the marshal a furtive glance.
Not till you folks led him here. I doubt they had any idea San Gazo even had any folks left in it. Most everybody left with the mining company. This town, you see, is cursed. Or so the Mexicans believe. Bad luck is as common here as the wind. We keep our heads kind of low here, so as not to piss-burn the red man and attract attention. Kinda helps having the place cursed, you see.
What are you folks doing here?
Prophet slid his curious gaze from the marshal to Ivy and back again.
Got nowhere else to go, do you? Don't get along well with others?
That's about the size of it. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. You can have it.
Ivy lifted her cup and threw the last of her coffee back.
Well, then I reckon I'll try to get some shut-eye. There's a little stew and a few biscuits left.
Oh, I'm full, Ivy. Thanks.
She walked halfway across the room, then stopped and cast an inscrutable look over her right shoulder, her eyes quickly meeting Prophet's before flicking away.
I'm in room 18. Top story. Anyone needs anything?
Then she headed on up the stairs. Hawkins scowled at Prophet.
That's funny. I've been here as long as you, Ivy. And I never until now knew which room you bedded down in up there.
Ivy said nothing. She merely turned at the second-story landing and continued on up the stairs. Prophet looked again at his rifle sticking up from his thigh, opened and closed his hand around the neck of the stock. Hawkins raised his dark brown eyes to the hammered tin ceiling.
You steer clear of Miss Ivy here.
Prophet glanced sidelong at the riled marshal.
Maybe you never knew what room she holds up in because she don't want you to know, Bill. Ever think of that?
Just steer clear, bounty man. Wouldn't want to catch a stray bullet here in San Gazo now, would you?
Well, now, that'd be a black eye on your fair city, wouldn't it, Marshal?
Hawkins stood and plucked his Winchester off the table.
I'm going to bed.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Prophet kicked back in his chair for a time, pondering the situation. Finally, he thought about Hawkins and Ivy and the others here in San Gazo. Damn curious they remained here, few as there were. But Prophet could understand folks wanting to keep to themselves. He harbored much the same sentiment. You didn't have to be around other humans long to get tired of their bullshit. And all men, and women for that matter, owned a good dose of bullshit. He had enough of his own to make him want to hack his own head off with a rusty saw. The bounty hunter heaved himself to his weary feet and picked up his guns. He tramped up the stairs, making no effort to cushion his footsteps. He went on up to the third floor and rapped on the door bearing the tarnished brass number 18.
Lou?
Louisa lifted her head from her pillow, looking around. She turned to see that the side of the double bed that she'd reserved for Prophet hadn't been slept in. The covers hadn't been pulled back.
Getting you a tussle, eh, Lou?
Louisa had a keen sense about the attractions between men and women, especially between Prophet and other women, and she'd seen right off, she couldn't have said how exactly, that there had been an attraction between Prophet and the pretty cocoa-skinned saloon owner. Awake now and feeling restless, Louisa threw the covers back, picked her clothes up off the chair beside the bed, and dressed. She pulled her tarnished timepiece out of the pocket of her calico shirt and clicked open the lid, in which rested a wedding picture of her mother and father. When the picture had been taken, they'd been younger than Louisa was now, her father boyishly handsome, with his slicked back hair parted in the middle. Her mother too severe-looking for the happiness she must have been feeling. Married to the man she loved, about to buy a farm, start a family. Dead. Louisa's parents and her brother and sisters, all dead. Louisa caressed the slightly water-stained photo with her thumb and didn't allow the remembered screams to enter her head as they did so often and with such persistence that she thought she'd surely go mad.
3 o'clock.
She returned the piece to her pocket. She adjusted her cartridge belt and pistols on her hips and left the room. Descending the stairs, she saw 2 rurales filing through the saloon's open front door, heading for the bar. The room was lit with 3 or 4 lamps bracketed to posts or hanging from the ceiling, and in the flickering, buttery light she recognized Sergeant Frieri and one of the rurale corporals whose name she'd never learned and had no interest in learning.
Senorita, what a pleasure.
Frieri stood at the bar while the corporal stood behind it, filling 2 tin cups with coffee from the large blue pot that had been warming on the range.
Pleasure's all mine, Sergeant. What's happening out there?
Well...
The sergeant leaned an elbow atop the bar. He was just barely tall enough to do so. He smiled at Louisa, showing the gap where his front teeth had been and several crooked teeth in his lower jaw rimmed with crusted coffee and tobacco.
It's raining very softly. Perhaps we could take a walk together. The air is fresh.
You need your balls busted again.
Frieri fired a glance at the other rurale.
Pour me one of those, Corporal.
A little nervously, the man did as she'd ordered, and then he and Frieri took their coffee and filed on out to the veranda. They'd left one of the 2 doors open, and she could hear the welcome soft patter of the cool rain that smelled like fresh chili peppers and almond extract. Somehow, the sound took the edge off the night, though she knew that the Mojaves wouldn't be waylaid by a little rain. Their superstitions might keep them from attacking until daylight, but rain wouldn't stop them. Louisa carried her mug over to a table and sat down in a chair, curling one leg beneath her. She looked up when she heard someone descending the stairs. Sugar Delphi's beaded braids and thick red locks bounced around her shoulders. She came down slowly, running her left hand lightly along the rail. She stopped at the bottom, stood there for a time, her head forward.
Louisa?
How'd you know?
Your own particular smell. And the smell of coffee. No better pairing in this world.
The blind woman came forward slowly, tentatively.
Any chairs in my way?
Not if you stay close to the bar.
Sugar walked along the bar, brushing an arm along it before pulling a chair from the table and slacking into it.
Couldn't sleep?
Nope. You?
Nerves are a little jangled, I reckon.
I didn't think your nerves are ever jangled, Leona. Or... It's Louisa, I guess, isn't it?
Sugar met Louisa's gaze, and it was like she was seeing her. There was a slight tightness in her features, a pensive cast to her sightless eyes that wasn't normally there.
Lazaro kick off?
You'd best be grateful he hasn't.
That's a hard one.
Sugar leaned forward, sliding her hand across the table, closing her fingers around Louisa's left forearm and squeezing.
You and I could go far together, Leona. Do you mind if I call you Leona? Well, it's hard to call you Louisa. To me, that's not who you are.
I'd just as soon you didn't.
Sugar squeezed Luisa's forearm harder.
Answer my question, dear.
I already did.
Sugar released Luisa's arm and ran her hand down along the side of her head, fingering one of the two small beaded braids hanging there. She canted her head slightly, and she looked like a young girl thinking out a troubling matter.
How many men have you killed, Leona?
I'd say upwards of 50. And everyone deserved it. They all had prices on their heads. Most had killed women and children. Just like your bunch.
Oh, that makes it all right, does it? The fact that you've killed men with prices on their heads? Who, as you say, deserved it?
Louisa shook her hair back from her face and gave Sugar a tolerant look.
Are you gonna recite the Constitution to me now? Or the Bible?
I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying. That I'm a killer, same as you. While I don't deny my vengeful nature that does indeed border on vigilantism at times, I'm nothing like you. I kill those who've killed innocent folks, and I'm gonna keep on with that until I die of old age or lead poisoning. You, Sweet Sugar, are gonna hang.
Oh, come on, Leona. How are you gonna take me and the boys in? Lazaro can't ride. In case you hadn't noticed, Chassin has made his own claim on our heads. Well, now let's not even get started on the Mojaves. None of us will get out of here alive. At least not as a group. Now, 2 could take off south across the mountains, head for the Sea of Cortez.
What about your beloved Tony?
A genuinely vexing expression clouded Sugar's pretty oval-shaped face. Tears glazed her eyes. She looked away.
Tony will be dead soon. Doc says he had to go too deep to find the bullet. Infection is likely.
She wiped a tear away from her cheek with the back of her hand, staring toward the shuttered window on her right.
I can find the money. If you lead me to the draw, I can find the money, Leona. In the dark, when no one else will track us and the Mojaves will be lying low. And then, just as I said...
Stow it.
Think about it.
Louisa stared at her, a troubled expression of her own furling the tawny brows over her hazel eyes. She thought of Lou upstairs with Miss Ivy, and a wretched feeling bit into her, a depression like a lead weight on her soul.
He is not mine. I am not his. My life is a desert, and I'm alone in it. Same as Sugar.
She did not like the way her thoughts were suddenly angling. It made her head feel light, her lungs tight. Suddenly she couldn't get a breath.
Oh, Christ.
She slid her chair back and heaved herself out of it.
I need some air.
She moved to the door, striding through it, and moving across the veranda and down the steps into the soggy street.
Ay, Chiquita.
She stopped and looked behind her. Sergeant Frieri leaned against a post on the veranda.
Don't look so sad. Let me make you feel better.
Louisa slipped her short but razor-edged stiletto from the sheath sewn into the inside of her short deerskin jacket.
How deep you want me to shove this thing into your balls, Sergeant?
Frieri's crooked grin faded, and Louisa continued walking into the rain. Prophet had a busier night than he'd intended. It seemed that Ivy Miller hadn't had a good ash hauling in recent months and badly needed to waylay the anxiety that Prophet's gang had evoked when they'd led the Mojaves into her quiet little town. Prophet had been more than happy to distract her, as she did him, from their recent travails. She woke him around 4:30 for one last tussle before she dressed and headed downstairs to begin her morning saloon chores. Prophet fell back asleep for a time, feeling he'd just been run over by a whole cavy of Mojave war ponies. When he saw the gray morning light pushing between the cracks in Ivy's closed shutter, he rose from the rumpled bed. He stumbled naked to the shutter, drew it open, and stared down into the broad main street. The sun was up, but hidden behind low gray clouds. The wind had resumed its harassment of this high bench, tossing dust and tumbleweeds along the street.
Bad luck's as common as the wind in San Gazo.
He drank some water from his canteen, then corked the flask and went around the nicely appointed room, gathering his clothes that Ivy had tossed every which way when she'd undressed him. Prophet wrapped his shell belt around his waist, made sure his Colt showed brass in all 6 chambers, then hooked his shotgun over his neck, picked up his rifle, and headed on into the hall, gently closing Ivy's door behind him. Most of the doors up and down the hall were closed. As he strode along the hall toward the stairs, he saw that the last door on the right was open a foot. He passed the door, glancing inside, and stopped.
Huh?
He backed up 1 step and turned to the door, frowning. Through the 1-foot gap, he could see Sergeant Frieri lying on a broad, canopied bed. The ugly little rurale looked so out of place in the frilly room with the 4-poster bed, quilted bed covers, lace-edged canopy, and dark blue carpet trimmed with red roses that Prophet almost loosed a chuckle. Then his scowl deepened, and he blinked his eyes as if to clear them. Frieri's dark head poked up above the bed covers. His eyes were open. So, too, was the man's mouth. His lips were stretched back from his face in a grimace. Beside him, the plump, red-headed whore, Tulsa St. James, lay on her side, facing the sergeant, her hands sandwiched together between her right cheek and her silk-covered pillow. Prophet nudged the door open another 2 feet with his rifle barrel and stepped softly inside. He walked over to the bed and stared down at Sergeant Frieri. The man's covers were pulled down to his upper chest, exposing the long, deep gash across his throat, and from which thick, dark red blood had oozed out onto his chest, staining the quilts.
Shit.
The whore stirred now, groaning and blinking and lifting her head slightly.
What?
She blinked up at Prophet as she raised her head from her pillow.
Well, hello there, big feller. I'd be happy to, oblige you, but I ain't much good until noon. Run along now, and we'll talk later.
Her eyes found Frieri lying beside her.
Now don't start caterwauling, for Christ's sakes.
She clapped a hand to her mouth and bit down on it, scuttling away from the dead rurale. She backed too far away and dropped over the side of the bed and hit the floor.
Shit.
Prophet looked around the room, making sure the killer wasn't still present, though judging by the thick texture of the blood, the sergeant had been killed at least a couple of hours ago. He doubted Miss St. James was capable of such a grisly act. Hearing boot thuds on the stairs, Prophet walked around the far side of the bed and dropped to a knee beside the whore. Holding a quilt over her breast, she scuttled against the wall below the window.
Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!
Then she raised her terror-stricken eyes to Prophet.
Why'd you have to kill him in my bed? You fucking savage!
I didn't kill him. I take it you don't know who did?
The whore just shuttled her gaze to her last customer and covered her mouth with a pudgy hand, muffling another gasp. Prophet turned to see Red Snake Corbin and Roy Killjoy walk into the room. Killjoy had a white bandage wrapped vertically around his head and knotted beneath his chin, covering the 2 holes in his cheeks.
Well, well, well.
Red Snake lowered the pistol in his hand as he and Killjoy inspected the dead rurale. Killjoy looked from the whore to Prophet and back again, his eyes questioning. Captain Chassin appeared, flanked by one of his corporals, a Colt Navy in his hand. As he turned his head and dropped his gaze to the bed, his brows furrowed and his jaws hardened.
Frieri!
He turned to Prophet, slowly raising the pistol in his clenched fist.
Why, you...
Think about it, Chassin.
That's all Prophet needed to say as he aimed down the Winchester's barrel at the rurale captain. Chassin lowered his pistol. He knew that Prophet wouldn't have cut a man's throat in cold blood. not even one of Chacin's rurales. Whoever had done the grisly deed would have been covered in blood, for it had sprayed all the way down to the sergeant's feet poking up from beneath the quilts.
Mojaves? Or one of these bastards?
Chacin looked at Red Snake and Killjoy, who couldn't conceal their pleasure at seeing Frieri lying with his throat laid open.
Hell, I had better reason.
Louisa had just stepped through the door to stand beside Chacin, regarding Frieri with her implacable gaze.
In fact, last night I almost saved the butcher from this messy job myself.
Louisa crossed her arms on her chest.
Forgive me if I don't grieve.
Chacin turned his angry gaze on Prophet.
We had a deal, Lou. A deal!
You're preaching to the choir, Captain.
Prophet walked out from behind the bed. He glanced at the whore, then turned to Red Snake and Killjoy.
You two, haul him outside. He don't exactly match Miss Tulsa's decor.
Why the hell should we do it?
Prophet aimed his Winchester out from his hip at Red Snake's belly.
Because I got the drop on you.
You son of a...
Grumbling, the two outlaws went over to the bed, pulled Frieri out from under the bloody, soggy covers, and dropped him on the floor. They rolled him up in a bloody quilt, then, making disgusted faces and each taking an end, carried the dead rurale on out of the room and into the hall. Prophet walked out after them. Chacin and Louisa flanked him.
This is very nasty business, Lou. Very nasty. If someone was going to kill my sergeant, they could at least have done it out in the open instead of skulking around like a damn coward.
I can't say as I'm going to lose any more sleep over Frieri than my purty partner will, but it does make me right uneasy. This underhanded killing makes me sort of wonder who's next.
Anyway, a Mojave could have slipped in last night. Ugh!
Ivy stood at the bottom of the stairs, both fists on her hips. A cooking spatula stuck out of her right fist while she regarded the bloody bundle with disgust.
If you boys are gonna start killing each other, I'd ask that you did it outside. That's a mighty expensive death shroud. Damn near as expensive as my windows.
Well.
Marshal Hawkins sat at a table near the front room with Doc Shackelford and two other townsmen. They cast their grim gazes toward the bloody bundle that Red Snake and Killjoy were just now hauling out of the saloon's open doors.
What do you say, boys? One down. How many left?
Prophet had a cup of coffee to get awake. Ivy did not talk to him. She was too busy cooking and serving breakfast, and most likely still angry about her blood-soaked quilt. Louisa didn't talk to him either. She merely sat cleaning her pistols at the same table as him, but without looking at him. She could be like that, especially if she knew he'd made time with another woman. Or maybe something else was bothering her entirely. The fickle moods of his blonde partner were the least of Prophet's worries. It was true he did not lament the demise of Sergeant Frieri, but the fact that the man had been murdered here in the hotel made Prophet uneasy. He had a feeling the killer was one of the townsmen. Hawkins, maybe, or one of the other men sitting with him. But why had the killer singled out Frieri to kill? The question was sharp badger teeth nibbling at the edges of Prophet's mind. When he finished his coffee, he left Louisa to her guns and went outside. He looked across the street to see a rurale corporal sitting in the barn loft beside the Gatling gun, his knees drawn up as he smoked. He regarded Prophet dully through the screen of blown desert sand. His shotgun hanging down his back and holding his Winchester on his shoulder, Prophet stepped down off the saloon veranda and tramped left along the street. He'd had only a vague idea where he was heading, but now he realized he was tramping out to take a look at the old mine. The folks here in San Gazo were more private than most. There had to be a reason for that. They had to be protecting something valuable, and the only thing of any value here had to be the mine. Of course, the mining company had pulled out, so the chance of the mine still being worth anything was slim. But Prophet could think of no other reason, aside from mere reclusiveness, that the townfolk could be wanting to keep any possible visitors moving along. The street narrowed, became an old wagon trail. Along both sides of the trail, the ancient adobe or stone hovels of the original village shone in the greasewood, ironwood shrubs, and clay-colored rocks and boulders. There was a grove of dead pecan trees on the right side of the trail. Far to the left, 2 ridges humped up, craggy and uneven ridges forming a canyon between them. Prophet stopped, narrowed his eyes. A shadow had flickered in the arroyo mouth just ahead. He gripped his rifle, expecting war-painted Mojaves to bound toward him from both sides of the arroyo at any second. But none showed as he cautiously continued forward into the arroyo, curving into the canyon between the 2 ridges. None showed when he had made his way carefully up out of the arroyo and stole along the canyon bottom, perusing the rocky ridges nearly surrounding him. Here a wagon trail angled into the canyon from the direction of San Gazo. Prophet had never visited the sweet hereafter mine, but he figured the road led to the mine. Not much else out here. This certainly wasn't ranching or farming country. He didn't walk along the trail but kept to the brush and boulders to the left of it, near the base of a steep ridge on his left. Ahead, the trail wound deeper into the canyon, turning around a hill on the left and likely jogging into the steeper canyon beyond, where the mine probably was.
Jesus, I gotta be crazy to be out here alone.
There were probably 20 Mojaves lurking around in these rocks and cuts, but the sweet hereafter gave him a strong tug. Continuing to look around him carefully and angling between boulders and brush clumps, he kept walking. Dust puffed from a boulder ahead. Instantly, Prophet saw the shooter halfway up the ridge on his right and about 60 yards beyond him. Prophet wasted no time triggering 2 quick shots from his shoulder. The shooter tumbled out from behind his covering boulder, dropping to his belly and sliding several feet down the hill. Prophet pumped a fresh round and scowled at the shooter. Not an Indian, a white man. Prophet looked around in case other ambushers were near, then strode quickly over to the base of the hill, giving his gaze once more to the shooter, who was struggling to haul himself to his knees. He was an elderly Mexican in a green plaid shirt and faded denims with patched knees and lace-up boots.
On hill?
The old man sat back on his heels, pressing both his hands against his left thigh.
Why the hell were you trying to perforate my hide, old man?
I didn't know it was you, Lou.
Who'd you think I was?
One of them.
Bocongel flopped back, twisting around on his side as he passed out. Prophet stooped to grab his arms and haul him up and over his left shoulder. Looking around warily for Mojaves, he headed on down the slope and made his way back the way he'd come. The moisture that had fallen last night was gone without a trace. Sweat slithered down Prophet's cheeks, pasted his buckskin shirt against his back. Bocongel was not a heavy load, but Prophet stopped twice on his way back to the saloon to look around, making sure he wasn't being shadowed.
One of who?
Prophet made it back to the main street and continued over to the saloon, where Chasine and Marshal Hawkins and the townsmen LaBeouf and Blackwell were sitting on chairs they'd hauled out of the saloon, nursing beers and holding rifles.
Well, I'll be damned. I was wondering where that old coot was hiding out.
Prophet stopped on the veranda.
Why was he hiding out?
Hawkins jumped in before Blackwell could reply.
Who shot him?
I did. He shot at me first.
The burly LaBeouf grinned.
I didn't know the old goat had it in him.
What were you doing out there anyways?
Both of Hawkins' eyes twitched as they bored into Prophet.
Figured it was a nice day for a stroll.
Prophet carried Senor Bocongel into the saloon, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the near darkness. Hawkins walked in after the bounty hunter.
Don't appreciate that, Prophet. You and your people are restricted to the main street of this town and no farther.
Prophet laid Bocongel down on a table just inside the door as Ivy came around from behind the bar with a bottle and a kitchen rag.
What happened to him?
I shot him.
Prophet looked at Doc Shackelford, who was scowling back at him from over a plate of ham and eggs at the back of the room.
More business here, Doc.
God damn it. That bean-eating son of a bitch can wait. Next thing you know, you're gonna bring me his son and ask me to fix his worthless hide as well.
Prophet looked at Hawkins and the other two townsmen who'd walked in behind the marshal.
What the hell you folks have against this man?
Hawkins pointed an admonishing finger at Prophet, his eyes furious.
Look here, Prophet. You just stay out of this town's business. As long as you're here, you will remain right here in this saloon and keep your questions to yourself. There ain't nothing about this town that's any of your damn business, you hear?
Ivy poured some whiskey into the cloth and pressed the cloth to the bloody wound in the old Mexican's skinny left thigh.
Come on, Doc. He's liable to bleed to death. I know you pill rollers take an oath of some sort or another. Haul your ass over here.
Shackleford tossed his napkin down, took a last slug of coffee, and ambled toward Bokonghel's table.
Maybe they ought to hightail it right now. That killer upstairs is likely going to cash in his chips, if he ain't already.
He crouched over Bokonghel's wounded leg.
If you'd aimed a little more to the right, Mr. Prophet, you'd likely have severed the artery and saved me from eating a cold breakfast. As it is, looks like I'm going to have to clean this hole. Looks like the bullet went all the way through indeed, and sew this greaser up.
Hey, gringo!
Captain Chassin stood in the open doorway behind Prophet and glared at the sawbones.
What you got against Mexicans, huh?
Now hold on there, amigo.
Hawkins flared his nostrils at the rurale and closed his hands over the grips of his holstered revolver.
If you're asking for trouble, you just keep using that tone.
You are in Mexico, our country. You will show us respect, or it is you and your gringo friends we will run out of town and take everything here for our own.
Chassin glanced at Ivy standing near the doctor and Bokonghel and curled his lip. He stumbled forward suddenly, head jerking back, lower jaw dropping. He fell forward into Prophet's arms, a Mojave arrow sticking out of his back. Prophet eased the quivering Chassin to the floor, then grabbed his rifle off the table beside Bokonghel. Everyone in the room had jerked to attention, grabbing their weapons. Louisa ran to the front window, her own carbine in her hands. Prophet racked a shell and pressed a shoulder to the side of the front door frame, looking across the street to see a skinny brave in a white bandana just then drawing back behind a small adobe brick building with a barber pole right of the livery barn. Prophet slug blew adobe shards from the side of the barber shop a full half-second after the Mojave had disappeared.
Shit!
Killjoy and Red Snake were crouched before the broken-out front window right of the door, breathing hard. Marshal Hawkins was crouched between them, turning his head sharply back and forth, long-barreled pistol extended out the window. LaBeouf and Blackwell edged out on the porch, swinging their extended guns up and down the street and then up toward the rooftops of the buildings on the street's other side.
Where the hell are they?
Red Snake's eyes blazed with anxious rage.
Where the hell are they?
Don't get up on your ear. That's just what they want us to do. Piss away our ammo supply.
As Prophet stared out the window, casting his gaze up and down the street, into every nook and cranny in which a Mojave might be lurking and the rocky hills beyond, he knew a creeping feeling in his bowels. He felt like a kid whose imagination was haunted by ghosts. Only the ghosts out here in this semi-ghost town were real, and they were Mojaves, the very worst kind of ghost a man could be haunted by.
Lou?
Prophet looked to Louisa.
We'd best check the livery barn. If they get the horses.
The bounty hunter grit his teeth and nodded, then turned to Hawkins beside him.
Cover us.
The hoof-churned dust was soft under their boots. The barn was long and narrow, with here and there a ceiling support post behung with moldy tack covered in dust and cobwebs. The double rows of stalls on either side of the narrow alley were filled. Mean and ugly, his eyes ringed with white, nodded at Prophet. The horse was tired of the close quarters and wanted to be on his way.
Soon mean.
Prophet ran a hand down the horse's lumpy snout with its long, irregular white blaze.
At least I hope so.
Louisa leaned against the stall housing her nameless pinto. She held her carbine slanted down over her right arm, her right hand around the neck, index finger through the trigger guard.
Let's go now.
Prophet glanced at her.
What's that?
Let's pull foot, Lou. I'm tired of this town.
Prophet studied her, frowning. He wanted to ask her what was eating her, but something told him he didn't need to know. He knew it wasn't the Mojaves she wanted to run from.
Can't say as I admire it all that much myself, but I ain't leaving without the money. If not the money, then at least them outlaws, tied up good and tight and strung out behind Mean and Ugly's ass.
She didn't say anything, but just stood there, shoulder pressed against the stall door, and a bleak look on her pretty face, hazel eyes shaded by her hat brim. Finally, she pushed away to retrieve grain and water, as Prophet did himself.
Where'd you go earlier?
I walked out to inspect the mine north of town.
What about it?
I don't know.
Prophet poured a small bucket full of oats into Mean's trough, the horse rudely nudging him aside to get at the breakfast.
I thought maybe it would tell me why Hawkins doesn't want us here.
Didn't the company pull out?
Yep.
But you think there might still be gold in the mine.
Wouldn't be the first time a mine company pulled out, leaving a rich vein behind them. Not that it's any of my business. Curiosity killed the cat.
Louisa filled a wooden bucket from the water barrel.
Yeah, you best get that gold out of your brain. Hawkins ain't gonna like you snooping around.
So he told me.
Now don't go getting ornery and try to spite him. Stay away from that mine.
Louisa splashed water into her Pinto's water trough, then grabbed the front of Prophet's grimy buckskin shirt.
I mean it, Lou. We got enough trouble with the Mojaves. Let's stick to the plan and pull foot just as soon as we can get that loot and head for the border.
I'll dally that. I reckon our main point of business for now best be to get all them engines off our trail.
He picked up his rifle.
And you know what that means.
Kill 'em all?
Kill or be killed, Miss Bonnie Venture.
It's Bonavent.
Louisa took a step back, scowling at the rafters over her head.
What is it?
Louisa doffed her hat and showed him the fresh blood staining the brim. They both looked up once more. Blood dribbled out between two ceiling boards. It looked like molasses, and it sort of webbed down from the ceiling before forming a single drop that dripped to the soft earthen floor, puffing dust. Prophet and Louisa exchanged a meaningful glance. Then Prophet walked over to the wooden rungs running up the far wall. He climbed the rungs into the hayloft with its mounded hay and straw and steeply pitched roof. The Gatling gun sat a few feet back from the open doors, a chair from the saloon behind it. The Rurale Corporal, the oldest of Chacine's remaining men who'd last been manning the gun, lay belly down in the straw beside it. His head was turned on one cheek, arms hanging straight down against his sides. Louisa walked up to Prophet just as the bounty hunter kicked the body over, revealing the deep, grisly gash along the corporal's neck.
Well, looky there. Another sloppy tonsillectomy.
I don't recollect hearing the poor man even complaining about a sore throat.
Help me here.
Prophet crouched and snaked his arms under those of the dead Rurale.
What are we gonna do with him?
Haul him out in the desert. We leave him here, he'll attract coyotes or mountain lions.
Keeping an eye out for Mojaves, the bounty hunters carried the bloody Rurale's sagging carcass a good 100 yards from the barn. At the edge of a dry wash, they laid the body down. Prophet stripped off the man's cartridge belt and looped it over his own shoulder. He hooked a boot over the dead man's bloody shoulder and rolled the man over the edge of the bank. The Rurale rolled, arms flopping down the side of the bank to pile up at its base.
That how you bury folks where you come from?
You want to say a few words, go ahead.
Prophet turned and started back toward the barn. Louisa touched his arm.
Hold on.
Prophet stopped and followed her gaze to the southwest. A lone, red-skinned rider sat an apron-sloped pedestal of red clay on the far side of another wash about 100 yards away. Prophet couldn't see any details except the green flannel bandana, quill choker, and the skewbald paint the big man was straddling. The Indian sat slightly forward on his blanket saddle, staring toward Prophet and Louisa. Slowly, he lifted the reins, turned the mount, and jogged down the far side of the knoll and out of sight.
El Lightning?
Who else?
Menacing bastard, ain't he? What do you think he wants?
Good question. Come on, we best be getting back.
They tramped back toward the barn. As they neared, they saw old Dad Conway standing behind it, staring suspiciously at Prophet and Louisa, fingering his grizzled chin whiskers.
What are you two doing out there?
Looking around, Dad.
Prophet narrowed his own suspicious eye.
That trouble you?
Psh, why should I be troubled if you're out looking to get yourself perforated by Mojave arrows?
How you holding up, Dad? This has been a lot of trouble for the old and feeble.
The old man bunched his lips and glared at Louisa.
I'll show you, old and feeble, you little...
What's that sticking out of your pocket there?
Pocket where?
That pocket there.
Prophet walked up and shoved his hand toward the bone-handled knife sticking out of the man's patched duck trousers. Dad jerked back, nearly stumbling.
Get away from me, damn you!
Let me see the knife, Dad.
No!
Prophet towered over the pale, wizened oldster with long, coarse gray whiskers hanging from his knobby chin.
You ain't gonna make me throw you down and hog-tie you, now are you? Ain't you a little old for such silliness?
Dad scowled up at Prophet, then reluctantly reached a gnarled arthritic hand into the pocket and pulled out the folding Barlow knife.
So what?
The old man jutted his chin belligerently.
I see you carry a knife. What can I carry a knife?
Prophet took the Barlow knife out of the old man's hand and opened it. He inspected the blade, saw no blood, even down around where the blade folded into the handle, and closed it.
I'm just wondering if it could have been you who slit the throat of the rurale corporal man in the Gatling gun. Oh, say, a half hour to an hour ago? Blood was still coming out of him when me and Louisa found him.
I didn't cut no rurale's throat, and I'm hurt that you accused me. Hell, I can't even climb up the veranda steps without getting all dizzy and short of breath. Now how could I kill a young man?
Dad stuffed the knife back down in his pocket, spat a wad of chew into a cholla clump, and ambled over to the dilapidated privy. He glanced once more at Prophet and Louisa as he jerked the door open.
Me? Cut a man's throat?
He stepped up into the privy and pulled the door closed behind him.
He's got a point, Lou.
Yeah, I reckon. No blood on the blade, neither.
Prophet turned around to stare south, doffing his hat.
Throat cutters, Injuns, rurales, curly wolves. I swear I do believe the devil's laughing at me. My life ain't supposed to be this hard.
Life's always hard, Lou. You just prefer to ignore it and drink and diddle easy women.
Prophet glanced at Louisa. She glanced away from him quickly, tightened her face, and narrowed her eyes.
That ain't none of your business.
What ain't?
You know what I'm talking about, Miss Huffy Pants.
Prophet swung around and strode on back to the barn to retrieve the Gatling gun from the loft. Several of the other men standing along both sides of the main street eyed Prophet with mute interest as he climbed the veranda steps. He hauled the Gatling gun inside the saloon and set it down against the front wall.
What the hell are you doing, Prophet?
Prophet looked up. Chasine was sitting up against the front wall holding a tequila bottle, one of the rurales standing nearby with a bloody rag in his hand.
Figured you'd gone to your reward, Cap.
Chasine held up the arrow with its bloody tip.
Only went in a couple of inches. My bandolier broke its force.
He took a long pull from the tequila bottle.
Still hurts like hell, though.
Prophet spread the wooden legs of the Gatling gun's tripod.
Got more use for this thing over here, where we could keep a close eye on it.
I had a man keeping an eye on it.
Found your man grinning through his throat. Buried him to keep predators out of the barn.
Chasine dipped his chin and glowered suspiciously at the bounty hunter, who turned the Gatling gun toward the blown-out front window right at the doors. Prophet sat down at a table near the gun and glanced at Ivy standing at the bar, chopping a wild onion for a stew.
Got any coffee over there?
She set the knife and onion down on the chopping board and turned to fill a stone mug. She brought it over to Prophet, set it down on the table, and went back to the bar.
I sure would admire to know who's killing the captain's men.
Chassin curled his upper lip.
See. Perhaps an Indian.
An Indian would have used the gun on us, or at least taken the ammo.
How do you know it ain't the captain himself?
Ivy raised her eyes from the cutting board.
How do you know it ain't your blonde partner, or Red Snake, or Killjoy?
Well, I know it ain't Louisa. She ain't that messy. As for Red Snake or Killjoy, hell, I don't know. I reckon it could have been them. Don't know why they'd go about it so underhanded, though. Those Rannies are cold steel artists, not blade men. And I thought we were all getting along so good.
Chassin drew his pistol.
Hawkins.
Now, don't get owly, Captain. As long as them Injuns outnumber us, we're gonna need every gun we got.
Then let Hawkins and the other citizens of San Gazo knock us off one at a time?
Now hold on.
Ivy held her hands up, one holding the onion, the other the knife.
I chop food, not men's throats. At least I haven't had to cut a man's throat in several years now.
She gave the onion a final chop, tossed it into the stew pot, and stared with wry bemusement across the room at Prophet. Prophet sat back in his chair, sipped his coffee, then dug into his shirt pocket for his making sack. Slowly, thoughtfully, he plucked his cigarette papers out of the sack and began rolling a smoke. Who had killed Frieri? Who had killed the corporal? And why? The afternoon drew on. Prophet sat in the chair near the Gatling gun, ready to fire at the first sign of an Indian attack. The others patrolled the streets, visiting the saloon now and then for coffee or a drink of something stiffer, or for the stew of canned meat and onions that Ivy had bubbling on her range. The wind was hot and dry, and by mid-afternoon it had tattered Prophet's nerves the way lightning frays the limbs of a ponderosa pine. He began to side with Louisa. Maybe he and the blonde Vengeance Queen should pull foot out of San Gazo after all. But even if they could bring themselves to abandon the money and the brigands, the Indians had them trapped here. First, they had to neutralize the Indian threat. Then they had to find the stolen loot and take down Red Snake, Killjoy, and Sugar. And Lazaro, if he was still alive. The big bounty hunter's chance of getting himself and Louisa out of this powder keg was very slim indeed, and he was still relatively young. If he cashed in his chips now, he'd be missing out on years of easy women and good times. Then he'd have to finally settle up with old Scratch and shovel coal for eternity down below. But a deal, after all, was a deal. Something else niggled at the back of Prophet's mind. Bokonghel still lay unconscious upstairs, drugged with the liquid paregoric that the Sawbones had left. Why had the old Mexican ambushed him earlier? He had a sneaking suspicion that the cause of the Mexican's desperate move was also at the heart of the trouble here in San Gazo. At least, the trouble that had been here when Prophet and his mismatched party had arrived ahead of the Indians. Bokonghel hadn't wanted Prophet to visit the mine. He had a feeling the others in the town didn't either. From his perch behind the Gatling gun, he could see the gap between the hotel and the next smaller building to the east. He could also see the main street off to his far right. Marshal Bill Hawkins was just now walking up from between two buildings, holding a rifle up high across his chest, his black claw hammer coat blowing out like a giant bat swing in the wind. Hawkins and the other townsmen would be sticking close to the saloon, since that seemed to be the Indians' target. If Prophet was careful, he could make his way out of town without being seen by anyone, including the Mojaves, he hoped. A foolish move, probably, but again, he felt a strong pull toward the mine. When Louisa came into the saloon for a drink, Prophet turned to her.
Take over behind this here Gatling gun. Will you kill her?
What are you gonna do?
Snoop around and try not to get killed.
As he walked toward the back door of the saloon, he passed by Sugar's table, who was playing solitaire with a deck of marked cards.
Nice day for a walk, eh, bounty hunter?
The blind outlaw smiled knowingly.
Isn't it, though?
Prophet continued through the back hallway to the empty storeroom and the saloon's rear door. Snugging his hat down tight on his head, Prophet made his way east of the hotel, walking along behind the other buildings until the rugged desert opened up before him. Staying out of sight from the town, he retraced his earlier steps, cutting up the arroyo. He moved carefully, his rifle aimed out from his hip, watching for bushwhacking braves. He saw nothing but a few jackrabbits, one coyote, and blowing weeds and dust as he made his way past where Senor Bocangel had tried to drill him. Striding along the narrow wash, he moved around the bend, swinging east. Ahead, the canyon walls fell back on both sides, broadening the canyon floor. The walls rose higher. The wagon trail leading from the town to the mine was on his left, deeply grooved from the heavy double-shod wheels of the ore drays. But from his vantage in the brush and rocks along the trail, he could see no fresh tracks. The grooves were partly filled in with dust and sand and bits of weeds. Tumbleweeds littered the trail, and creosote, yucca, and Jimson weed had grown up between the ruts. If the mine had been used recently, it hadn't been reached via the old road from San Gazo. The mine lay 200 yards inside the canyon, about a third of the way up the slope on his right. The trail wound up to it along a graded bed. There wasn't much to see of the mine, but a portal that had obviously been caved in at the back of a small shelf carved out of the mountain. Below the shelf lay a massive tailings pile and a jumble of iron and gray-weathered wood that was likely all that remained of the stamping mill, tipple, and tramway. Around the rubble were also the bleached white bones doubtlessly belonging to mules that had pulled the drays and that often dropped dead due to exhaustion or poor tending. Prophet had been to many mines, and they were hard, merciless places for man and beast. This one, however, hadn't been worked in at least 5 years. He didn't have to climb the slope to see that. Not even a shod hoof print marked the soft sand anywhere around the base of the tailing slope. Hooves thudded behind Prophet. He whipped around. 3 Indians on spotted ponies galloped around the bend in the canyon floor.
God damn it.
Prophet looked around for cover. There was nothing near that could conceal him. Up the slope about 15 yards was a wagon-sized boulder that angled out away from the ridge. He scrambled up the slope, breathing hard, hearing the hoof thuds growing louder. Bullets spanged off rocks around Prophet's feet. He threw himself behind the boulder. Only behind the boulder there was nothing but a ragged hole in the ground. Prophet fell through it, knowing in the back of his mind he'd just thrown himself down an exploratory mine shaft. He bounced and rolled, losing his rifle and feeling rocks hammering him about the ribs, head, and shoulders. The angle was steep enough that he couldn't stop his momentum. He hit the bottom of the shaft with an explosion of air from his hammered lungs. He lay on his back, head spinning. Fireworks flared behind his squeezed shut eyelids. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw something angling up beside him.
What the...
Prophet grimaced when he realized that what he was staring at was a human hand. The fingers formed a hideous, pale claw that was reaching for him. Prophet got his heels and hands beneath him and scuttled a few feet away from the large, pale hand hovering over him until his right elbow pushed against something yielding, and he turned to see what appeared to be a tan wool vest. The stench in the hole was nearly suffocating, and Prophet felt his eyes watering as he realized that the tan vest was worn by another dead man. The vest was blood-matted, and it was swollen over the bloated belly it covered. The sickly sweet stench of human decay made him suck a shallow breath as he rose onto his elbows, wincing against the burning aches in his ribs and hips and the back of his neck. He saw his rifle lying against the wall several feet away, beyond the legs of the body to his right. His aching head swirled, unable yet to fully fathom his grim discovery.
Some kind of mining accident?
The thought was snuffed by a sound from above. He looked toward the opening of the hole at the top of the steeply slanted shaft. He couldn't see the entire opening from his vantage because of a lip of rock above him, but he could make out the silhouette of a head staring down at him from the hole's lip, long hair hanging around the Indian's shoulders.
Hey, white man! Hey, you down there! Thieving bastard! You dead?
A lump ago.
Prophet didn't think the Indian could see him down here in the darkness. His eyes continuing to water, he held himself still.
Where's the gold, white man? Huh? Where'd you boys hide it?
Still, Prophet said nothing as he frowned up at the ragged-edged hole in the head of the Indian staring down at him. Finally, the Indian straightened. He angled a rifle down toward Prophet, and the bounty hunter jerked his head and knees back, rolling up against the wall behind him. Slugs slammed into the ground where he had been. Prophet's heart raced. After a while, he peered up at the ragged mouth of the shaft. The Indian was gone. Prophet shook his head at the fumes of putrefaction and rose painfully to his hands and knees. He took quick stock of his condition, deciding that while he was badly battered, no bones were broken. Maybe a cracked rib or two, but he'd live. Looking around at the two dead men, he lifted his bandana across his nose and mouth, then crawled over to the man on his right, the one wearing a tan vest under a dark brown suit jacket. Prophet saw that he'd taken 2 bullets to the chest. He frowned at something poking out from beneath the man's left coat lapel, then reached down and with his gloved hand flipped the lapel back to reveal the sun and moon copper badge of a Deputy United States Marshal. Prophet turned his startled gaze on the man with the upraised claw-like hand, then saw that there was yet a third man lying beyond claw hand. Prophet crawled the few feet over, and as he passed by, saw that Claw Hand, too, wore a copper marshal badge, as did the third man Prophet saw a few seconds later. The third man, his face swollen and dark, wore a long tan duster. One of the duster's torn pockets was bulging. What appeared to be papers peeked up out of the top of the pocket. Prophet reached down and pulled out the rolled sheaf of paper, removed a string, and unrolled the papers. He felt his eyes bulge as he rocked back on his heels.
Jesus.
The face on the wanted circular staring up at him was that of Marshal Bill Hawkins, an evil leer on his lips, each etched eye seeming to be staring off in different directions. The name on the circular, just below the $1,000 being offered for bounty, was Hawk Johnson. He was wanted for wanton thievery, cold-blooded murder, and the general harassment of law-abiding citizens along the west coast of the United States. Prophet's heart thudded as he tossed the circular aside and stared down at the next one in the stack. His heart beat faster. The face staring up at him now was none other than that of Ivy Miller, whom the lurid writing on the Dodger called the Negro murderess and common bank robber, Thelma Knight. She also had $1,000 on her pretty head. Prophet tossed Ivy's Dodger aside and perused the rest of them one by one, reading off the names to himself. Most of the others, perhaps less well-known than Johnson and Knight, were still using their actual names. Casey Blackwell, H.A. Doc Shackelford, who indeed had a Doctor of Medicine degree from King's College, but who was also wanted for murder, bank robbery, and other sundry barbarisms. George Wentz, who called himself LaBeouf here in San Gazo, and Bernard Dad Conway, who had once ridden with Bloody Bill Anderson during the Civil War, and who had not lost the taste for savage violence in the years since Appomattox. The face on the last Dodger, Tulsa St. James, had a string of other aliases all listed on the circular offering $700, dead or alive. According to the Dodger, she was a throat-cutting murderess in cahoots with the notorious Negro murderess Thelma Knight.
Jesus.
Somewhere, for some reason, the various brigands from both sexes had thrown in together. Prophet remembered L. Lightning asking about gold, obviously believing that Prophet's was in cahoots with Johnson, Knight, and the others. So they'd stolen gold, and, like he and his own ragtag bunch, were holed up here with it. Somehow L. Lightning and his band of Mojaves had learned of the gold and wanted their share. Maybe the Indians had waylaid the outlaws, or maybe they were waiting for their trail to grow cold before heading deeper into Mexico. These 3 dead lawmen had come after them and got themselves shot up and thrown in a hole. Tulsa St. James had cut prairies in the corporals' throats to possibly further befuddle and frighten the others, maybe convincing them to ride on out of San Gazo. Thelma Knight had likely put the kill-crazy whore up to it, because it was easier, less risky than trying to kill the gang outright. And Tulsa was good at what she did. And a damn good actress, too, Prophet thought, remembering how frightened she'd looked when she'd seen Frieri lying dead beside her. Eventually, the big redhead might have ridded the town of all the newcomers one by one.
Jesus.
Realization was like a cool, fresh breeze blowing the soot and coal dust from his battered, befuddled brain. On the heels of the realization, however, came a wintry chill, prickling the hairs along his spine. Johnson, Knight, and the others were holed up in the saloon with Louisa, who had no idea who in the hell they were, or what they were capable of. Prophet didn't much care about Chasine, Lazaro, and the others, but the idea that Louisa was in that devil's den sent Prophet reaching for his rifle, donning his battered hat, and starting up the steep wall of the shaft. Holding his rifle with one hand, he climbed, hoisting himself with his free hand and his feet. He was about 15 feet from the dead men at the bottom when he grabbed a rock and started to pull. The rock came out of the wall with a jerk.
Oh, shit!
He hit the bottom of the shaft, smacking his head on a rock. He lay on his back, trying to put some weight on his elbows to push himself up, but his arms turned to water. His eyes crossed. The hole became a watery blur. He fell back against the ground and his eyes closed. But in his brain he continued to spiral down, down into even deeper darkness. Louisa cranked the Gatling gun's lever. The Indian that had just run out from the far side of the barber shop dove behind the well as Louisa's slugs blew up dust at his moccasined heels. He poked the top of his head up above the edge of the well. The corner of the building behind him turned red as the bullets threw him back against it. He slumped to one side, jerked a foot, and lay still.
Damn, you're good with that thing, Leona.
Louisa swung a look at Killjoy, standing over her right shoulder, staring into the street over the Gatling's smoking maws.
It's Louisa, and thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Killjoy glowered as he remembered that she'd double-crossed him and the rest of his gang.
Louisa, not Leona. Gotta remember that.
Sit down, Killjoy. You're making me nervous.
You ought to be nervous. Because once we're finished with these engines...
Sit down, Roy.
Sugar had resumed her quiet game of solitaire after she'd gone up to Lazaro's room and rewrapped his wound. Doc Shackelford sat at the table with the blind woman, reading an old yellowed newspaper on the table before him, round-rimmed glasses perched on his hawk-like nose. His carbine lay atop the table beside the paper. The doctor shook his head, making no other comment. Captain Chasine sat back against the wall opposite the bar, leaning back against a pillow cushioning the arrow wound, and watched Killjoy cross the room back to his table. His lone surviving Rurale cohort was out on patrol somewhere in town, unless the Mojaves had got him. When Killjoy had retaken his own seat on the other side of the room from Louisa, the Vengeance Queen continued to swing the Gatling from left to right, appraising the street. Frowning thoughtfully, she looked at the Indian she'd just shot and the several others who lay where they'd fallen earlier and had been relieved of their ammunition.
Persistent, aren't they?
She turned to Marshal Hawkins, who sat at a table near the bar with Ivy Miller, both of whom were nursing whiskeys and keeping quiet counsel. The other townsmen, LaBeouf, Dad, and Blackwell, were stationed at various points around San Gazo. Tulsa St. James was upstairs in a room. Hawkins returned Louisa's look.
I reckon I don't know a Mojave that ain't persistent when it comes to killing white men.
Besides,
Ivy set her shot glass on the table before her and regarded Louisa coolly.
you're the ones who brought them here, aren't you?
Are we? Or maybe they were already gathering out on the desert, planning a strike on San Gazo, and we just stumbled into their powwow.
The wind had covered the approach of someone behind Louisa on the other side of the blown-out window. Two arms wrapped around her, pinning her arms to her sides.
Whoa, now, darling.
The blonde-haired townsman Blackwell nuzzled Louisa's neck.
You're just too pretty a little she-cat to be ignored any longer.
He gripped Louisa's writhing body tighter.
Hawk, if you need me, we'll be upstairs.
Louisa glanced over her shoulder to see Blackwell's eyes rolling back into his head as if to look at the quarter-sized hole in his right temple, just below his hairline. He tried to clutch at Louisa, then fell to the veranda floor. Louisa stumbled forward and turned to see Sugar Delphi standing behind her table, holding the stock of a smoking Winchester carbine against her shoulder. Sugar stared in Louisa's general direction and ejected the spent shell from the Winchester's chamber. As she seated a fresh one, Louisa looked around the room. Every man in the place, as well as Ivy Miller, staring at Sugar in shock and extreme dismay. All the men except Chasine, that was. The Rurale captain smiled with one side of his mouth, twisting an upswept curl of his mustache between his thumb and index finger, and showing a yellow fang beneath it.
Guess what?
Doc Shackelford stood, tall and dour and cold-eyed beside his table, taking one step from Sugar and raising an over-and-under pearl-gripped derringer in each of his large, sun-leathered fists.
Now, hold on.
Chasine stiffened his wounded back and held both hands up shoulder-high, palms out.
What's that, Doc? Spill it. Ain't no such thing as a stupid question.
Killjoy held both his hands over his holstered pistols. Even with both bandaged holes in his face, he looked eager to use the hog legs.
I do believe you and yours done wore out your welcome here in San Gazo. Wouldn't you say, Hawk?
The Sawbones shuttled his cold blue eyes toward the marshal, who drew his revolver.
Hawk?
Sugar tilted her head, smiling.
Is that short for Hawkins? Or could it be Hawk Johnson?
The marshal's eye twitched. The air was so thick with tension you could have cut it with a knife. Everyone waited for the first move. Then Hawkins or Johnson or whoever in hell he was raised a hand.
Hold on now. Beefing each other ain't gonna do any of us a damn bit of good.
Louisa spied movement on the street to her left and turned to see Dad Conway and George LaBeouf running toward the saloon. Killjoy narrowed his eyes.
Hawk Johnson, huh?
Cat's out of the bag, I guess.
The man formerly known as Bill Hawkins holstered his Colt.
Well, I reckon it's time to stop running around the church privy. You in?
Hold on.
Ivy stood indignantly.
Shouldn't we talk this over, Hawk?
What's the talk over, Ivy? We're outgunned by goddamn Injuns. And I, for one, am damn tired of this town. With the help of Lazaro's bunch, we might be able to make a run for Puerto Penasco.
I'm for that.
Louisa lifted her eyes to see Tulsa St. James standing on the stairs at the back of the room. She held two pistols in her chubby fists.
A girl never quite feels clean in such a dirty place. And all these empty buildings give me the creeps. I say we bring him in and haul ass.
A short silence. Louisa saw that Red Snake had entered via the room's back door and was hunkered on his haunches against the back wall, holding his Henry rifle's butt against his thigh. He'd entered the game late, and he looked confused but also wound up. Johnson raked the room with his twitching eyes. Then he looked at Killjoy.
Got any thoughts, Roy?
What you got, Johnson?
Gold.
Ivy Miller's dark eyes gleamed.
Enough to set us all up high for the rest of our lives.
Killjoy glanced at Jacine, still leaned against the wall.
What about the rurale?
For the right price, amigos, I am a rurale in uniform only.
Jacine's eyes brightened.
How much gold are we talking about, Senor Johnson?
You heard, Ivy.
All right.
Killjoy frowned.
What about Leona and Prophet?
All eyes turned to Louisa, who said nothing. No one did for a time. Then Sugar stood up slowly from her unfinished game of solitaire.
Don't worry about Leona.
She turned her blind eyes toward Louisa.
She's one of us.
Louisa swallowed.
And Prophet?
He could be a problem.
Red Snake spoke from the shadows at the back of the room.
And you know what I've always said about problems.
Killjoy gave a lopsided grin.
Refresh my memory, amigo.
Shoot him down. They're doornails.
Damn.
Ivy poured herself another shot.
I was just starting to like the man.
No accounting for taste.
At the bottom of the pit, the big man opened his eyes. He lifted his head, winced as a sharp stiletto of tooth-gnashing pain stabbed him from ear to ear. He couldn't see much. Night had fallen. Staring up at the ragged circle of sky at the top of the hole, he saw stars. He took another breath, and the horrific stench was like a cold slap of water. Gaining his knees, he ran a hand across the back of his head, felt a tender goose egg at the crown. He felt a wetness there as well. Blood. Most of it had dried, however. He felt around until he'd found his hat, rifle, and the gut shredder, then heaved himself to his feet. Leaning forward, he steadied himself against a shelf-like chunk of rock protruding from the side of the shaft.
Then Dixieland, where I was born.
He reached up for a chunk of rock, glistening in the starlight, beginning to climb.
Early on, one frosty morning.
He took it slower this time, not so much because he wanted to, but because every tug of his hand and push of his boots caused an invisible, angry giant to slam a sledgehammer against the crown of his skull.
Look away.
He grabbed a rock above his head with his left hand, grinding his right boot into a slight cleft in the wall below him. He pulled, grinding his jaws.
Look away.
He rose along the wall, raking his cheek against it.
Look away. Dixieland.
He lifted his head from the hole and hauled his torso over the edge of the pit and rested against the cool, rocky ground, his legs hanging over the side. He drew refreshing drafts of air untainted by the horrific reek below, though he could smell the death stench on his clothes. Finally, he hoisted his legs out of the pit and rolled to the side, coming to rest on his back and staring up at the stars. The heavens blinked out for a time. When he regained consciousness, he could see a few stars, but others appeared to be blocked by something between him and the sky. He twitched his nose. Above the stench of death rising off his own body, he smelled sweat and bear grease. He jerked his head up to see the bows drawn taut by 3 braves standing over him, aiming the flint-tipped arrows at his face. Prophet felt a muscle in his cheek twitch. He was about to open his mouth to speak when someone approached down the slope behind the 3 braves.
Hold it, brothers! Hold on now! What you got there?
The braves lowered their bows and stepped back, 2 parting to reveal the big Indian coming up behind them. Prophet didn't need to see the lightning bolt scar on his forehead to know he was looking at the tough nut himself, El Lightning. The man squatted in front of Prophet and grinned.
Ah, white man, you live.
El Lightning's long, coarse black hair danced around his shoulders.
I'll be damned. I thought you died down there. Whew. I don't mean to insult you, brother, but... You smell bad.
Prophet studied the big Mojave dubiously, trying to reconcile the man's savage appearance with his near-perfect English. The war chief held a Henry repeater in his hands. It hung by a braided strip of burlap from his neck and shoulder. The bounty hunter glanced at the three braves flanking El Lightning, then returned his gaze to the big man himself.
You wouldn't have a bar of soap on you, would you?
It is no laughing matter, brother. You stink. You need a bath.
El Lightning glanced into the hole behind Prophet.
What's down there anyway? Dead bobcat or something?
3 dead federales.
The chief drew his head back, ridging his heavy brows skeptically.
Deputy United States Marshals.
Ah, I wondered what happened to them. We saw them from a distance 2-3 weeks ago. But I was more interested in your friends.
They're not my friends.
El Lightning smiled.
After all you've been through, down there with those dead lawmen. Whew, you stink, brother. I think you could use a pull from my Tisween flask.
Tisween?
If anything could clear the hammer out of Prophet's head and ease the misery of his battered bones and strained tendons, it was the extremely intoxicating Mojave Tanglefoot brewed from sprouted corn.
Come. I am a most gracious host, brother.
The war chief straightened, nodded to the braves, then turned and strode down the gravelly hill. 2 of the braves lunged toward Prophet, relieving him of his weapons, one giving special interest to the double-bore greener, caressing the barrels fondly. The third brave kicked Prophet's ribs. Up! Prophet hauled himself to his feet, taking his head in his hands when the giant resumed work with the massive sledgehammer. The 3 Mojaves prodded him down the hill where 4 horses stood. El Lightning galloped off atop his big skewbald steed, swinging up canyon beyond the mine in the opposite direction of the town.
You, up.
Prophet climbed onto one of the other 3 Mustangs. 2 of the braves rode double, leading Prophet's mount, and he lowered his head and pressed his fingers into his temples as the pony's fast, choppy gait kicked up the misery in his skull. If he'd been in better condition, he might have been able to leap off the Mustang and escape into the brush. As it was, he couldn't have waved a fly from his face, much less try to outrun Mojave arrows. He was glad that he didn't have to endure the ride for long before a fire appeared at a confluence of 2 dry washes well concealed by thick brush, rocks, and organ pipe cactus. His horse was led into the wash. Around the fire were 10 or so Mojaves hunkered on their butts, gear including saddle blankets and guns and bows and arrow quivers spread out around them. El Lightning stood a little to one side of the fire, his horse being led away by a short, humpbacked brave with a limp. Prophet climbed down from his horse. El Lightning beckoned to Prophet.
Come and sit, white man.
Prophet approached the fire warily.
I would use your proper name if I knew what it was.
Prophet. Lou Prophet.
The bounty hunter looked around at the hard-faced braves all staring at him with open menace. He felt like a rabbit at a rattlesnake convention. He glanced at the 3 braves who'd slapped their horses away toward where the Indians' cavy was gathered further up the wash. They seemed to have divvied up his arsenal, one taking his Colt, one his Winchester, the last his shotgun. That brave was now showing it to another older brave who was lounging back on his elbows and hiking a shoulder and pooching his lips with disinterest. El Lightning gestured for Prophet to sit down. Then he sat down himself, pressing his moccasins together and resting his elbows on his raised knees. He lifted a flask.
Drink.
Prophet took the flask and took a tentative pull of the Tisween. He'd prepared himself, but it still hit him like a loaded lumber dray, burning his throat as it went down and slamming against the bottom of his belly. El Lightning stared at him expectantly.
Nothing like Tisween. Oh.
El Lightning grabbed the flask back and took a pull, then stared at Prophet for a long time. The bounty hunter held the war chief's gaze.
Now then, you enjoyed my hospitality. Tell me where the gold is.
How is it you have such a command of English, if you don't mind my asking?
Prophet was trying to buy time, but he was also genuinely curious. El Lightning gave an indulgent smile.
I am only half of the blood. My mother was a Mexicano-Irish woman from Sonoita, captured by the Jicarilla and sold to the Mojave. She took me with her when she escaped. I was 6, and all Mojave. I ran back when I was 10.
The war chief smiled with satisfaction.
And became the greatest warrior the Mojave people have ever known.
Modest, too.
Huh?
Never mind. You didn't care for the reservation, I take it?
I wouldn't know. I never went. A select few of my people and I, braves, who vowed to follow me and to fight the white man to the death, hid in the Sierra Madre. We will take our land back. It will require time, as well as arms and ammunition.
El Lightning bored holes in Prophet with his eyes.
And gold. It will take much gold for all the arms and ammunition we will need for the final revolution.
I doubt Johnson has that much gold. Probably just robbed a bank along the border. They don't grow banks very big along the border.
El Lightning shook his head.
I saw the strongbox through the spyglass I stole from an American cavalry officer. I gutted and left to die howling in the desert.
Prophet felt his intestines coil and uncoil like snakes.
It was a large box, and a heavy one, lashed to a big mule. Much gold. I will ask you only once more, my friend Prophet. Where is it? Buried out here? Or hidden in the saloon?
I don't suppose it'd do any good to tell you I'm not a member of that gang. I'm a bounty hunter. I rode in here with some curly wolves I was tracking. We threw in together on account of you slinging lead and arrows at us. Ran into Johnson and San Gazo. Oh, wouldn't know him from Adams or Fox. Never even heard of the man.
El Lightning merely arched a brow. The story had fallen on deaf ears.
Well, shit.
Prophet glanced at the 3 braves behind him, armed with his own guns and staring at him like a pack of hungry wolves.
I'm not sure what to tell you.
Don't bullshit me, Prophet. Where is the gold? Buried out here? Surely they don't have it with them in the saloon.
I don't know. I think that's where they have it, but...
Prophet didn't know what else to say, merely trying to buy as much time as he could.
I don't know.
You lie like a coyote, Lou.
Now hold on, El.
They would have hid it or buried it outside where flames could not reach it if we burn the saloon.
The war chief grinned.
Have you ever seen a flaming Mojave arrow, Lou?
Prophet let his gaze flick toward the 2 long-barreled Colts protruding from El Lightning's sash.
I'm getting tired of all this palaver. All right. Here's the information you're wanting. You know that little pink adobe at the far end of town?
I know it.
We buried it in there.
Prophet bolted off his heels, dove over the fire, and smashed his head and shoulders into El Lightning's chest. The war chief hit the ground on his back. Prophet wrapped his hands around both Colts' walnut handles. El Lightning slashed that hand away before Prophet could cock the weapon. On the ground around him, shadows moved. Something hard slammed against his head. It felt as though his skull had been cleaved in 2. The area around the fire pitched and bobbed around him, slowly blurring before turning completely, mercifully black. The fires of hell were finally consuming Lou Prophet. He hadn't counted on the heat being this intense. He also hadn't counted on the fact that old Scratch would have laid him out on a rough stone slab when he should have been working. there was only darkness and heat. A fierce, burning heat, and the savage smashing of a giant sledgehammer against his exposed brain. He tried to squirm his way off the slab, but he couldn't move. His hands and feet were secure. He shook his head from side to side as the flames licked around his face, at times more intense on one area than another. His mouth was as dry as a swatch of old leather left out in the desert. His tongue so thick he had trouble keeping it in his mouth and out of the flames. Something sharp dug into his chest. Finally, to his own surprise, he was able to open his eyes. The light was like razor-edged javelins impaling the orbs. He squeezed them shut, slitted them, the light slithering like burning kerosene under the lids. Inside the light he saw the bird, a large, bald-headed bird with flat, BB-like eyes and a wretchedly hooked beak. The bird's head suddenly turned red. The body jerked and flew off Prophet's chest and landed in the red gravel to his left. Prophet's head pounded. The back of his neck was stiff and sore. He lay his head back against the ground. He turned his head to the right and saw Mean and Ugly galloping toward him down a low rise. A small man with a straw sombrero and wearing a flannel shirt and ragged denims sat in the saddle, holding a Spencer carbine in his right hand. For a second, Prophet thought the horse would trample him before coming to a skidding halt, spraying sand and gravel over the bounty hunter's bare arms and chest.
Senor. Oh, senor.
Prophet couldn't see the man's face against the brassy sky, but he recognized the voice of Senor Bocangel. Through one squinted eye, he watched the short, wiry little Mexican swing awkwardly down from Mean's back, a canteen in his hand. The horse snorted and stomped. As Bocangel dropped to one knee beside Prophet, the bounty hunter looked around, trying to get a better fix on his circumstances, his condition. Looking down his chest, he saw that he was naked. The skin across his long, broad body was blistered, brassy, and mottled red. His ankles were strapped to stakes buried in the gravelly ground. Same with his wrists.
Oh, senor.
Bocangel popped the cork on the canteen, then cradled and lifted Prophet's head with his left arm.
Here, fresh water from the well. Drink.
Prophet let some of the cool liquid dribble into his mouth. It was instantly refreshing. He could have drunk the entire canteen, but just a few sips made him feel queasy, so he stopped.
How long have I been out here?
The Mojaves pulled out day before yesterday, in the morning. They staked you out here just before they left, I think. You are very lucky. They must have seen Johnson pull out with the others and decided to follow them rather than torture you, as only Relampago can torture.
I got all my parts.
As far as I can tell, amigo.
Untie me, will you?
See.
Bocangel set the canteen aside, slipped a folding knife from his right boot, and began sawing through the leather straps tying Prophet's limbs to their corresponding stakes. When his last limb was free, Prophet rolled onto his side. His face and the top half of his body, every inch of it, felt as though someone had raked him hard with coarse sandpaper. He looked around, ran the tip of his tongue across his lips. They were cracked and bloody from the burn, tasted like rock salt. The sun blasted down on him and Bocangel, who had stepped away to retrieve Prophet's hat from where the Indians had scattered his clothes and his boots.
Hey, put this on, amigo, till we get you out of this sun, huh?
Prophet looked at the hat. For a second, it didn't look like his. Nothing seemed right at the moment. He supposed the multiple brainings and being staked out to dry like a buffalo hide in the sun would do that to a fella.
Gracias.
He took the hat and snugged it down tight on his head. Mean and Ugly regarded him skeptically, twitching his ears.
Yeah, it's me, horse.
Prophet looked at Bocangel, who was limping tenderly around in the sand, his leg and arm wounds wrapped with strips of blood-spotted cloth.
Pull out?
Prophet frowned, squinting both eyes.
That what you said? Johnson pulled out?
Si.
And the Injuns?
Si, senor. They followed the desperados. I saw them skirting the town a little after Johnson and the others left with the gold.
Prophet grabbed the chin strap of Mean's bridle and heaved himself to his feet, shifting his weight from one sunburned foot to the other.
What about my partner?
La Rubia?
Senor Bocangel shrugged.
She rode out too, Lou. Must have thought you were dead, huh? As did I. I rode out here to hunt rabbits. I just thank God they left me in one piece. I thought they would kill me, as I thought they had killed you.
Prophet didn't hear that last. He was leaning against Mean and Ugly's neck, trying to get his land legs back, and working the information Bocangel had imparted through his sluggish brain. Louisa had gone with the outlaws.
Where was the gold?
In the cellar of the saloon.
The storeroom.
Prophet remembered that he'd been vaguely puzzled there had been no food stored in the room behind the main saloon hall, as there would have been if 10 or so folks had actually been living in San Gazo. Only gold had been stored in that room, in the cellar beneath the wooden door in the floor. The naked bounty hunter turned to Bocangel standing beside him, holding his clothes like an offering. Prophet was badly sunburned, and he knew that raking clothes across his tender, throbbing flesh would aggravate the torment, but he couldn't go after those killers naked.
They had to have forced Louisa to join them. No way she would have gone willingly.
He grabbed his summer weight long handles off the pile in Bocangel's hands. Leaning back against his horse, he steeled himself, shook the underwear out, and began pulling the garment on. Witch's fingers, tricked out with razor-edged nails, raked his tender skin, inflaming the fire.
You need some medicine, Lou.
I need a bottle of Tanglefoot's what I need.
Grinding his molars, he finished, dressing. Even wrapped his holster and shell belt around his waist, though his Colt was gone, as were his Winchester and gut shredder.
First things first.
He swung up on the Mean's back, his denims feeling like hot irons against the insides of his thighs.
Whiskey, guns, and ammunition.
He'd fog Louisa's trail, try to pull her out of the gang before she got whipsawed between them and El Lightning. He had no idea what was going through her head. It was most often impossible to know. Had they taken her, or had she gone willingly? Was Johnson's gold too enticing for her? No. Prophet was ashamed for thinking it. He extended his hand to Bocangel, wincing.
Need a lift?
The Mexican shook his head and offered a wan smile.
No need, senor.
Bocangel led Mean by the horse's bridle over to a rock. He stepped onto the rock, giving a wince of his own, and hoisted himself over Mean's hindquarters.
Thanks.
De nada.
Prophet looked around.
Where are we?
Town is that way, amigo.
Prophet touched spurs to Mean's flanks, and the horse trotted southwest along the edge of a shallow, brush-lined wash. 15 minutes later, he and Bocangel entered town from its east end. Prophet checked the horse down and sat staring down the broad main street, littered with several dead Indians, twisted where they'd fallen in the battle that had been waging for the past couple of days. There was one dead horse. Prophet booted Mean ahead, reined up near the dead Mustang. Bocangel dismounted first, and then Prophet swung tenderly down from Mean's back. The butt of a carbine rifle stuck out from beneath the dead horse. Prophet knew that all the Indians' rifles and pistols had been confiscated earlier by his own party, for the weapons themselves and also for the ammo they carried. He'd seen this carbine before, sticking out from beneath the horse, but he'd been too busy for bothering with a gun pinned beneath 400 pounds of dead horse. He bothered with it now, grabbing the gun by its stock, planting one boot against the horse's hip and pulling. The gun slid free. Prophet worked the cocking lever until the gun was empty. He scowled at the 5 cartridges in the palm of his left hand. Bocangel extended his own carbine to the bounty hunter.
You may take my gun, Lou.
No.
Prophet reloaded the Indian's carbine, the stock of which had been decorated with brass rivets forming a wolf's head.
I may not be back.
He slipped a goatskin water flask from around the horse's neck, shook the flask to judge how much water was in it, and turned to Bocangel.
What's your part in all this?
My son and I guided Johnson and Senorita Knight south of the border. We lived here in San Gazo, Joaquin and I. We had gone to San Diego for supplies. We prospected these mountains, you see, Lou. In exchange for our help, Johnson's gang offered us a sack full of gold dust each, and our lives.
The old Mexican turned his mouth corners down and stared out over the desert stretching off beyond the mountains.
Joaquin, he became greedy and stole a bar of the gold and set off across the desert. I chased after him to bring him back before Johnson realized he was gone. The Indians got to him first. They found the bar.
And realized how much gold Johnson's bunch must have been hauling.
Prophet stepped as lightly as he could to keep his burned skin from screaming. He slung the goatskin flask around his neck, slid the rifle into his saddle boot, and led Mean over to the covered stone well standing in the center of the main street. Bocangel limped across the street to the livery barn and disappeared inside. Prophet winched up a bucket of water, filled the goatskin flask as well as his own canteen, hung both from his saddle horn, and swung into the leather. Bocangel walked out of the livery barn carrying Prophet's saddlebags and bedroll.
You will need these.
Prophet waited until the Mexican had strapped the bedroll behind his saddle cantle and set the saddlebags over the horse's rump.
Which way do they head?
West, across the mountains. There's a spring there, the last one for 100 miles.
Will they know where it is?
They will follow the only trail.
Prophet cast a backward glance at Bocangel.
Much obliged, senor.
Go with God, Lou.
Prophet turned his head forward, put spurs to Mean's flanks, and trotted for several yards along the street before galloping on out of San Gazo, following the trail snaking west. One day earlier, the outlaw gang comprised of Hawk Johnson's gang, Lazaro's gang, Captain Chassin and his one surviving rurale, and Luisa Bonaventure reined up at the base of the Montañas Muertas, where the canyon spilled into the waterless desert. Luisa reined her pinto up beside Sugar's Black and looked around the dozen riders through the dust kicked up by their horses and the mule that the black woman led, and which had a Wells Fargo strongbox strapped to the stout pack frame on its back. Lazaro was riding lead with Hawk Johnson, the man with the constantly nervously twitching eyes who'd pretended to be the San Gazo town marshal. Lazaro looked around, grinning to cover his wariness.
Well, you gonna sit there all day grinning? Or you gonna get your loot? We got ours, don't we? Intend to share it with you, don't we?
Johnson gave an oblique smile.
As long as we all make it across the desert to Puerto Penasco together.
One corner of his mouth rose with faint menace.
That's right. That was the deal. I reckon we gotta trust each other, don't we?
Lazaro glowered at his unlikely accomplice. His face was gaunt, pale, and hollow-cheeked. He rode with one hand clamped over his wounded side. A while ago, as they'd ridden down the canyon from San Gazo, Luisa had spied blood leaking from the wound behind the gang leader's long cream duster. Lazaro glanced at Killjoy sitting his roan beside him. Both men rode out away from the canyon mouth and into the desert beyond. As Luisa watched, sitting beside Sugar, the two riders grew small behind their rising tan dust tails. They disappeared into the ravine about a half a mile away, reappearing a half hour later. Lazaro had ridden into the ravine with one set of saddlebags on his horse. As he galloped back to the group, Luisa saw that he had a second set of saddlebags, the ones containing the stolen Nogales bank money, flapping over the first set.
How much you got?
Doc Shackelford sat a rangy strawberry mare near Thelma Knight and the mule hauling the strongbox. Tulsa St. James sat a big cream to Shackelford's left, wearing a long duster, stylish black gloves, and a white silk scarf on her coiffed red head. She had a surly, impatient expression on her pudgy, brown-eyed face. The whore carried a sawed-off shotgun in each of the two sheaths she wore on her saddle. one on each side of her mount.
16,000.
Not much compared to what we got.
George LaBeouf pulled his horse's head up away from a clump of Jimson weed.
But I reckon it'll buy us a few putas in Monterey.
The burly outlaw glanced at Louisa, Ivy, and Sugar.
Pardon, ladies.
We got the money.
Sugar pulled her horse up to where Lazaro, Killjoy, and Johnson sat clumped at the head of the pack. The blind woman slid her pistol from the holster on her right thigh and aimed at Lazaro's forehead.
What the?
Guns came up. All eyes swung to the blind woman, whose stony-faced holstered her own smoking pistol as Lazaro rolled down the side of his pitching horse to hit the ground. Sugar swung her left arm out a couple of times before grabbing Lazaro's reins. She turned to Johnson, who stared skeptically, both eyes twitching, over the long barrel of his own Colt leveled at the blind woman's belly.
He was my man, and he'd come to the end of his trail. Wasn't gonna give you the satisfaction of doing it yourself, Johnson. Now, let's ride before those savages catch up to us.
Louisa had also palmed one of her Colts. Now she couldn't help curling her upper lip approvingly, suppressing the Colt's hammer and returning the gun to its holster. Roy, Killjoy, and Red Snake stared down at their dead leader, then looked at each other.
Tough beans.
You can say that again.
Then they moved out, followed by the others. Louisa stayed back with Sugar.
You're still here.
Sugar turned her head toward Lazaro and stared off over the outlaw leader's body.
I'm glad. I need you now, Leona.
Maybe we need each other, Sugar.
Sugar turned toward Louisa.
Why do you need me?
I don't know.
Louisa turned to stare back up the canyon in the direction of San Gazo, where she'd left so much, not the least of which was her lover and partner, Lou Prophet, behind.
Maybe to show me another way.
What way was that? She wondered all that day as they rode a winding trail through the heart of the Montañas Muertas, at the tail end of the outlaw pack. What way was that? Maybe the way she'd always been looking for to leave her grief behind. If killing thieves and killers hadn't done it, maybe joining them, becoming them, would. Lou was likely dead. The night before, she'd scoured the town and the desert for him, but the wind had blown all his sign away, and he hadn't answered her calls. Killed by the Mojaves, most likely, though it was impossible for her to imagine the big, rugged man dead. The idea was incomprehensible to her. It left her feeling hollow and numb. With him gone, what else did she have left but to try to make life sufferable? The group set up camp in a broad niche in the rocks along the side of a steep ridge. A spring lay in a stone bowl just below the camp, only 40 yards away. There was little cover around the spring, so the group decided to remain in the niche for the night, keeping an eye on the rock tank and scouting the area under cover of darkness. They were all wily enough to know that the Mojaves could have the tank covered and be waiting to pick the gang off one by one when they went down for water. Louisa spread her bedroll near Sugar's, under mesquite branches overhanging the bank. The group was silent, the rocks and brush around the camp dark with purple starlight mottling the open areas. No one smoked. The stars hung down. Louisa couldn't sleep. Razor-edged thoughts raced through her skull. She didn't feel so much sad about Prophet, or she didn't think it was sadness that made her chest feel as though she'd been impaled with a war lance. She felt only numb, as though she'd awakened after a long sleep and couldn't get her bearings. Her closest ally now was Sugar. How odd that she'd find herself so tied to a blind outlaw woman. But then nothing ever made sense.
Why'd you do it, Sugar?
Sugar lay back with her hat down over her eyes, but Louisa sensed the redhead was awake. Her shoulders were rigid under her leather jacket, as though her senses were in full play. Sugar poked her hat brim back off her forehead.
Because he thought I couldn't live without him. And I was beginning to believe it myself.
What changed?
I realized I had to live without him.
Sugar turned to Louisa, looking past her in her mysterious way.
You're my eyes now, when I can't see for myself.
How can you see for yourself? I don't understand that.
I can't see much, just shifting shadows. And they have more definition when they're dangerous. And I can smell things. Hear things you can't hear. Sense danger in places you'd never dream.
Do you sense it here?
Sugar settled her head back against the bank.
The Mojaves are all over. We'll be ambushed tomorrow. Probably after first light.
Louisa looked around into the night.
Shouldn't we tell the others?
Why would we want to do that?
The blind woman's lips stretched wide.
When the bullets and arrows start flying, I'm thinking me and you and the mule and Tony's saddlebags will just slip off together.
Louisa considered this as she shuttled her gaze to her left, where the others were gathered on both sides of the niche, most of them sleeping.
That's quite a plan, Sugar. Likely won't work, you know.
No. But is there really anything here you're gonna miss all that much, Leona? Besides him, I mean.
Louisa rested her head back against the bank and tugged her hat down over her eyes.
Nope.
The gang rose at dawn and quietly saddled their horses. They drew straws to decide who would carry the canteens down to the spring, fill them, and bring them back to the group. With all the canteens filled, the group would then meander down the ridge, through thick cover and out into the open desert and on the trail that would, after a 3-day ride, bring them to the Sea of Cortez and much reveling in Puerto Penasco. Red Snake Corbin drew the short straw.
Shit.
Checking the loads in his pistols, he let the others hang their canteens over his saddle horn.
Go with God, Red Snake.
Thanks very much, Ivy. That means a lot coming from you, bitch.
I love it when you call me names, amigo.
Fuck you, Ivy. Or whoever the hell you are.
It would have to be really late, and I'm really drunk.
Keeping a cocked Remington in his right hand while holding his horse's reins in the other, Red Snake led the mount up and over the shelf and down the other side. Slowly, he moved amongst the rocks, swinging his head from left to right. The horse sensed Red Snake's tension and jerked his head high, so that Red Snake had to keep jerking down on the reins. The spring lay ahead in a broad open area in which green tufts of grass grew. Someone had mortared stone around it and roofed it so that it looked like a well. There was no cover for 15 yards around it. Slowly, his heart thudding, his hand sweating against the gun handle, he led the horse up to within 6 feet of the coping. A bucket sat on the edge of the stonework, a rope attached to it. Red Snake looked around once more, then grabbed 2 canteens off his saddle horn. He depressed the Schofield's hammer, holstered the pistol, and with both canteens slung over his shoulder, walked over to the well. He set the canteens down at the base of the stonework, grabbed the wooden bucket, and glanced into the gaping hole. His eyes widened when he saw the Indian staring up at him from just below the lip of the well, arrow nocked in a bow.
Oh, shit.
Mean and Ugly's eyes were wide with fear. Prophet, who'd been dozing against the side of a boulder, jerked his head and rifle up. He saw the hatchet turning end over end toward his head, and he twisted sideways, hearing the hatchet whistle past his right ear and slam into the boulder behind him. Prophet's .44 round blew the Indian's throat out the back of his neck before leaving him thrashing on the uneven ground.
Easy, Mean.
Prophet grabbed Mean's reins. Hearing guns begin popping in the distance, Prophet heaved himself to his feet, his denims mercilessly raking him, and swung into the leather. He didn't wait to see if any other Mojaves were stalking him, but crouched forward over Mean's neck and rammed his spurs against the gelding's flanks. Horse and rider left the still spasming Mojave and headed on down a meandering wild horse trail and up a grade toward a low saddle. He spied movement on his right, saw a brave with a carbine scrambling amongst the rocks. The brave was caught off guard by the galloping rider and managed to snap off only one wild round before Mean gained the saddle and lunged down the other side. The sun was not yet up, and the terrain was mostly shadows, but Prophet could see smoke rising from amongst the rocks and brush 100 yards beyond. He could see the shooters scrambling around on the lip of a rise, shooting away from Prophet and into a depression beyond, in which other shooters scrambled around, returning fire. Prophet sawed back on Mean's reins and looked around quickly. An escarpment jutted from a sandy, aproned hill on his right. He reined Mean around, booted him up the rise and around the backside of the scarp, dismounted, and tied Mean to a spindly mesquite. Shucking the Indian rifle from his saddle boot, he cocked it one-handed and ran into a notch in the scarp, suppressing the pain in his sunburned hide as he climbed up the notch. He found a niche amongst the rocks near the top of the scarp and found a comfortable perch.
4 rounds.
From his vantage, he could see several Mojaves shooting into the broad, shallow gully beyond. Bullets fired by the desperados blew up dust and gravel and rock shards around the Mojaves, who were not shooting from stationary positions, but scrambling around the rocks, moving in on their prey. Prophet took aim. The Indian had moved as he'd pulled the trigger, and the bounty hunter's bullet blew a branch off a pipe-stemmed cactus to the right of the brave. The brave whipped around, wide-eyed with anger and surprise, and Prophet's second shot found its target. Prophet ducked down behind the rocks, waited a few seconds, then edged another look at the Mojaves, shuttling his gaze from left to right along their flank. None, it appeared, had realized the shot that had killed the brave had come from behind them.
2 shots. Not bad. Not half bad at all.
He climbed tenderly down the scarp the way he'd climbed it, stole around from behind the rocky thumb, and ran crouching in the direction of the dead brave, weaving amongst the dry shrubs and boulders. He'd just run out from behind one such boulder when an arrow snicked nap from his right pant leg. Wheeling, he saw that he hadn't been as covert as he'd thought he'd been. A brave was running toward him, wildly leaping rocks while he knocked another arrow. Prophet threw himself to his left as the Indian sent another shaft missiling toward him. Prophet's bullet drilled the Brave's left knee. Grimacing at the wasted bullet, Prophet fired again, punching a slug through the middle of the Brave's calico shirt. Like several of the other Braves, including the first one he'd shot, this Brave was wearing a single bandolier on his chest. Prophet looked around. No other Indians, or desperados for that matter, were bearing down on him. Then ran over and pulled the bandolier from the Brave's chest and slung it over his own head and shoulder. He stepped behind a barrel cactus and slipped 44 rounds from the belt and thumbed them into the Winchester's breech. With the gun loaded, he walked out from behind the cactus and surveyed the field of battle before him. He squinted his eyes against the brassy sun but could not see Louisa amidst the rocks and cactus and occasional humps of clay-colored earth. The Indians were moving away from Prophet, running and leaping as they triggered lead or flung arrows toward the desperados. They had the desperados on the run now, and Johnson, Knight, and the others were running away, swinging around now and then to fling lead behind them.
Where are you, girl?
He had to know if Louisa was dead or alive. He ran crouching forward, tracing a circuitous route, pausing occasionally to fire at the Indians. It wasn't long before most of the Mojaves were aware that they'd been flanked. He dispatched 3. Surprised, the others scrambled up a long rocky jog of hills on his left and out of the field of fire. Not many remained. He counted only 5 or so. His own bullets and those of the desperados had dispatched most of El Lightning's band of devoted warriors. Prophet turned left to walk around a boulder, then tripped over a dead man. Killjoy. The outlaw had 2 Mojave arrows in his chest, about 2 inches apart and straight through his heart. He stared up at Prophet, and he seemed to be smiling. Prophet ran, crouching forward, toward where the gunfire was dwindling. The desperados had turned on each other now.
You bitch!
As he watched, Thelma Knight triggered a rifle from her shoulder. Her shot blew up dust behind a string of horses galloping about 50 yards beyond her. A pinto, a black, and a pack mule. Louisa stopped her brown and white pinto and turned, lifting a carbine to her shoulder. Knight fired again. The second rider, Sugar Delphi, jerked sideways and almost fell from her saddle. Prophet stopped beside a cactus and stared as Louisa fired her own carbine. The black woman took the bullet as she ran. She dove awkwardly into a patch of cactus on her left and lay unmoving. Louisa, leading the beefy pack mule and being followed by the blind redhead who sagged over her saddle horn, kicked her pinto into a gallop through the rocks and cactus and spindly brown shrubs, dust lifting behind her and the other mounts. They were heading for the open desert to the south, Louisa glancing behind at the wounded Sugar. Prophet stared, lower jaw hanging. His mouth was dry. His guts were knotted. Movement ahead jerked him out of his trance. A Mojave was running through the brush. He leapt a rock and disappeared behind a large, flat-topped boulder 20 yards ahead of Prophet. El Lightning was holding a rifle, Prophet's own Winchester 73 in one hand, a bloody war hatchet in the other. Prophet ran forward, leapt atop the boulder, and stopped, crouching and raising his rifle to his shoulder. El Lightning stood over Hawk Johnson's bloody body. Johnson was on his back, hands raised to his shoulders, palms out, shaking. He stared up at the big Indian straddling him. El Lightning casually lowered the Winchester's barrel and flew a slug through Johnson's face. The outlaw's body relaxed and his head turned to one side. The Indian lifted his head slightly, widening his eyes. He didn't look at Prophet, but he smiled.
I left you to the buzzards, Lou.
And you left one man alive in San Gazo.
El Lightning winced and shook his head at his own folly.
I should have tortured you slow and killed you. It would have given me great pleasure to hear such a big white man begging for his life.
I'd make you beg for yours, but...
Just then, El Lightning whipped around and turned Prophet's own rifle on him. Prophet's carbine blew the Mojave war chief up off his feet and into the rocks beyond, blood spurting from the hole in his chest.
I don't have time.
The bounty hunter ejected the spent cartridge and seated a fresh one in the chamber. Guardedly, he leapt off the boulder and retrieved his Winchester, also confiscating the war chief's 2 crisscrossed bandoliers, so that now he had 3 draped over his neck and shoulders. El Lightning lay with his body twisted, head turned to one side, the blue and ochre lines across his nose and the savage lightning bolt glistening in the harsh desert sunlight. Holding his rifle out from his hip, Prophet looked around. No one else was moving out here. No one except a few buzzards tracing lazy circles about 100 yards over the charnel ground. Prophet walked forward. Strewn amongst the rocks, he found the bloody, dusty, battered bodies of Tulsa St. James and Dad Conway lying 10 feet apart. He found Doc Shackelford piled up at the base of an organ pipe cactus, dead, his bloody guts in his hands. A buzzard was perched proudly atop his head, giving Prophet the evil eye. Prophet looked south. Louisa and Sugar were just now reaching the base of the mountains and heading off into the desert, their shadows short in the late morning light, copper dust rising. Sugar sagged lower in her saddle. Prophet turned and tramped back toward where he'd left his horse behind the scarp. Halfway there, he stopped and frowned down at one of the dead Indians. Stooping, he picked his Colt .45 out of the dust, wiped it clean on his shirt, holstered it, clicked the keeper thong over the hammer, and continued to where Mean and Ugly stood waiting anxiously behind the scarp. A half hour later, he was galloping across the desert, following Luisa's faint sign. He rose up and over a low rise and reined up suddenly, curveting his horse. 50 yards away, Louisa knelt on the ground with Sugar sagging face up in her arms. The mule hauling the strong box stood between Louisa's Pinto and Sugar's Black, all 3 cropping idly at weed tufts. Louisa stared down at the blind woman. Sugar was not moving. She didn't seem to be breathing. After a long time, the Vengeance Queen lifted her blonde head and stared at Prophet. Her hazel eyes were at first stony beneath her tan hat. Then they acquired a shocked, stricken cast. Her face crumpled, and she lowered her head again, shoulders shaking. Prophet heard her sobbing, or was it the devil laughing?
Oh, girl.
He sat his horse, staring at her.
Come on, Mean.
After a long time, he rode toward her. Lou Prophet, Bounty Hunter, 10, The Devil's Laughter, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2012, Peter Brandvold. Recorded with permission of the author. All rights reserved. Production copyright 2020, Graphic Audio LLC. All rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Narrated by Bradley Smith. Starring James Konachek as Lou Prophet, Marnie Penning as Louisa Bonaventure, Laura C. Harris as Sugar Delphi, Michael Glenn as Chasine, Terrence Aselford as Bocangel, Zeke Alton as Lazaro, and James Lewis as El Lightning. With Patrick Bussink, Shayna Small, Richard Rowan, Matthew Pauly, Bradley Smith, Scott McCormick, Alejandro Ruiz, Mort Shelby, Rose Elizabeth Supan, Eric Messner, Ren Casey, Christopher Graybill, Ken Jackson, and Michael John Casey. Adapted for graphic audio and directed by Bradley Foster Smith. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Karen Fakey. Produced by Rick Rowan, Dwayne Beeman, and Matt Webb. Executive producer Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed The Devil's Laughter, be sure to look for the rest of Lou Prophet's adventures, as well as Peter Brandvold's .45 caliber series, the Yakima Henry series by Frank Leslie, and the new Hunter Buchanan series by William W. Johnstone and J.A. Johnstone, along with our entire catalog of action-pumped titles at www.graphicaudio.net. This title was produced in extraordinary times. We want to offer our heartfelt thanks to our staff, cast, crew, and listeners of Graphic Audio for their resilience, which has allowed us to bring you this production under these unprecedented circumstances. Now keep listening for exciting previews of other titles in Graphic Audio.
For God's sake, Fallon, hide me! Fallon!
In here.
Are you crazy?
Then to hell with you.
Come on, he's probably in the laundry room.
Harry Fallon, 6 feet 1 inch tall, 190 pounds, age 33.
It's locked!
Open up! Open the damn door!
What are you doing?
You're not the first guard to run here. Open the damn door!
Oh my God.
5 years as a deputy federal marshal for the Western District of Arkansas with jurisdiction in the Indian Nations.
I'm gonna kill you, law dog.
Past 10 years at the Illinois State Penitentiary on a charge of bank robbery, resisting arrest, and attempted murder of federal and tribal peace officers. I know you're innocent, Fallon. What's more, I know who set you up. If you do a few jobs for me, I give you the name of the man you want.
Fallon, have you ever heard of Monk Quinn? 6 years ago, Quinn robbed a Southern Pacific train hauling $200,000 in gold bullion. He's been in Yuma for the past 4 years.
So I'm supposed to go to Yuma and question him?
No, but you are to go to Yuma. You see, I found your niche.
And what is my niche?
Going to prison and getting out.
I'm Moses Quinn. Call me Monk. And you're the man who isn't afraid of rattlesnakes.
How do you figure I'm not afraid of snakes?
You killed 2.
Maybe I got lucky.
Maybe. But how did you manage it? In the dark. In the snake den.
Killing snakes is my specialty.
You want to see how men get out of Yuma? Be near the Sally Port around noon on Thursday. Sleep well, amigo. And watch for snakes.
Hank Fallon was a damn good federal marshal. Then everything and everyone he cared about was snatched away. Now he has an opportunity to get justice for himself and his loved ones. Or is it revenge? And can he endure doing time in the prison system's most brutal hellholes with his humanity and his very life intact? A Hank Fallon Western by William W. Johnstone with J.A. Johnstone. Available now in Graphic Audio. Thanks for listening to this Graphic Audio production. Graphic Audio has over 1,000 titles and 100 series to choose from in high-quality download formats. If you'd like to listen to an entire series, you can now conveniently purchase a download series set from graphicaudio.net. At graphicaudio.net, you can also earn loyalty rewards points redeemable towards future online purchases. You can stream or get full downloads directly to your mobile phone or tablet with our newly updated Graphic Audio Access app, available on all Android and Apple devices. Listen to a movie in your mind, on the go, anytime, anywhere. For those of you who are new to Graphic Audio, check out our Graphic Audio Streams subscription service, where you can choose from 4 different genres. Each plan features 2 Graphic Audio titles per month to listen to through our Graphic Audio Access app. At the beginning of every month, the previous featured titles will be automatically removed and replaced by the new featured titles. It's an economical way to check out and sample titles from our various series in Graphic Audio, starting at only $4.99 per month. And be sure to listen to our newly reformatted Graphic Audio Story Podcast, GASP. Please subscribe, give us a 5-star review, and recommend us to your friends and family. You can get GASP in the free Graphic Audio Access app or subscribe to Gasp through Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Stitcher, TuneIn, and RSS feeds. Sign up for our email newsletter for the latest updates and new releases, like us on Facebook, or follow us on Twitter or Instagram. Call 1-800-670-5220 or visit www.graphicaudio.net.